and hidden it under his own bed. Call it a premonition. I don't want to stay here, he said. There's no reason to stay longer. You're being fatalistic and a bit silly, said Tommy. Look, you wiped the computers. Stewart's quarters are absolutely impenetrable, unless we want to risk breaking in the doors, and I don't like being under a curfew. The curfew is for everyone, may I remind you? And if we were to leave now, we wouldn't make it to the door without a dozen questions. Besides, to walk out before the memorial service would be blatantly disrespectful. Tommy, I can't endure some tenebrious ceremony in the small hours of the morning with a lot of preposterous speeches about Anton and Aaron. I want to go now. Rituals. These people are fools, Tommy. It's too late to be anything but frank. There are back stairs. There are side stairs. I'm for leaving here immediately. I have things on my mind. I have work to do. I want to do what they asked us to do, said Tommy, which is what I intend to do. Observe the curfew they have asked us to observe, and go down when the bell is sounded. Now please, Markland, if you have nothing insightful or helpful to say, be quiet, will you? Why should I be quiet? Why do you want to stay here? All right, if you must know. We may have a chance during the memorial, or whatever it is, to find out where Stewart is keeping Tessa. How could we find out that? Stewart's not a rich man, Markland. He's bound to have a home somewhere, a place we've never seen, some ancestral manse or something. Now, if we play our cards right, we can ask a few questions about this subject, out of concern, of course, to Stewart. Have you got a better idea? Tommy, I don't think Stewart would hide Tessa in a place that was known to be his home. He's a coward, perhaps, a melodramatic lunatic even, but he's not stupid. We are not going to find Stewart, and we are not going to find Tessa. Then what do we do? Asked Tommy. Abandon everything with what we know? No, we leave here, we go back to Regent's Park, and we think. We think about something far more important to us now than anything the Talamasca can offer. Which is? We think, Tommy, about the Mayfair witches. We go over Aaron's lost facts to the elders, and we study the file. We study it closely for every clue as to which of the clan is most useful for our purposes. You're going too fast, said Tommy. What do you mean to do? Kidnap a couple of Americans? We can't discuss it yet. We can't plan anything. Look, I'll wait till the damned ceremony starts, but then I'm leaving. I'm stepping out at the first opportunity. You can come later if you like. Don't be stupid, said Tommy. I don't have a car. I have to go with you. And what if Stewart's at the ceremony? Have you thought of that? Stewart's not coming back here. He has better sense. Now listen, Tommy, this is my final decision. I'll stay for the beginning of the ceremony. I'll pay my respects, chat with a few of the members, that sort of thing, and then I'm out of here. And on to my rendezvous with the Mayfair witches. Stewart and Tessa be damned. All right, I'll go with you. That's better. That's intelligent. That's my practical comment. Get some sleep, then. They didn't say when they'd call us, and you're the one who's going to drive. 19. The topmost room of the tower. Uri sat at the round table, looking down into the cup of steaming Chinese tea before him. The condemned man himself had made the tea. Uri didn't want to touch it. All his life in the Talamasca he had known Stewart Gordon. He had dined countless times with Gordon and Aaron. They had strolled the gardens together, gone to the retreats in Rome together. Aaron had talked so freely with Gordon. The Mayfair witches, and the Mayfair witches, and the Mayfair witches. And now it was Gordon. It strange him. Why didn't Ash kill him now? What could the man give that would not be contaminated, not perverted by his madness? It was almost a certainty that his helpers had been Markland George and Tommy Monaghan, that the Order would discover the truth on that score. Uri had reached the mother house from the phone booth in the village, and the mere sound of Elvira's voice had brought him to tears. Elvira was faithful. Elvira was good. Yuri knew that the great chasm that had opened between him and the Talamasca had already begun to close. If Ash was right, that the conspiracy had been small, and indeed that seemed to be the case, that the elders were not involved, then Yuri must be patient. He must listen to Stuart Gordon, because Yuri had to take back to the Talamasca whatever he learned tonight. Patience. Aaron would want it thus. Aaron would want the story known and recorded for others to know. And Michael and Rowan, were they not entitled to the facts? And then there was Ash, the mysterious Ash. Ash had uncovered Gordon's treachery. If Ash had not appeared in Spelling Street, Yuri would have accepted Gordon's pretense of innocence and the few foolish lies Gordon had told while they sat in the cafe. What went on in Ash's mind? He was overwhelming, just as Yuri had told them. Now they knew. They saw for themselves his remarkable face, the calm, loving eyes. But they mustn't forget that he was a menace to Mona, to any of the Mayfair family. Yuri forced himself to stop thinking about this. They needed Ash too much just now. Ash had somehow become the commander of this operation. What would happen if Ash was through and left them with Gordon? They couldn't kill Gordon. They couldn't even scare him. At least Yuri didn't think so. It was impossible to gauge how much Rowan and Michael hated Gordon. Unreadable. Witches. He could see that now. Ash sat on the other side of the circle, his monstrous hands clasped on the edge of the old unfinished wood, watching Gordon, who sat to his right. He did hate Gordon, and Yuri saw it by the absence of something in Ash's face. The absence of compassion, perhaps? The absence of the tenderness which Ash showed to everyone, absolutely everyone else. Rowan Mayfair and Michael Curry sat on either side of Yuri, thank God. He could not have endured to be close to Gordon. Michael was the wrathful one, the suspicious one. Rowan was taken with Ash. Yuri had known she would be. But Michael was taken with no one just yet. Yuri could not touch his cup. It might as well have been filled with the man's urine. "Out of the jungles of India," said Stuart, sipping his own tea, in which he had poured a large slug of whiskey. "I don't know where. I don't know India. I know only that the natives said she'd been there forever, wandering from village to village, and that she'd come to them before the war, and that she spoke English, and that she didn't grow old, and the women of the village had become frightened of her." The whiskey bottle stood in the middle of the table. Michael Curry wanted it, but perhaps he could not touch the refreshments offered by Gordon either. Rowan Mayfair sat with her arms folded. Michael Curry had his elbows on the table. He was closer to Stuart, obviously trying to figure him out. "I think it was a photograph, her undoing. Someone had taken a picture of the entire village, together. Some intrepid soul with a tripod and a wind-up camera. And she had been in that picture. It was one of the young men who uncovered it among his grandmother's possessions when the grandmother died. An educated man. A man I'd taught at Oxford." "And he knew about the Talamasca?" "Yes. I didn't talk much to my students about the order, except for those who seemed as if they might want to. Like those boys," said Yuri. He watched the light jump in Stuart's eye, as if the lamp nearby had jumped, and not Stuart. "Yes, well, those boys." "What boys?" asked Rowan. "Marklin George and Tommy Monaghan," said Yuri. Stuart's face was rigid. He lifted the mug of tea with both hands and drank deeply. The whiskey smelled medicinal and sickening. "Were they the ones who helped you with this?" asked Yuri. "The computer genius and the Latin scholar?" "It was my doing," said Stuart, without looking at Yuri. He was not looking at any of them. "Do you want to hear what I have to say or not?" "They helped you," said Yuri. "I have nothing to say on the subject of my accomplices," Gordon said, looking coldly at Yuri now, and then back again into empty space, or the shadows along the walls. "It was the two young ones," said Yuri, though Michael was gesturing to him to hold back. "What about Joan Croft, or Elvira Fleming, or Timothy Hollingshed?" Stewart made an impatient and disgusted gesture at the mention of these names, hardly realizing how this might be interpreted in relation to the boy. "Joan Croft doesn't have a romantic bone in her body," Stewart said suddenly. "And Timothy Hollingshed has always been overrated, due simply to his aristocratic background. Elvira Fleming is an old fool. Don't ask me these questions any more. I won't be made to speak of my accomplices. I won't be made to betray them. I'll die with that secret, be assured." "So this friend," said Ash, his expression patient but surprisingly cold. "This young man in India, he wrote to you, Mr. Gordon?" "Called me, as a matter of fact. Told me he had a mystery for me. He said he could get her to England if I'd take over once she arrived. He said that she couldn't really fend for herself. She seemed mad, and then not mad. No one could quite analyze her. She spoke of times unknown to the people around her, and when he'd made inquiries with a view to sending her home, he found she was a legend in that part of India. I have a record of it all. I have our letters. They are all here. There are copies in the mother house as well, but the originals are here. Everything I value is in this tower." "You knew what she was when you saw her?" "No. It was extraordinary. I found myself enchanted by her. Some selfish instinct dominated my actions. I brought her here. I didn't want to take her to the mother house. It was most peculiar. I couldn't have told anyone what I was doing or why, except for the obvious fact that I was so charmed by her. I had only lately inherited this tower from my mother's brother, an antiquarian who had been my family mentor. It seemed the perfect place. The first week, I scarcely left at all. I had never been in the company of such a person as Tessa. There was a gaiety and simplicity in her which gave me inexpressible happiness." "Yes, I'm sure," said Ash softly, with a trace of a smile. "Please, go on with your story." "I fell in love with her." He paused, eyebrows raised, as if amazed by his own words. He seemed excited by the revelation. "I fell completely in love with her." "And you kept her here?" asked Yuri. "Yes, she's been here ever since. She never goes out. She's afraid of people. It's only when I've been here a long while that she'll talk, and then she tells her amazing tales. She's seldom coherent, or I should say chronological. The little stories always make sense. I have hundreds of recordings of her talking, lists of Old English words and Latin words which she has used. You see, what became clear to me almost immediately was that she was speaking of two different lives. A very long one, which she was living now, and a life she'd lived before." "Two lives? Then you mean simply reincarnation?" "After a long while," he explained, said Gordon. He was now so passionately involved in his tale, he seemed to have forgotten the danger to him. "She said that all her kind had two lives, sometimes more," he went on. "That you were born knowing all you needed to know to survive, but then gradually an earlier life came back to you, and bits and pieces of others. And it was the memory of this earlier life that kept you from going mad among human beings." "You had realized," asked Rowan, "by this time that she wasn't human?" "She would have fooled me." "No, not at all. I thought she was human. Of course there were strange characteristics to her. Her translucent skin, her tremendous height, and her unusual hands. But I didn't think, no, this being isn't human. It was she who said that she wasn't human. She said it more than once. Her people lived before humans. They had lived thousands of years in peace on islands in the northern sea. These islands were warmed by volcanic springs from the depths, by geysers of steam and pleasant lakes. And this she knew, not because she herself had lived at that time, but because others she had known in her first lifetime could remember a former life in this paradise, and that was how her people knew their history, through the inevitable and always singular remembrance of earlier lives. Don't you see? It was incredible, the idea that everyone would come into this world with some distinct and valuable historical memory. It meant that the race knew more of itself than humans could possibly know. It knew of earlier ages from, so to speak, first-hand experience. And if you bred Tessa to another of her race, said Rowan, you would have a child who could remember an earlier life, and then perhaps another child and another life remembered. Exactly. The chain of memory would be established, and who knows how far back it would go, for each one, remembering some earlier existence, remembered the tales of those he had known and loved in that time, who remembered having lived before. Ash listened to all this without comment, or any perceptible change of emotion. None of it seemed to surprise him or offend him. Yuri almost smiled. It was the same simplicity he'd observed in Ash at Claridge's when they had first spoken. Someone else might have dismissed Tessa's claims, said Gordon, but I recognized the Gaelic words she used, the bits of Old English, the Latin, and when she wrote down the runic script, I could read it. I knew she told the truth. And this you kept to yourself, said Rowan, neutrally, as if merely trying to quell Gordon's annoying emotion and get back on track. Yes, I did. I almost told Erin about it. The more Tessa talked, the more she spoke of the Highlands, of early Celtic rituals and customs, of Celtic saints even, and the Celtic Church. You do know that our church in England then was Celtic, or Britain, or whatever you want to call it, founded by the apostles themselves who had come from Jerusalem to Glastonbury. We had no connection with Rome. It was Pope Gregory and his henchman, St. Augustine, who thrust the Roman Church on Britain. Yes, but then you did not tell Aaron Leitner, asked Ash, raising his voice just slightly. You were saying? Aaron had already gone to America. He had gone there to make contact once more with the Mayfair witches and to pursue other paths in psychic investigation. It was no time to question Aaron about his early research. And then, of course, I had done something wrong. I had taken a woman entrusted to me as a member of the order, and I had kept her for myself, almost a prisoner. Of course, there has never been anything stopping Tessa from leaving, nothing but her own fear. But I had closeted this woman away. I had told the order nothing about it. But how did you make the connection? Asked Ash. Between Tessa and the Mayfair witches. Oh, it wasn't that difficult at all. One thing followed upon another. As I said, Tessa's speech was full of references to archaic Highland customs. She spoke over and over of the circles of stones built by her people and later used by the Christians for bizarre rituals to which their priests could never put a stop. You know our mythology. Surely all of you. Some of you. The ancient myths of Britain are full of mythic giants. Our stories say the giants built the circles, and so did Tessa. Our giants lingered long after their time in the dark and remote places, in the caves by the sea, in the caves of the Highlands. Well, Tessa's giants, hunted from the earth, almost annihilated, also survived in secret places, and when they did dare to appear among human beings, they incited both worship and fear. It was the same, she said, with the little folk whose origins had been forgotten. They were revered on the one hand and feared on the other. And often the early Christians of Scotland would dance and sing within the circle of stones, knowing that the giants had once done this. Indeed, had built the circles for that purpose. And they would, by their music, lure the giants from hiding, so that the giants came down to join the dance, at which point these Christians would slaughter them to satisfy the priests, not before using them to satisfy all the gods. How do you mean, using them? Asked Rowan. Gordon's eyes glazed slightly, and his voice dropped to a soft, nearly pleasant tone, as if the mere mention of these things could not but evoke a sense of wonder. Witchcraft, that is what we are talking about. Early, blood-drenched witchcraft, in which superstition, under the yoke of Christianity, reached back into a pagan past for magic, to do maleficia, or to gain power, or only to witness a dark secret rite which thrilled them as criminal acts have always thrilled humankind. I longed to corroborate Tessa's story. Without confiding in anyone, I went to the very cellars of the mother house, the places where the oldest unexamined material on British folklore had been stored. These were manuscripts that had been deemed fanciful and irrelevant by the scholars, like Aaron, who had spent years translating old documents. This material did not exist in our modern inventory or our modern computer bank. One had to touch the crumbling pages with one's own hands. Oh, what I found! Crumbling quartos and books of beautifully illustrated parchment, the works of Irish monks and the Benedictines and the Cistercians, complaining of the mad superstition of the common people, and filled with tales of these giants and these little folk, and how the common people persisted in believing in them, in luring them out, in using them in various ways. And right there, mixed in with these ranting condemnations, were tales of giant saints, giant knights and kings. Here at Glastonbury, only a little way from where we sit now, a giant of 7 feet was unearthed in former times, and declared to be King Arthur. What is but one of Tessa's giants, I ask you? Such creatures have been found all over Britain. Oh, 1,000 times I was tempted to call Aaron. How Aaron would have loved these stories, especially those which had come directly from the Highlands and its haunted lochs and glens. But there was only one person in this world in whom I could confide, and that was Tessa. And as I brought home my carefully excavated stories, Tessa recognized these rituals, these patterns, indeed, the names of saints and kings. Of course, Tessa didn't speak with sophisticated words. It came in fragments from her, how her people had become a sacred quarry, and could save themselves from torture and death only by rising to power and gaining sway over the Christians, or by fleeing deeper and deeper into the great forest which still covered the mountains in those years, and into the caves and the secret valleys where they struggled to live in peace. And this you never told Aaron, said Mary. Gordon ignored the words. He continued. Then, in a painful voice, Tessa confessed to me that she had once suffered horribly at the hands of Christian peasants who had imprisoned her and forced her to receive man after man from all the villages round. The hope was that she would give birth to another giant like herself, a giant who would spring from the womb, seeking, knowing, and growing to maturity within hours, a creature which the villagers might then have killed before her eyes. It had become a religion to them, don't you see? Catch the Taltos, breed it, sacrifice the offspring. And Christmas, that time of ancient pagan rituals, had become their favourite period for the sacred games. From this hideous captivity, Tessa had finally escaped, having never given birth to the sacrificial creature, and only suffering a flow of blood from the seed of each human man. He stopped, his brows knit. His face became sad, and he looked at Ash. This is what hurt my Tessa? This is what dried the fount? It wasn't so much a question as a confirmation of what had been revealed earlier. Only Ash, feeling no need, apparently, to confirm it, did not speak. Gordon shuddered. She spoke of horrible things, he said. She talked of the males lured down into the circles, and of the village maidens offered to them. For if the giant was not born to such a maiden, death would surely result. And when enough maidens had died that the people doubted the power of this male giant, he was then burnt as the sacrifice. Indeed, he was always burnt, whatever the outcome, or whether or not he had fathered a sacrificial offspring, because the males were so greatly feared. So they didn't fear the women, said Rowan, because the women didn't bring death to the human men who lay with them. Exactly, said Gordon. However, he held up his finger with a little delighted smile. However, it did now and then happen, yes, that the male giant or the female giant did parent, as it were, the magical child of its own race. And there would be this newborn giant for all to behold. No time was more propitious for such a union than Christmas, December 25th, the feast of the old solar god. And it was said then, when a giant was born, that the heavens had once again copulated with the earth, and out of the union had come a great magic, as had happened at the first creation. And only after great feasting and singing of the Christmas songs was the sacrifice carried out in Christ's name. Now and then a giant fathered or mothered many such offspring, and Taltos mated with Taltos, and the fires of sacrifice filled the glens, the smoke rising to heaven, bringing an early spring and warm winds and good rains, and making the crops grow. Gordon broke off, turning enthusiastically to Ash. You must know all of this. You yourself could give us links in the chain of memory. Surely you too have lived an earlier life. You could tell us things which no human can ever discover in any other way. You can tell them with clarity and power, for you're strong and not addled like my poor Tessa. You can give us this gift. Ash said nothing, but his face had darkened, and Gordon seemed not at all aware of it. He's a fool, thought Yuri. Perhaps that is what great schemes of violence always require, a romantic fool. Gordon turned to the others, even to Yuri, to whom he appealed now. Don't you understand? Surely you understand now what such possibilities meant to me. What I know, said Yuri, is that you didn't tell Aaron, and you didn't tell the elders either, did you? The elders never knew. Your brothers and sisters never knew. I told you I could trust no one with my discoveries, and frankly I would not. They were mine. Besides, what would our beloved elders have said? If said is even appropriate for their endless silent communications. A fax would have come through, directing me to bring Tessa to the mother house at once, and to... No, this discovery was mine by right. I had found Tessa. No, you lie to yourself and everyone else, said Yuri. Everything that you are is because of the Talamasca. That's a contemptible thought. Have I given the Talamasca nothing? Besides, it was never my idea to hurt our own members. The doctor's involved. Yes, I agreed to this. Though again, I would never have proposed it. You did kill Dr. Samuel Larkin? Asked Rowan, in her low, expressionless voice, probing but not meaning to alarm him. Larkin. Oh, I don't know. I get confused. You see, my helpers had some very different notions from mine about what was required to keep the whole thing secret. You might say I went along with the more daring aspects of the plan. In truth, I can't imagine simply killing another human being. He glared at Ash accusingly. And your helpers, their names? Asked Michael. His tone was not unlike Rowan's, low-key, entirely pragmatic. The men in New Orleans, Norgan and Soloff. You invited those men to share these secrets? No, of course not, declared Gordon. They weren't really members, any more than Yuri here was a member. They were merely investigators for us, couriers, that kind of thing. But by that time it had gotten out of hand, perhaps. I can't say. I only know my friends, my confidants. They thought they could control those men with secrets and money. That's what it's always about. Corruption, secrets and money. But let's get away from all that. What matters here is the discovery itself. That is what is pure and what redeems everything. It redeems nothing, said Yuri. For gain you took your knowledge. A common traitor, looting the archives for personal gain. Nothing could be farther from the truth, declared Gordon. Yuri, let him go on, said Michael quietly. Gordon calmed himself with remarkable will, appealing to Yuri again in a manner that infuriated Yuri. How can you think that my goals were other than spiritual? Asked Gordon. I, who have grown up in the shadow of Glastonbury Tor, who all his life has been devoted to esoteric knowledge, only for the light it brings into our souls. It was spiritual gain, perhaps, said Yuri, but it was gain, personal gain, and that is your crime. You'll try my patience, said Gordon. Perhaps you should be sent from this room. Perhaps I should say nothing more. Tell your story, said Ash calmly. I'm growing impatient. Gordon stopped, gazed at the table, one eyebrow raised, as if to say he need not settle for this ultimatum. He looked at Ash coldly. How did you make the connection? Asked Rowan. Between all of this and the Mayfair witches. I saw a connection at once. It had to do with the Circle of Stones. I had always known the original tale of Suzanne, the first Mayfair, the witch of the Highlands who had called up a devil in the Circle of Stones. And I had read Peter Van Abel's description of that ghost, and how it pursued him and taunted him, and evinced a will far stronger than any human haunt. The account of Peter Van Abel was the first record of the Mayfair witches which Aaron translated, and it was to me, naturally, that he came with many questions about the old Latin. Aaron was always coming to me in those days for assistance. How unfortunate for him, said Yuri. Naturally, it occurred to me, what if this Lasher was the soul of another species of being seeking to reincarnate? How well it fitted the whole mystery. And Aaron had only lately written from America that the Mayfair family faced its darkest hour when the ghost who would be made flesh was threatening to come through. Was this the soul of a giant wanting its second life? At last my discoveries had become too momentous. I had to share them. I had to bring into this those I trusted. But not Soloff and Norgan. No. My friends were of an entirely different ilk. But you're confusing me. Soloff and Norgan weren't involved then. No. Let me continue. But they were in the Talamasca, these friends, said Rowan. I will tell you nothing of them except that they were young men in whom I believed. You brought these friends here, to the tower? Indeed not, said Stewart. I'm not that much of a fool. Tessa I revealed to them, but in a spot chosen by me for the purpose. in the ruin of Glastonbury Abbey, on the very spot where the skeleton of the 7-foot giant had been unearthed, only to be later reinterred. It was a sentimental thing, my taking her there, to stand over the grave of one of her own. And there I allowed her to be worshipped by those whom I trusted to help with my work. They had no idea that her permanent abode was less than a mile away. They were never to know. But they were dedicated and enterprising. They suggested the very first scientific test. They helped me obtain, with a syringe, the first blood from Tessa, which was sent to various laboratories for anonymous analysis. And then we had the first firm proof that Tessa was not human. Enzymes, chromosomes, it was all quite beyond me. But they understood it. They were doctors? Rowan asked. No, only very brilliant young men. A shadow passed over his face, and he glanced viciously at Yuri. Yes, your acolyte, Yuri thought, but he said nothing. If he interrupted again, it would be to kill Gordon. Everything was so different at that point. There were no plots to have people killed. But then, so much more was to happen. Go on, said Michael. My next step was obvious, to return to the cellar, to all the abandoned folklore, and research only those saints of exceedingly great size. And what should I come upon but a pile of hagiography, manuscripts, saved from destruction at the time of Henry VIII's ghastly suppression of the monasteries, and dumped in our archives along with thousands of other such texts. And among these treasures was a carton marked by some long-dead secretary or clerk, Lives of the Scottish Saints, and the hastily scribbled subtitle, Giants. At once I happened upon a later copy of an early work by a monk at Lindisfarne, written in the 700s, who told the tale of St. Ashlar, a saint of such magic and power that he had appeared among the Highlanders in 2 different and separate eras, having been returned by God to earth, as was the prophet Isaiah, and who was destined, according to legend, to return again and again. Yuri looked at Ash, but Ash said nothing. Yuri couldn't even remember whether Gordon had ever understood Ash's name. But Gordon was already staring at Ash, and then said quickly, Could this be the very personage for whom you were named? Could it be that you know of this saint yourself, through your remembrances, or those you heard from others, assuming you have known others like yourself? Gordon's eyes blazed. Ash didn't answer. The silence this time was stony. Something changed again in Ash's face. Was it pure hatred that he felt for Gordon? Gordon at once resumed his account, his shoulders hunched and his hands working now in his excitement. I was overcome with enthusiasm when I read that St. Ashlar had been a giant of a being, standing perhaps 7 feet tall, that St. Ashlar had come from a pagan race whom he himself had helped to exterminate. Get on with it, said Ash softly. How did you connect this with the Mayfair witches? How did men come to die as the result? All right, said Gordon patiently. But you will perhaps grant this dying man one request? Perhaps not, said Ash. But what is it? You will tell me whether or not these tales are actually known to you, whether you yourself have remembrances of these early times? Ash made a gesture that Gordon should continue. Ah, you are cruel, my friend, said Gordon. Ash was becoming deeply angry. It was plain to see. His full black hair and smooth, almost innocent mouth rendered his expression all the more menacing. He was like an angel gathering its anger. He did not respond to Gordon's words. You brought home these tales to Tessa? Asked Rowan. Yes, said Gordon, ripping his eyes off Ash finally and looking to her. A little false smile came over his mouth as he continued, as if to say, "Now we will answer the question of the pretty lady in the first row." I did bring the tale home to Tessa. Over supper, as always, I told her of my reading, and the history of this very saint she knew. Ashlar, one of her own people, and a great leader, a king among them, who had converted to Christianity, betraying his own kind. I was triumphant. Now I had this name to track through history. And the following morning I was back at the archives and hard at work. And then came my momentous discovery, that for which other scholars of the Talamasca would give their eye teeth, if only they knew. He paused, glancing from one face after another, and even to Yuri finally, his smile full of pride. This was a book, a codex of vellum, such as I had never seen in my long life of scholarship, and never dreamed that I would see. St. Ashlar, that was the name carved on the cover of the wood box which contained it. St. Ashlar. That was the name of the saint that leapt from the dust and the shadows as I went along the shelves with my electric torch. Another pause. And beneath that name, said Gordon, again looking from one to the other to enlarge the drama. Beneath, in runic script, were the words, "History of the Taltos of Britain," and in Latin, "Giants in the earth." As Tessa was to confirm for me that very night with a simple nod of her head, I had hit upon the crucial word itself. "Taltos, that is what we are," she said. "At once I left the tower. I drove back to the mother house. I went down into the cellar. Other records I had always examined within the house, in the libraries, or wherever I chose. When has such scholarship ever attracted anyone's notice? But this I had to possess." He rose, resting his knuckles on the table. He looked at Ash as if Ash would move to stop him. Ash's face was dark, and some imperceptible change had rendered it utterly cold. Gordon drew back, turned, and then went directly to a big carved cabinet against the wall and took out of it a large rectangular box. Ash had watched him calmly, not anticipating an attempt at escape, or confident that he could catch Gordon if Gordon had run for the stairway. And now Ash stared at the box as Gordon set it down before them. It seemed something was building in Ash, something that might explode. Good God, the document is genuine, thought Yuri. "See," Gordon said, his fingers resting on the oiled wood as if on the sacred. "St. Ashlar," he said, and again he translated the rest. "And what do you think is in this box? All of you. What would you guess?" "Get on with it, please, Gordon," said Michael, throwing a pointed glance at Ash. "I shall," Gordon declared in a whisper, and then, opening the box, he drew out a huge book with stiff leather covers and laid it down in front of him as he pushed the box aside. At once he opened the cover and revealed the title page on the vellum, beautifully illustrated in crimson and gold and royal blue. Tiny miniatures speckled the Latin text. He turned the page carefully. Yuri saw more gorgeous writing and more fine, tiny illustrations whose beauty could only be studied by someone looking through a glass. "Behold, for you have never in your life seen such a document, for it was written by the saint himself. It is the history of the Taltos from their earliest beginnings, the history of a race annihilated, and his own confession that he himself, priest, miracle worker, saint, if you will, is not human, but one of the lost giants. It is his plea to St. Columba himself, the great missionary to the Picts, abbot and founder of the Celtic monastery on Iona, to believe that the Taltos are not monsters, but beings with immortal souls, creatures made by God, who can share in Christ's grace. It is so magnificent! Suddenly Ash rose to his feet and snatched the book away from Gordon, tearing it loose from Gordon's very hands. Gordon stood frozen by his chair, Ash standing over him. The others rose slowly to their feet. When a man is this angry, one must respect his anger, or at least acknowledge it, thought Yuri. They stood quietly gazing up at him, as he continued to glare at Gordon as if he would kill the man now. To see the mild face of Ash disfigured with rage was a terrible thing to behold. This is what angels look like, thought Yuri, when they come with their flaming swords. Gordon was slowly yielding from outrage to plain terror. When Ash finally began to speak, it was in a soft whisper, the voice of his former gentleness, yet loud enough for all of them to hear. How dare you take this into your possession? The voice rose in its anger. You are a thief as well as a killer. You dare. And you would take it from me? Demanded Gordon with blazing eyes. He threw his anger in the face of Ash's anger. You would take it from me as you will take my life? Who are you to take it? Do you know what I know of your own people? I wrote it, declared Ashla, his face now flushed with his rage. It's mine, this book, he whispered, as if he didn't dare to speak aloud. I inscribed every word, he said. I painted every picture. It was for Columba that I did this, yes, and it is mine. He stepped back, clutching the book against his chest. He trembled and blinked his eyes for a moment, and then spoke again in his soft voice. And all your talk, he said, of your research, of remembered lives, of chains of memory. The silence quivered with his anger. Gordon shook his head. You're an impostor, he said. No one spoke. Gordon remained firm, his face almost comic in its insolence. Taltos, yes, he said. Saint Ashlar? Never. Your age would be beyond calculation. No one spoke. No one moved. Rowan's eyes were searching Ash's face. Michael watched all, it seemed, as Yuri did. Ash gave a deep sigh. He bowed his head slightly, still holding tight to the book. His fingers relaxed ever so slightly around the edges of it. And what do you think? He asked sadly. Is the age of that pathetic creature who sits at her loom below? But it was of the remembered life that she spoke, and other remembered lives related to her in her... Oh, stop it, you miserable old fool. Ash pleaded softly. His breath came haltingly, and then at last the fire started to drain from his face. And this you kept from Aaron Leitner, he said. This you kept from the greatest scholars of your order, for you and your young friend to weave a filthy plot to steal the Taltos. You are no more than the peasants of the Highlands, the ignorant, brutish savages that lured the Taltos into the circle to kill him. It was the sacred hunt all over again. No, never to kill, cried Gordon, never to kill. To see the coupling, to bring Lasher and Tessa together on Glastonbury Tor. He began to weep, choking, gasping, his voice half strangled as he went on. To see the race rise again on the sacred mountain where Christ himself stood to propagate the religion that changed the whole world. It was not to kill, never to kill, but to bring back to life. It's these witches who have killed, these here who destroyed the Taltos as if he were nothing but a freak of nature. Destroyed him, coldly and ruthlessly, and without a care for what he was,
or might become. They did it, not I.
Ash shook his head. He clutched the book ever more tightly. No, you did it, said Ash. If only you had told your tale to Aaron Leitner. If only you had given him your precious knowledge.
Aaron would never have cooperated,
Gordon cried.
I could never have made such a plan. We were too old, both of us. But those who had the youth, the courage, the vision, they sought to bring the Taltos safely together.
Again Ash sighed. He waited, measuring his breath. Then again he looked at Gordon. How did you learn of the Mayfair Taltos? Ash demanded. What was the final connection? I want to know, and answer me now, or I will rip your head from your shoulders and place it in the lap of your beloved Tessa. Her stricken face will be the very last thing you see before the brain inside sputters and dies.
Aaron, said Gordon. It was Aaron himself.
He was trembling, perhaps on the verge of blacking out. He backed up, eyes darting from right to left. He stared at the cabinet from which he'd taken the book.
His report from America,
said Gordon, moving closer to the cabinet.
The council was convened. The information was of critical importance. A monstrous child had been born to the Mayfair witch, Rowan. It had happened on Christmas Eve. A child that had grown within hours, perhaps to the size of a man. Members throughout the world were given the description of this being. It was a Taltos. I knew it. And only I knew.
You evil man, whispered Michael. You evil little man.
You call me that? You who destroyed Lasher? Who killed the mystery as if he were a pedestrian criminal to be dispatched by you to hell in a barroom brawl?
You and the others, said Rowan quickly. You did this on your own.
I told you we did.
He took another step towards the cabinet.
Look, I won't tell you who the others were. I told you.
I mean, the elders weren't any part of it, said Rowan.
The excommunications, said Gordon, were bogus. We created an intercept. I didn't do it. I don't even understand. But it was created, and we let through only those letters to and from the elders that did not pertain to this case. We substituted our own exchanges for those between Aaron or Yuri and the elders, and those from the elders to them. It wasn't difficult. The elders, with their penchant for secrecy and simplicity, had left themselves wide open for such a trick.
Thank you for telling us this, said Rowan gravely. Perhaps Aaron suspected it. Yuri could scarcely bear the kindness with which she was speaking to the villain, giving him comfort when he should have been strangled then and there. Then she said, What else can we get out of him? She looked at Ash. I think we're finished with him. Gordon understood what was happening. She was giving Ash permission to kill him. Yuri watched as, slowly, Ash set down the precious book again and turned to face Gordon, his hands free now to carry out the sentence which he himself had imposed.
You know nothing, Gordon declared suddenly. Tessa's words, her history, the tapes I made, only I know where they are.
Ash merely stared at him. His eyes had grown narrow, and his eyebrows came together now in a scowl. Gordon turned, looking to the left and the right.
Here, he cried, I have another important thing which I shall voluntarily show you.
He dashed to the cabinet again, and when he spun around, he held a gun in both hands, pointing it at Ash, and then at Yuri, and then at Rowan and Michael.
You can die by this, said Gordon. Witches, Taltos, all of you, one bullet from this through your heart, and you are as dead as any man. You can't shoot all of us, said Yuri, moving around the edge of the table. Don't you dare, or I will shoot!
Gordon screamed. It was Ash who made the swift move to close the gap between himself and the man. But Gordon turned to face him again and cocked the gun. Ash didn't stop, but the gun didn't go off either. With a grimace, Gordon brought the gun close to his own chest. His shoulders suddenly hunched,
the other hand opening and closing. "God in heaven!" he gasped. The gun fell to the floor, clattering on the bare boards. "You," he said, glaring at Rowan. "You, witch, Mayfair witch!" he cried. "I knew it would be you. I told them. I knew it." Bent near double, he shut his eyes and collapsed against the cabinet. It seemed he would fall forward, but then he slipped to the floor. With his right hand he pushed vainly at the floorboards as if trying to lift himself. Then his body went entirely limp, and his eyelids slid down halfway over his eyes, giving them the dull look of the dead. He lay there, with only the most haphazard and tawdry air of finality. Rowan stood as before, without a single outward sign that she had caused it. But she had. Yuri knew. And he could see that Michael knew. He could see it in the way that Michael looked at her, without condemnation, but with a quiet awe. Then a sigh came out of Michael. He took his handkerchief out of his pocket and mopped his face with it. He turned his back on the dead man, shaking his head, and he moved away into the shadows near the window. Rowan merely stood there, her arms folded now, her eyes fixed on Gordon. Perhaps, thought Yuri, she sees something that we don't see. She senses something we can't sense. But it really didn't matter. The bastard was dead. And for the first time Yuri could breathe. He could express a long sigh of relief, so different from the mournful whisper of sound that had just come from Michael. He is dead, Aaron. He is dead. And the elders were not part of it. And they will find out. They will surely find out who his helpers were, if they were those proud young novices. It seemed a foregone conclusion to Yuri that those young men, Markland George and Tommy Monaghan, were guilty. Indeed, the whole scheme seemed the work of the young, rash and ruthless and full of waste, and perhaps it had been truly beyond the old man's imagining. No one moved. No one spoke. They all stood there, paying some sort of dark homage to the dead body, perhaps. Yuri wanted to feel relief, but he felt none. Then Ash went to Rowan, very deliberately and formally, and touching her arms lightly with his long fingers, he bent to kiss her on both cheeks. She looked up into his eyes as if she'd been dreaming. Hers was the unhappiest expression Yuri had ever seen. Ash withdrew, and then turned to Yuri. He waited without speaking. They were all waiting. What was there to say? What must happen now? Yuri tried to plan, but it was quite impossible. "Will you go home now? To the Order?" Ash finally asked. "Yes," said Yuri with a quick nod. "I'll go home to the Order." He whispered, "I've already alerted them to everything. I called them from the village." "I saw you," said Ash. "I spoke with Elvira and with Joan Cross. I have no doubt it was George and Monaghan who helped him, but they'll find out." "And Tessa," said Ash with a little sigh. "Can you take Tessa under your roof?" "You would let me do it?" Yuri asked. "Of course we would take her. We would shelter her and care for her forever. But you would let this happen?" "What other place is safe for her?" said Ash, rather frankly sad now and weary. "She does not have long to live. Her skin is as thin as the vellum pages of my book. She will probably die very soon. But how soon, I have no idea. I don't know how long any of us have to live. We died so often by violence. In the very early days, we believed that was the only way that people died. Natural death. We didn't know what it..." He broke off, scowling, dark eyebrows beautifully curved beneath the scowl, and along the ridge over the end of the large eyes. "But you take her," he resumed. "You'll be kind to her." "Ash," said Rowan softly, "you will give them incontrovertible evidence of the Taltos. Why would you do such a thing?" "That's the best thing that could happen," said Michael. His vehemence caught Yuri off guard. "Do it. Do it for Aaron's sake," said Michael. "Take her there, to the elders. You've done your best to blow the lid off the whole conspiracy. Give them the precious information." "And if we're wrong?" said Rowan. "If it was not a mere handful of men?" She hesitated, looking down at the small, desolate, dead body of Gordon. "Then what do they have?" "Nothing," said Ash softly. "A creature who will die soon and become once again legend, no matter how many scientific tests are taken with her gentle forbearance, no matter how many photographs or tapes are made. Take her there, Yuri, I ask you. Make her known to the council. Make her known to everyone. Destroy the secrecy so cruelly used by Gordon and his friends." "And Samuel?" asked Yuri. "Samuel saved my life. What will Samuel do when he discovers they have her in their very possession?" Ash pondered, eyebrows rising very gracefully, face softened with thought, and very much the way it had been when Yuri first saw it, the countenance of a large, loving man, perhaps more human than humans, he would never know. Such a lovely thought suddenly, that he who lives forever becomes ever more compassionate. But it wasn't true. This being had taken life, and would have killed Gordon if Rowan hadn't somehow forced Gordon's heart to come to a fatal stop. This being might move heaven and earth to get to Mona the witch, who could make another Taltos. How in God's name was he to protect Mona? It was too confusing suddenly, too overwhelming. Of course he would take Tessa with him. He would call them now and beg them to come, and they would, and he would be home again, and he would talk to the elders once more, and they would be his guardians and his friends. They would help him know what to do. They would take the decisions from his shoulders. "And I will protect Mona," said Rowan quietly. He was startled. The gifted witch had been reading his thoughts. How much could she read in all their hearts and souls? How much could the Taltos beguile her and fool her? "I am no enemy to Mona Mayfair," said Ash, apparently catching on easily. "You have been wrong on this from the beginning. I would not endanger the life of a child. I would force myself upon no woman. You have worries enough. Leave Mona Mayfair to these two witches who love her and will take care of her. Leave the family to them. That is what the elders will tell you, no doubt, when you do reach them. Let the family heal the family. Let the order cleanse itself." Yuri wanted to answer, but he didn't know what to say. "I want this so much to be true." Suddenly Ash came towards him and covered Yuri's face gently in kisses. Yuri looked up, overcome with love, and then, clamping his hand behind Ash's neck, he put his lips to Ash's mouth. The kiss was firm and chaste. Somewhere in the back of his mind were Samuel's careless words that he had fallen in love with Ash. He didn't care. That was the thing about trust. Trust brought such a relief to one, such a lovely feeling of being connected, and that is how you let down your guard, and you can be destroyed. "I'll take the body now," Ash said. "I'll put it somewhere where men aren't likely to find it." "No," said Yuri. He was looking right into Ash's large, calm eyes. "I've already spoken to the mother house, as I said. When you're a few miles away, call them. Here, I'll get the number for you. Tell them to come here. We will take care of the body of Stuart Gordon, along with everything else." He moved away from Ash and stood at the foot of the crumpled body. How puny in death Gordon looked. Gordon, the scholar whom everyone had so admired, the friend of Aaron and the mentor to the boys. Uri bent down, and without disturbing anything else about the body, slipped his hand in the inside pocket of Gordon's jacket, and found there the inevitable stash of small white cards. "Here, this is the number of the mother house," he said to Ash, as he righted himself, and put a single card in Ash's hand. He looked back at the body. "There's nothing to connect anyone to this dead man," he said. And realizing it suddenly, the wonderful truth of it, he almost laughed. "How marvelous," he announced. "He is simply dead, with no mark on him of violence. Yes, call the number and they will come. They'll take us all home." He turned and looked at Rowan and Michael. "I'll contact you soon." Rowan's face was sad and unreadable. Michael was plainly anxious. "And if you don't," said Michael, "then we'll know that we were wrong." Uri smiled and shook his head. "I understand now. I understand how it could happen. I see the weaknesses, the charm." He looked about the tower room. Part of him hated it so much. Part of him saw it as a sanctuary to deadly romanticism. Part of him could not endure the thought of waiting for rescue. But he was too tired, really, to think of anything else, or to do it in any other way. "I'll go talk to Tessa," said Rowan. "I'll explain that Stuart is very, very ill, and that you're going to stay with her until help comes." "Oh, that would be too good of you," said Uri. And then, for the first time, he felt his full exhaustion. He sat down on the chair at the table. His eyes fell on the book, or codex, as Stuart had called it so properly or so pedantically, he wasn't sure which. He saw the long fingers of Ash close on either side of it, picking it up. And then Ash held it again to his chest. "How can I reach you?" Uri asked him. "You can't," said Ash. "But in the days that follow, I promise I will contact you." "Please don't forget your promise," said Uri wearily. "I must warn you about something," said Ash softly, thoughtfully, holding the book as if it was some sort of sacred shield. "In the months and years to come," he continued, "you may see my likeness here and there, in the normal course of your life, as you happen to pick up a newspaper or a magazine. Don't ever try to come to me. Don't ever try to call me. I am well guarded in ways you cannot dream of. You will not succeed in reaching me. Tell the same to your order. I will never acknowledge to any one of them the things I've told you. And for the love of God, please warn them not to go to the glen. The little people are dying out, but until they do, they can be most dangerous. Warn them all. Stay away from the glen." "Then you are saying that I can tell them what I've seen?" "Yes, you'll have to do that. You'll have to be utterly open with them. Otherwise you can't go home." Uri looked up at Rowan and then at Michael. They drew close, one on either side of him. He felt Rowan's hand touch his face as she kissed him. He felt Michael's hand on his arm. He didn't say anything. He couldn't. He had no more words. Perhaps he had no more tears. But the joy in him was so alien to his expectations, it was so wondrous, that he longed to tell them, to let them know. The order would come to get him. The disastrous treachery was finished. They were coming, his brothers and sisters, and he could lay bare the horrors and the mysteries he'd seen. He didn't look up as they left him. He heard them descending the winding staircase. He heard the distant sound of the front door. He also heard soft voices just beneath him. Slowly he climbed to his feet. He went down the steps to the second floor. Beside the loom, in the shadows, Tessa stood like a great sapling, her hands pressed together, nodding her head as Rowan spoke too softly for Yuri to hear. Then Rowan gave the woman her kisses of parting and quickly walked towards the stairs. "Goodbye, Yuri," she said gently as she passed him, and she turned with her hand on the rail. "Yuri, tell them everything. Make sure the file on the Mayfair witches is finished, just as it should be." "Everything?" he asked. "Why not?" she asked with a strange smile, and then she disappeared. Quickly he looked to Tessa. He'd forgotten about Tessa for those few moments, and Tessa was bound to be miserable when she saw Stuart. Dear God, how would he stop her from going upstairs? But Tessa was at her loom again, or her tapestry frame, perhaps that's what it was, and she was sewing and singing a little to herself, or making of her normal respiration a little song. He drew close to her, afraid of disturbing her. "I know," she said now, looking up at him, smiling sweetly and brightly, with a round and radiant face. "Stuart's died now, and gone, perhaps to heaven." "She told you?" "Yes, she did." Yuri looked out the window. He did not know what he actually saw in the darkness. Was it the gleaming water of the lake? He couldn't tell. But then, without mistake, he saw the headlights of a car moving away. Through the dark pockets of forest, the light flashed, and then the car disappeared. For a moment he felt deserted and horribly exposed. But they would make the call for him. Of course they would. They were probably making the call right now. Then there would be no record on the phone here connecting those who were to come and those with whom he and the woman would go. Suddenly he was so tired. Where was the bed in this place? He wanted to ask, but he didn't. He stood merely watching her at her sewing, listening to her humming, and when finally she looked up, she smiled again. "Oh, I knew it was coming," she said. "I knew it every time I looked at him. I've never known it to fail with your kind. Sooner or later you all grow weak and small, and you die. It took me years to realize it, to realize that no one escapes it. And Stuart, poor dear, he was so very weak. I knew the death would come for him at any time." Yuri said nothing. He felt a powerful aversion to her, so powerful that he struggled with all his being to disguise it, lest she feel some chill, lest she be hurt. Dimly he thought of his Mona. He saw her aflame with human life, fragrant and warm and continuously surprising. He wondered, did the Taltos see humans that way? Rougher, wilder? Were we coarse animals to them? Animals perhaps of volatile and dangerous charm, rather like lions and tigers are to us? Mona. In his mind he caught a handful of Mona's hair. He saw her turn to look at him, green eyes, lips smiling, words coming rapidly with a lovely American vulgarity and charm. He felt more certain than ever that he would never see Mona again. He knew that that was what was meant for her, that her family enfold her, that someone of her own metal within her own clan should be her inevitable love. "Let's not go upstairs," Tessa said now in a confidential whisper. "Let's let Stuart be dead by himself. It's all right, don't you think? After they're dead, I don't think they mind what you do." Slowly Yuri nodded and looked back out into the secretive night beyond the glass. 20. She stood in the dark kitchen, deliciously full. All the milk was gone, every single drop of it, and the cream cheese, and the cottage cheese, and butter, too. That's what you call a clean sweep. Oops, forgot something. Thin slices of yellow processed cheese. Gag me with a spoon.
full of chemicals and dye. Ugh, yuck. She chewed them up. Gone, thank you. You know, darling, if you had turned out to be an idiot, she said. That was never a possibility, Mother. I am you and I am Michael, and in a very real way I am everyone who has been speaking to you from the beginning, and I am Mary Jane. She burst into laughter, all alone in the dark kitchen, leaning against the refrigerator. What about ice cream? Shit, she almost forgot. Well, honey, you drew a good hand, she said. You couldn't have drawn better. And am I to presume you did not miss a single syllable? Haagen-Dazs vanilla. Pint. Pint. Mona Mayfair! Who was that calling? Eugenia? Don't want to talk to her. Don't want her to disturb me or Mary Jane. Mary Jane was still in the library with the papers she'd sneaked out of Michael's desk. Or was it Rowan's? Now that Rowan was back in circulation. Never mind. It was all kinds of medical stuff and lawyer business and papers relating to things that had happened only 3 weeks ago. Mary Jane, once introduced to the various files and histories, had proved insatiable. The history of the family was now her ice cream, so to speak. Now, the question is, do we share this ice cream with Mary Jane in cousinly fashion, or do we gobble it? Gobble it. It was time to tell Mary Jane. The time had come. When she'd passed the door just a few minutes ago, before the final raid on the kitchen, Mary Jane had been mumbling things about those dead doctors, God help them, Dr. Larkin and the one out in California, and the chemical autopsies on the dead women. The key thing was to remember to put that stuff back so that neither Rowan nor Michael was unduly alarmed. After all, these things were not being done casually. There was a purpose. Mary Jane was the one upon whom she had fully to depend. Mona Mayfair! It was Eugenia calling. What a nuisance. Mona Mayfair! It's Rowan Mayfair on the phone all the way from England calling you. Gold, gold. What she needed was a tablespoon for this ice cream, even if she had almost finished the entire pint. There was one more pint to go. Now, whose were those little feet coming tippy-tap in the dark? Someone running through the dining room? Morrigan clicked her tiny tongue in time with the tippy-tapping. Why, it's my beloved cousin Mary Jane Mayfair. Shh! Mary Jane put a finger to her lips. She's looking for you. She's got Rowan on the phone. Rowan wants to talk to you. She said for us to wake you up. Pick it up in the library and take the message. I can't risk talking to her. You've got to fool her. Tell her we're fine. I'm in the bathtub or something. And ask about everybody. Like how's Yuri and how's Michael? And is she all right? Got it. And off went the teeny-tiny feet tippy-tapping on the floor. She scraped up the last of that pint and threw the container in the sink. What a messy kitchen. And all my life I have been so neat. And now, look, I'm corrupted by money. She tore open the next pint. Once again came the magic feet. Mary Jane, ripping into the butler's pantry and flying around the edge of the door, with her corn-yellow hair and her long, thin brown legs and her teensy waist and her white lace skirts swinging like a bell. Mona, she said in a whisper. Yeah? Mona whispered back. What the hell? She ate another big spoon of the ice cream. Yes, but Rowan said she had momentous news for us, said Mary Jane, very obviously aware of the import of this message. That she would tell us all when she saw us, but that right now she had something she had to do. Same for Michael. Yuri's okay. You did a splendid job. What about the guards outside? She said to keep them, not to change anything. Said she'd already called Ryan and told him. Said for you to stay inside and rest and do whatever your doctor tells you. Practical woman. Intelligent woman. Well, this second carton was empty already. Enough is enough. She started to shiver all over. So cold.
Why hadn't she gotten rid of those guards? Mary Jane reached out and rubbed Mona's arms. You okay, darling? Then Mary Jane's eyes dropped to Mona's stomach, and her face went blank with fear. She lowered her right hand, wanting to touch Mona's stomach, but she didn't dare. Listen, it's time to tell you everything, said Mona, to give you your choice right now. I was going to lead you into it step by step, but that's not fair, and it's not necessary. I can do what I have to do, even if you don't want to help me, and maybe you'd be better off not helping. Either we go now and you help me, or I go alone. Go where? That's just it. We're clearing out of here right now. Gods or no gods. You can drive, can't you? She pushed past Mary Jane and into the butler's pantry. She opened the key cabinet. Looked for the Lincoln insignia. Limo was a Lincoln, wasn't it? When Ryan had bought it for her, he'd said she should never be in a limousine that was not black and was not a Lincoln. Sure enough, there were the keys. Michael had his keys and the keys to Rowan's Mercedes, but the keys to the limo were right here, where Clem was supposed to leave them. Well, sure, I can drive, said Mary Jane. But whose car are we taking? Mine, the limousine, only we're not taking the driver with it. You ready? We're counting on the driver being fast asleep out back. Now, what do we need? You're supposed to tell me everything and give me my choice. Mona stopped. They were both in the shadows. The house was dark all around them, light pouring in from the garden, from the big zone of blue illumination that was the pool. Mary Jane's eyes were huge and round, making her nose look tiny and her cheeks very smooth. Tendrils of her hair moved behind her shoulders, but mostly it was corn silk. The light struck the cleft of her breast. Why don't you tell me? Said Mona. Okay, said Mary Jane. You're going to have it, no matter what it is. Right you are. And you're not letting Rowan and Michael kill it, no matter what it is. Right you are. And the best place for us to go is where nobody will be able to find us. Right you are. Only the only place I know is Font Vaux. And if we cut loose every skiff at the landing, the only way they can get out there into the basin after us is to bring in their own boat, if they even think of coming down that way. Oh, Mary Jane, you genius. Right you are. Mama, I love you, Mama. And I love you too, my little Morrigan. Trust in me. Trust in Mary Jane. Hey, don't faint on me. Listen, I'm going to go get pillows, blankets, stuff like that. You got any cash? Keep $20 bills in the drawer by the bed. You sit down. Come in here with me and sit down. Mary Jane led her through the kitchen and to the table. Put your head down. Mary Jane, don't freak out on me. Don't, no matter what it looks like. Just you rest till I come back. And away went the clicky high heels running through the house. The song started again, so sweet, so pretty, the song of flowers and the glen. Stop, Morrigan. Talk to me, Mother. And Uncle Julien brought you here to sleep with my father, but he didn't know what would happen. But you understand, Mother. You said you understood. But the giant helix was, in this case, not allied to any ancient evil, but was purely an expression of a genetic potential in you and in Father that had always been there. Mona tried to answer, but it wasn't necessary. The voice went on, sing-song and soft and very rapid. Hey, slow down. You sound like a bumblebee when you do that. Immense responsibility to survive and to give birth, and to love me, Mother. Don't forget to love me. I need you, your love, above all things, without which I may lose in my frailty the very will to live. They were all gathered together in the stone circle, shivering, crying. The tall, dark-haired one had come, trying to quiet them. They drew in close to the fire. But why? Why do they want to kill us? And Ashlar said, It is their way. They are warlike people. They kill those who are not of their clan. It is as important as eating or drinking or making love is to us. They feast on death. Look, she said aloud. The kitchen door had just slammed. Be quiet, Mary Jane. Don't bring Eugenia down here. But we've got to be scientific about this. I should have been recording all this on the computer, typing it in as I see it. But it's almost impossible to accurately record when surrendering to a trance. When we reach Fort Vaux, we will have Mary Jane's computer. Mary Jane the godsend. Mary Jane had come back, shutting the kitchen door quietly this time, thank heaven. That is what the others have to understand, said Mona, that this is not from hell, but from God. Lashaw was from hell, one could say that, you know, speaking metaphysically or metaphorically, religiously or poetically. But when a creature is born this way of two human beings, both of whom contain a mysterious genome, then it's from God. Who else but God? Emeleth was the child of rape, but not this child. Well, at least the mother wasn't the one who got raped. Shh, let us get out of here. I told the guards that I'd seen somebody funny out front and that I was driving you up to your house to get you some clothes and then to the doctor. Come on. Mary Jane, you are a genius. But when she stood up, the world swam. Holy God. I have you. Now you hold on to me. Are you in pain? Well, no more than anybody would be with a nuclear explosion going on in her womb. Let's get out of here. They crept out down the alley, Mary Jane steadying her when she needed it, that she was doing all right, hanging on to the gate and to the fence, and then they were in the carport. And there was the big, sleek limousine, and bless her heart, Mary Jane had started the engine and the door was open. Here we go. Morrigan, stop singing. I have to think. Tell her about the gate opener. You have to press the little magic twanger. I know that. Get in. Roar of the engine and the rusty, creaky sound of the gate rolling back. You know, Mona, I've got to ask you something. I've got to. What if this thing can't be born without your dying? Shh, bite your tongue, cousin. Roan didn't die, did she? And she gave birth to one and the other. I'm not dying. Morrigan won't let me. No, Mother. I love you. I need you, Mother. Don't talk of dying. When you talk of death, I can smell death. Mary Jane, is the best place Fort Vaux? You're sure? Have we considered all the possibilities? Perhaps a motel somewhere. Listen, Granny's there, and Granny can be completely trusted. And that little boy staying with her will light out of there as soon as I give him one of these $20 bills. But he can't leave his boat at the landing. Not for someone else to... No, he won't do that, honey. Don't be silly. He'll take his pirogue up home to his place. He doesn't come by the landing. He lives up near town. Now, just you sit back and rest. We've got a stash of things at Fort Vaux. We have the attic, all dry and warm. Oh, yes, that would be wonderful. And when the sun comes up in the morning, it will come into all the attic windows. Mary Jane hit the brakes. They were already at Jackson Avenue. Sorry, honey. This car is so powerful. You're having trouble? God, I never sat up here before, with the whole damned stretch behind me. This is weird, like driving a plane. No, I'm not having trouble. Mary Jane took the turn onto St. Charles. Except with these creepy, drunken New Orleans drivers. It's midnight, you know. But this is a cinch to drive, actually, especially if you've driven an 18-wheeler, which I certainly have. And where the hell did you do that, Mary Jane? Arizona, honey. Had to do it. Had to steal the truck, but that's another story. Morrigan was calling her, singing again, but in that rapid humming voice. Singing to herself, perhaps. I can't wait to see you, to hold you. I love you more for what you are. Oh, this is destiny, Morrigan. This eclipses everything. The whole world of bassinets and rattles and happy fathers. Well, he will be happy eventually when he comes to understand that the terms now have changed utterly. The world spun. The cold wind swept down over the plain. They were dancing in spite of it, trying desperately to keep warm. Why had the warmth deserted them? Where was their homeland? Ashler said, "This is our homeland now. We must learn the cold as well as we learned the warmth.
Don't let them chill me, Mama.
Morrigan lay cramped, feeling the bubble of fluid, her hair falling around her and under her, her knees pressed against her eyes. Honey, what makes you think anyone will hurt you?
I think it because you think it, Mama. I know what you know. You're talking to that baby?
I am, and it's answering me. Her eyes were closing when they hit the freeway. Just you sleep now, darling. We're burning up the miles, honey. This thing does 90, and you can't even feel it.
Don't get a ticket.
Honey, don't you think a witch like me can handle a policeman? They never finish writing the ticket. Mona laughed. Things couldn't have worked out better. Really, they couldn't have. And the best was yet to come. 21. The bell tolling. He was not really dreaming. He was planning. But when he did this on the edge of sleep, Markland saw images vividly, saw possibilities that he could not see any other way. They would go to America. They would take with them every scrap of valuable information which they had amassed. To hell with Stuart and with Tessa. Stuart had deserted them. Stuart had disappointed them for the last time. They would carry with them the memory of Stuart, Stuart's belief and conviction, Stuart's reverence for the mystery. But that would be all of Stuart that they would ever need. They would set up some small apartment in New Orleans and begin their systematic watch of the Mayfair witches. This might take years, but both of them had money. Markland had real money, and Tommy had the unreal kind that expressed itself in multi-millions. Tommy had paid for everything so far, but Markland could support himself, no problem, and the families could chew on some excuse about an informal sabbatical. Perhaps they would even enroll in courses at the nearby university. Didn't matter. When they had their sights on the Mayfairs, the fun would begin again. The bell. Dear God, that bell. Mayfair witches. He wished he were in Regent's Park now with the entire file. All those pictures. Aaron's last report, still in Xerox typescript. Michael Curry. Read Aaron's copious notes on Michael Curry. This was the man who could father the monster. This was the man whom Lasher had chosen in childhood. Aaron's report, hasty, excited, full of concern, finally, had been clear on that point. Was it possible for an ordinary man to learn a witch's powers? Oh, if only it were a matter of mere diabolic pact. What if a transfusion of the witch's blood could give him the telepathic abilities? Sheer nonsense, more than likely. But think of the power of the two of them. Rowan Mayfair, the doctor, and the witch. Michael Curry, who had fathered the beautiful beast. Who had called it the beautiful beast? Was that Stuart? Where the hell was Stuart? Damn you, Stuart. You ran like a ruptured duck. You left us, Stuart, without so much as a phone call, a hasty word of parting, a hint of where and when we might meet. Go on without Stuart. And speaking of Aaron, how could they get his papers from this new wife in America? Well, everything rested upon one thing. They had to leave here with an unblemished reputation. They had to ask for a leave of absence without arousing the least suspicion. With a start, he opened his eyes. Had to get out of here. Didn't want to spend another minute. But there was the bell. It had to be the signal for the memorials. Listen to it, tolling, an awful, nerve-wracking sound. "Wake up, Tommy," he said. Tommy was slumped over in the chair by the desk, snoring, a tiny bit of drool on his chin. His heavy tortoiseshell glasses had reached the very tip of his rounded nose. "Tommy, it's the bell." Markland sat up, straightened his clothes as best he could. He climbed off the bed. He shook Tommy by the shoulder. For one moment, Tommy had that baffled, annoyed look of the just awakened. and then the common sense returned. "Yes, the bell," she said calmly. He ran his hands over his floppy red hair. "At last, the bell." They took turns washing their faces. Markland took a bit of Kleenex, smeared it with Tommy's toothpaste, and cleaned his teeth by hand. He needed to shave, but there was no time for it. They'd go to Regent's Park, get everything, and leave for America on the first flight out. "Leave of absence, hell," he said now. "I'm for leaving, just going. I don't want to go back to my own room to pack. I'm for heading out of here immediately. The hell with the ceremony." "Don't be so foolish," Tommy murmured. "We'll say what we have to say, and we'll learn what we can learn. And then we'll leave at the appropriate and less conspicuous time." Damn. A knock sounded at the door. "We're coming," Tommy said, with a little raising of his eyebrows. He straightened his tweed jacket. He looked both mussed and hot. Markland's own wool blazer was badly rumpled, and he'd lost his tie. Well, the shirt looked all right with the sweater. It would have to do, wouldn't it? The tie was in the car, perhaps. He'd ripped it off when he was driving away the first time. He should never have come back. 3 minutes, came the voice through the door. One of the old ones. The place was going to be choked with them. "You know," said Markland, "none of this was bearable even when I thought of myself as a dedicated novice. Now I find it simply outrageous, being awakened at 4 in the morning. Good God, it's actually 5, for a morning ceremony. It's as stupid as those modern-day druids dressed up in sheets who carry on at Stonehenge on the summer solstice, or whenever the hell they do it. I may let you say the appropriate words for us. I may wait in the car." "The hell you will," said Tommy. He took several swipes at his dry hair with the comb. Useless. They went out of the room together, Tommy stopping to lock the door. The hall was predictably cold. "Well, you can do that if you wish," said Markland, "but I'm not coming back up to this floor. They can have whatever I've left in my room." "That would be perfectly stupid. You'll pack as if you were leaving for normal reasons. Why the hell not? I can't stay here, I tell you. And what if you've overlooked something in your room? Something that would blow the lid off the entire affair? I haven't. I know I haven't." The corridors and the staircase were empty. Possibly they were the last of the novices to hear the bell. A soft whisper of voices rose from the first floor. As they came to the foot of the steps, Markland saw it was worse than he could have imagined. Look at the candles everywhere. Everyone, absolutely everyone, dressed in black. All the electric lights had been put out. A sickening gush of warm air surrounded them. Both fires were blazing. Good heavens, and they had draped every window in the house with crape. "Oh, this is too rich," Tommy whispered. "Why didn't someone tell us to dress?" "It's positively nauseating," said Markland. "Look, I'm giving it 5 minutes." "Don't be a blasted fool," said Tommy. "Where are the other novices?" "I see old people everywhere. Old people." There must have been 100 in small groups, or simply standing alone against the dark oak-paneled walls. Gray hair everywhere. Well, surely the younger members were here somewhere. "Come on," said Tommy, pinching Markland's arm and pushing him into the hall. A great supper was spread on the banquet table. "Good Lord, it's a goddamned feast," Markland said. It made him sick to look at it. Roast lamb and beef, and bowls of steaming potatoes, and piles of shiny plates and silver forks. "Yes, they're eating. They're actually eating," she whispered to Tommy. A whole string of elderly men and women were quietly and slowly filling their plates. Joan Cross was there in her wheelchair. Joan had been crying. And there was the formidable Timothy Hollingshed, wearing his innumerable titles on his face, as he always did. Arrogant bastard, and not a penny to his name. Elvira passed through the crowd with a decanter of red wine. The glasses stood on the sideboard. "Now that is something I can use," thought Markland. "I can use that wine." A sudden thought came to him. of being free from here, on the plane to America, relaxed, his shoes kicked off, the stewardess plying him with liquor and delicious food. Only a matter of hours. The bell was still tolling. How long was that going to go on? Several men near him were speaking Italian, all of them on the short side. There were the old grumbly British ones, the friends of Aaron, most of them now retired. And there was a young woman. Well, at least she seemed young. Black hair and heavily made-up eyes. Yes, when you looked, you saw they were senior members, but not merely the decrepit class. There stood Brian Holloway from Amsterdam, and there, those anemic and pop-eyed male twins who worked out of Rome. No one was really looking at anyone, though people did talk to each other. Indeed, the air was solemn but convivial. From all around came soft murmurs of Aaron this and Aaron that. Always loved Aaron, adored Aaron. Seems they had forgotten Marcus entirely. And well they should, thought Markland, if only they knew how cheaply Marcus had been bought out. Have some wine, please, gentlemen, said Elvira softly. She gestured to the rows and rows of crystal glasses. Old stemware, all the old finery. Look at the antique silver forks with their deep incrustations. Look at the old dishes, dragged from some vault somewhere, perhaps, to be loaded with fudge and iced cake. No, thank you, said Tommy tersely. Can't eat with a plate and a glass in my hands. Someone laughed in the low roar of whispers and murmurs. Another voice rose above the others. Joan Cross sat solitary in the midst of the gathering, her forehead resting in her hand. But who are we mourning? Asked Markland in a whisper. Is it Marcus or Aaron? He had to say something. The candles made an irritating glare for all the swimming darkness around him. He blinked. He had always loved this sense of pure wax, but this was overpowering, absurd. Blake and Talmadge were talking together rather heatedly in the corner. Hollingshed joined them. As far as Markland knew, they were in their late 50s. Where were the other novices? No other novices. Not even Ansling and Perry, the officious little monsters. What does your instinct tell you? Something is wrong. Very wrong. Markland went after Elvira, quickly catching her elbow. Are we supposed to be here? Yes, of course you are, said Elvira. We're not dressed. Doesn't matter. Here, do have a drink. This time she put the glass in his hand. He set down his plate on the edge of the long table. Probably a breach of etiquette. Nobody else had done it. And God, look at this spread. There was a great roasted boar's head with the apple in its mouth, and the suckling pig surrounded by fruit on its steaming silver platter. The mingled fragrances of the meat were delicious. He had to admit it. He was getting hungry. How absurd. Elvira was gone, but Nathan Harbison was very close to him, looking down at him from his lofty mossback height. Does the Order always do this? Markland asked. Throw a banquet when someone dies? We have our rituals, said Nathan Harbison in an almost sad voice. We are an old, old order. We take our vows seriously. Yes, very seriously, said one of the pop-eyed twins from Rome. This one was Enzo, wasn't it? Or was it Rodolfo? Markland couldn't remember. His eyes made you think of fish, too large for expression, indicative only of illness, and to think it had struck both of them. And when the twins both smiled, as they were doing now, they looked rather hideous. Their faces were wrinkled, thin, but there was supposed to be some crucial difference between them. What was it? Markland could not recall. There are certain basic principles, said Nathan Harbison, his velvety baritone voice growing a little louder, a little more confident, perhaps. And certain things, said Enzo the twin, are beyond question with us. Timothy Hollingshed had drawn near and was looking down his aquiline nose at Markland, as he always did. His hair was white and thick, like Aaron's had been. Markland didn't like the look of him. It was like looking at a cruel version of Aaron, much taller, more ostentatiously elegant. God, look at the man's rings. Positively vulgar, and every one was supposed to have its history, replete with tales of battle, treachery, vengeance. When can we leave here? When will all this end? Yes, we hold certain things sacred, Timothy was saying, just as if we were a small nation unto ourselves. Elvira had returned. Yes, it isn't merely a matter of tradition. No, said a tall, dark-haired man with ink-black eyes and a bronzed face. It's a matter of a deep moral commitment, of loyalty, and of reverence, said Enzo. Don't forget reverence. A consensus, said Elvira, looking straight at him. But then they were all looking at him. On what is of value, and how it must be protected at all costs. More people had pressed into the room, senior members only. A predictable increase in soft chatter. Someone laughing again. Didn't people have the sense not to laugh? There is something just flat out wrong with this. But we're the only novices, thought Markland. And where was Tommy? Suddenly, in a panic, he realized he had lost sight of Tommy. No, there he was, eating grapes from the table like some sort of Roman plutocrat. Ought to have the decency not to do that. Markland gave a quick, uneasy nod to those clustered around him, and pushed through a tight press of men and women, and, nearly tripping over someone's foot, landed finally at Tommy's side. What the hell's the matter with you? Tommy demanded. He was looking at the ceiling. For God's sake, relax. We'll be on the plane in a few hours. Then we'll be in... Shh! Don't say anything, said Markland, conscious that his voice was no longer normal, no longer under his control. If he had ever been this apprehensive in his life, he didn't remember it. For the first time he saw that the black cloth had been draped everywhere along the walls. The 2 clocks of the great hall were covered, and the mirrors were veiled in black. He found these things totally unnerving. He had never seen such old-fashioned funeral trappings. When people in his family had died, they'd been cremated. Someone called you later to tell you that it had been done. That was precisely what had happened with his parents. He'd been at school, lying on his bed, reading Ian Fleming when the call came, and he had only nodded and gone on reading. And now he's inherited everything, absolutely everything. Suddenly he was thoroughly sick from the candles. He could see the candelabra everywhere, such costly silver. Some of them were even encrusted with jewels. God, how much money did this order have stashed away in its cellars and its vaults? A small nation indeed. But then it was all the fault of fools like Stuart, who had long ago willed his entire fortune to the order, and must surely have changed that will, all things considered, of course. All things. Tessa. The plan. Where was Stuart now? With Tessa? The talk grew louder and louder. There was the tinkling of glasses. Elvira came again and poured more wine into his glass. "Drink up, Mark," she said. "Do behave, Mark," whispered Tommy, unpleasantly close to his face. Markland turned. This wasn't his religion. This wasn't his custom, to stand about feasting and drinking in black clothes at dawn. "I'm going now," he suddenly declared. His voice seemed to explode from his mouth and echo throughout the room. Everybody else had gone silent. For 1 second, in the ringing stillness, he almost gave in to a scream. The desire to scream was more pure in him than ever in childhood. To scream in panic, in horror, he didn't know which. Tommy pinched his arm and pointed. The double doors to the dining hall had been opened. Ah, So that was the reason for the silence. Dear God, had they brought the remains of Aaron home? The candles, the crepe. It was the very same in the dining hall, another cavern of grimness. He was determined not to enter, but before he could act upon this decision, the crowd moved him slowly and solemnly towards the open doorway. He and Tommy were being almost carried along. Don't want to see any more. Want to leave here. The press loosened as they passed through the doors. Men and women were filing around the long table. Someone was laid out on the table. God, not Aaron. Can't look at Aaron. And they know you can't look at him, don't they? They are waiting for you to panic and for Aaron's wounds to bleed. Horrible. Stupid. He clutched Tommy's arm again and heard Tommy's correction. Do be still. At last they had come to the edge of the grand old table. This was a man in a dusty wool jacket with mud on his shoes. Look, mud. This is no corpse properly laid out. This is ludicrous, said Tommy under his breath. What sort of funeral is this? He heard himself say aloud. Slowly, he leant over so that he could see the dead face that was turned away from him. Stuart Gordon, dead and lying on this table. Stuart's impossibly thin face with its bird beak of a nose and his lifeless blue eyes. Dear God, they had not even closed his eyes. Were they all insane? He backed away awkwardly, colliding with Tommy, feeling his heel on Tommy's toe, and then the swift removal of Tommy's foot. All thought seemed beyond him. A dread took hold of him totally. Stuart is dead. Stuart is dead. Stuart is dead. Tommy was staring at the body. Did he know it was Stuart? What is the meaning of this? Tommy asked, his voice low and full of wrath. What happened to Stuart? But the words had little conviction. His voice, always a monotone, was now weak with shock. The others drew in all around them, pressing them right against the table. Stuart's limp left hand lay right near them. For the love of heaven, said Tommy angrily, someone close his eyes. From one end of the table to the other, the members surrounded it, a phalanx of mourners in black. Or were they mourners? Even Joan Cross was there, at the head of the table, arms resting on the arms of her wheelchair, her reddened eyes fixed upon them. No one spoke. No one moved. The first stage of silence had been the absence of speech. This was the second stage, the absence of movement, with members so still he could not even hear anyone draw breath. What's happened to him? Demanded Tommy. Still no one answered. Markland could not fix his gaze on anything. He kept looking at the small dead skull with its thin covering of white hair. Did you kill yourself, you fool, you crazed fool? Is that what you did? At the first chance of discovery? And suddenly, very suddenly, he realized that all the others were not looking at Stuart. They were looking at Tommy and at him. He felt a pain in his chest as though someone had begun to press on his breastbone with impossibly strong hands. He turned, desperately searching the faces around him. Enzo, Harbison, Elvira, and the others staring at him with malign expressions. Elvira herself staring straight up into his eyes. And right beside him, Timothy Hollingshed staring coldly down at him. Only Tommy did not stare at him. Tommy stared across the table, and when Markland looked to see what had so distracted him, what had made him oblivious to the perfect horror of all this, he saw that Yuri Stefano, clothed in proper funereal black, was standing only a few feet away. Yuri was here and had been here all along. Had Yuri killed Stuart? Why, in the name of God, hadn't Stuart been clever? Why hadn't he known how to deflect Yuri? The whole point of the intercept, of the bogus excommunication, was that Yuri would never be able to reach the mother house again, and that idiot Lansing to have let Yuri escape from the glen. No, said Elvira. The bullet
found its mark, but it wasn't fatal, and he's come home. You were Gordon's accomplices, said Hollingshed disdainfully. Both of you. And you, and only you, are left. His accomplices, said Uri from the other side of the table. His bright ones, his geniuses. No, said Markland. This is not true. Who is accusing us? Stuart accused you, said Harbison. The papers scattered all through his tower house accused you. His diary accused you. His poetry accused you. Tessa accused you. Tessa. How dare you enter his house? Thundered Tommy, red with rage as he glared about him. You don't have Tessa, I don't believe you, Markland screamed. Where is Tessa? It was all for Tessa. And then, realizing his terrible error, he realized in full what he already knew. Oh, why hadn't he listened to his instinct? His instinct had told him to leave, and now his instinct told him without question, it is too late. I'm a British citizen, said Tommy under his breath. I won't be detained here for any sort of vigilante court. At once the crowd shifted and moved against them, pushing them slowly from the head of the table towards the foot. Hands had taken hold of Markland's arm. That unspeakable Hollingshed had hold of him. He heard Tommy protest once more, "Let me go!" But it was now utterly impossible. They were being pressed into the corridor and down it, the soft thudding of feet on the waxed boards echoing up beneath the wooden arches. It was a mob which had caught him, a mob from which he couldn't conceivably escape. With a loud metallic shuffle and crack, the doors of the old elevator were thrown back. Markland was shoved inside, turning frantically, a claustrophobia gripping him that again pushed him to scream. But the doors were sliding shut. He and Tommy stood pressed against each other, surrounded by Harbison, Enzo, Elvira, the dark-haired tall one, and Hollingshed, and several other men, strong men. The elevator was clattering and wobbling its way down, into the cellars. "What are you going to do to us?" he demanded suddenly. "I insist upon being taken to the main floor again," said Tommy disdainfully. "I insist upon immediate release." "There are certain crimes we find unspeakable," said Elvira softly, her eyes fixed on Tommy now, thank heaven. "Certain things which, as an order, we cannot possibly forgive or forget." "Which means what, I'd like to know?" said Tommy. The heavy old elevator stopped with a shattering jolt. Then it was out into the passage, the hands hurting Markland's arms. They were being taken along some unknown route in the cellars, down a corridor supported with crude wooden beams, rather like a mine shaft. The smell of the earth was around them. All the others were beside them, or behind them now. They could see two doors at the end of this passage, large wooden doors inset beneath a low arch and bolted shut. "You think you can detain me here against my will?" said Tommy. "I'm a British citizen." "You killed Aaron Leitner," said Harbison. "You killed others in our name," said Enzo. And there was his brother beside him, repeating in a maddening echo the very same words. "You besmirched us in the eyes of others," said Hollingshed. "You did unspeakable evil in our name." "I confess to nothing," said Tommy. "We don't require you to confess," said Elvira. "We don't require anything of you," said Enzo. "Aaron died believing your lies," said Hollingshed. "God damn it, I will not stand for this," roared Tommy. But Markland could not bring himself to be indignant, outraged, whatever it was he ought to be. But they were holding him prisoner, forcing him now towards the doors. "Wait a minute. Wait, please, don't. Wait," he stammered. He begged. "Did Stuart kill himself? What happened to Stuart? If Stuart were here, he would exonerate us. You can't really think that someone of Stuart's years—" "Save your lies for God," said Elvira softly.
All night long we've examined the evidence. We've spoken with your white-haired goddess. Unburden your soul of the truth to us, if you wish, but don't bother us with your lies. The figures closed ranks tightly against them. They were being moved closer and closer to this chamber or room, or dungeon perhaps. Markland couldn't know. "Stop!" he cried suddenly. "In the name of God, stop! There are things you don't know about Tessa, things you simply don't understand." "Don't cater to them, you idiot," snarled Tommy. "Do you think my father won't be asking questions? I'm not a bloody orphan. I have a huge family. Do you think—" A strong arm gripped Markland about the waist. Another was clamped around his neck. The doors were being opened inward. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Tommy struggling, knee bent, foot kicking at the men behind him. An icy gust of air rose from the open doors. Blackness. I cannot be locked in blackness. I cannot. And finally he screamed. He couldn't hold it back any longer. He screamed. The terrible cry begun before he was pushed forward, before he felt himself topple from the threshold, before he realized he was plunging down and down into the blackness, into the nothingness, that Tommy was falling with him, cursing them, threatening them, or so it seemed. It was quite impossible to know. His scream was echoing too loudly off the stone walls. He'd struck the ground. The blackness was outside him and also within. Then the awakening to pain throughout his limbs. He lay among hard and jagged things, cutting things. Dear God! And when he sat upright, his hand fell on objects which crumbled and broke and gave off a dull ashen smell. He squinted in the single shaft of light that fell down upon him, and looking upwards he realized with horror that it came from the door through which he'd fallen, over the heads and shoulders of the figures who filled it in black silhouette. "No! You can't do it!" he screamed, scrambling forward in the darkness, and then, without compass points or touchstones of any kind, climbing to his feet. He couldn't see their darkened faces. He couldn't make out even the shapes of their heads. He'd fallen many feet, many, perhaps 30 feet even. He didn't know. "Stop it! You can't keep us here! You can't put us here!" he roared, raising his hands to them, imploring them. But the figures had stepped back out of the lighted opening, and with horror he heard a familiar sound. It was the hinges creaking as the light died and the doors were closed. "Tommy! Tommy, where are you?" he cried desperately. The echo frightened him. It was locked in with him. It had nowhere to go but up against him, against his ears. He reached out, patting the floor, touching these soft, broken, crumbling things, and suddenly he felt something wet and warm. "Tommy!" he cried with relief. He could feel Tommy's lips, his nose, his eyes. "Tommy!" Then, in a split second, longer in duration perhaps than all his life, he understood everything. Tommy was dead. He'd died in the fall, and they had not cared that he might. And they were never coming back for Markland. Never. Had the law, with its comforts and its sanctions, been a possibility, they would not have thrown either one of them from such a height. And now Tommy was dead. He was alone in this place, in the dark, beside his dead friend, clinging to him now. And the other things, the things round which his fingers curled, were bones. "No, you can't do it! You can't countenance such a thing!" His voice rose again in a scream. "Let me out of here! Let me out!" Back came the echo, as if these cries were streamers rising and then tumbling back down upon him. "Let me out!" His cries ceased to be words. His cries grew softer and more full of agony, and their terrible sound gave him a strange comfort. And he knew it was the last and only comfort he'd ever know. He lay still, finally, beside Tommy, fingers locked around Tommy's arm. Perhaps Tommy wasn't dead. Tommy would wake up and they would search this place together. Perhaps that's what they were supposed to do. There was a way out, and the others meant for him to find it. They meant him to walk through the valley of death to find it, but they didn't mean to kill him. Not his brothers and sisters in the order. Not Elvira, dear Elvira, and Harbison and Enzo and his old teacher Claremont. No, they were incapable of such things. At last he turned over and climbed to his knees, but when he tried to rise to his feet, his left ankle gave out from under him in a flash of pain. Well, I can crawl, damn it, he whispered. I can crawl! He screamed the words. And crawl he did, pushing the bones away from him, the debris, the crumbled rock or bone or whatever it was. Don't think about it. Don't think about rats either. Don't think. His head was suddenly struck, or so it seemed, by a wall. Within 60 seconds he had traveled along that wall, and along another, and finally another. The room was no more than a shaft. It was so small. Oh, well, don't have to worry about getting out, it seems. Not till I feel better and I can stand up and look for some other opening. Something other than a passage, a window, perhaps. After all, there's air, fresh air. Just rest a while, he thought, snuggling close to Tommy again and pressing his forehead against Tommy's sleeve. Rest and think what to do. It is absolutely out of the question that you could die like this. You, this young, die like this in this dungeon, thrown here by a pack of evil old priests and nuns. Impossible. Yes, rest. Don't confront the entire issue just yet. Rest. He was drifting. How stupid of Tommy to have utterly alienated his stepmother, to have told her he wanted no further contact. Why, it would be 6 months, a year even. No, the bank would be looking for them. Tommy's bank, his bank, when he didn't draw his quarterly check. And when was that? No, this couldn't be their final decision, to bury them alive in this awful place. He was startled wide awake by a strange noise. Again came the noise, and then again. He knew what that was, but he couldn't identify it. Damn. In utter darkness, he could not identify even the direction. He must listen. There was a series of sounds, actually. Picture it. Try to picture it. And then he did. Bricks being fitted into place, and mortar troweled over them. Bricks and mortar high above. But that's absurd. Absolutely absurd. It's medieval. It's utterly outrageous. Tommy, wake up. Tommy! He would have screamed again, but it was too humiliating, that those bastards up there would hear him, that they'd hear him roaring as they bricked up the bloody door. Softly he cried against Tommy's arm. No, this was temporary, a contrivance to make them miserable, contrite, before turning them over to the authorities. They didn't mean for them to remain here, to die here. It was some sort of ritual punishment and only meant to frighten him. But, of course, the awful part was that Tommy was dead. But still, he'd be glad to say that this had been an accident. When they came, he'd be entirely cooperative. The point was to get out. That's what he'd wanted to do all along, get out. I can't die like this. It's unthinkable that I should die like this. It's impossible. All my life forfeit, my dreams taken from me, the greatness I only glimpsed with Stuart and with Tessa. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew there were awful flaws in his logic, fatal flaws. But he continued, constructing the future, their coming, telling him they had only meant to scare him, and that it had been an accident, Tommy's dying. They hadn't known the drop was so dangerous. Foolish of them. Murderous, vengeful liars and fools. The thing was to be ready, to be calm, to sleep, perhaps. Sleep, listening to the sounds of the brick and the mortar. No, these sounds have stopped. The door is sealed, perhaps. But that doesn't matter. There have to be other ways into this dungeon and other ways out. Later he'd find them. For now, best to cling to Tommy, just to snuggle close to him and wait till the initial panic was gone and he could think what to do next. Oh, how foolish of him to have forgotten Tommy's lighter. Tommy never smoked any more than he did, but Tommy always carried that fancy lighter and would snap it for pretty girls lifting cigarettes to their lips. He felt in Tommy's pocket. Pants. No, jacket, yes. He had it. The little gold lighter. Pray it had fluid or a cartridge of butane or whatever the hell made it burn. He sat up slowly, hurting the palm of his left hand on something rough. He snapped the light. The little flame sputtered and then grew long. The illumination swelled around him, revealing the small chamber cut deep, deep into the earth. And the jagged things, the crumbling things, were bones. Human bones. There lay a skull beside him, sockets staring at him. And there another, oh God, bones so old some had turned to ashes. Bones! And Tommy's dead, staring face, red blood drying on the side of his mouth and on his neck where it had run down into his collar. And before him and beside him and behind him, bones. He dropped the lighter, his hands flying to his head, his eyes closing, his mouth opening in an uncontrollable and deafening scream. There was nothing but the sound and the darkness, the sound emptying from him, carrying all his fear and his horror heavenward. And he knew in his soul he would be all right. He would be all right if only he did not stop screaming, but let the scream pour forth from him louder and forever without cease. 22. A plane rarely ever fully insulated you. Even in this plane, so lavishly upholstered, with its deep chairs and large table, you know you were in a plane. You know you were 38,000 feet over the Atlantic, and you could feel the small ups and downs as the plane rode the wind, rather like a great vessel rides the sea. They sat in the 3 chairs grouped around the table, at the 3 points of an invisible equilateral triangle. One chair had been specially made for Ash, that was obvious, and he'd been standing by that chair when he had gestured for Rowan and Michael to take the other 2. Other chairs along the windowed walls of the cabin were empty, big upturned gloved hands waiting to hold you firm and tight. One of them was larger than the others, for Ash, no doubt. The colors were caramel, gold, everything streamlined and near perfect. The young American woman who had served the drink, perfect. The music, for the little while it had played, Vivaldi, perfect. Samuel, the astonishing little man, slept in a rear cabin, curled up in bed, holding tight to the bottle he brought from the flat in Belgravia, and demanding a bulldog which Ash's servants had not procured for him. "You said, Ash, that I was to have anything I wanted. I heard you tell them. Well, I wanted a bulldog, and I want a bulldog now." Rowan lay back in the chair, holding the backs of her arms. She didn't know how long it had been since she'd slept. Sometime before they reached New York, she'd have to sleep. Right now she was curiously electrified, staring at the 2 men opposite her, at Michael, who smoked his little stub of a cigarette, holding it in 2 fingers, the red brand of the lighted end facing inward, and Ash, in another one of those long, full-cut, double-breasted silk coats, all the rage, with sleeves turned up carelessly, white shirt cuffs adorned with gold, and stone cufflinks that made her think of opals, though she realized she was not much of an expert on precious or semi-precious stones, or anything of that sort. Opals. His eyes had a rather opalescent quality, or so she had thought several times. His pants were loose, rather like pajamas, but that, too, was fashionable. He had brought up his foot, disrespectfully, on the edge of the leather, his leather, and on his right wrist he wore a thin gold bracelet without any obvious use, a thin band of metal, glittering and looking maddeningly sexual to her, though why she couldn't explain. He lifted his hand, ran it back through his dark hair, running the little finger through the white streak as if he didn't want to forget it, leave it out, but collect it with all the other dark waves. It made his face come alive for her again, just this little movement, and the way his eyes scanned the room, and then stopped on her. She herself hardly noticed what she'd taken hastily from her suitcase. Something red, something soft, something loose and short that barely touched her knees. Michael had put the pearls around her neck, a small, neat necklace. It had surprised her. She'd been so dazed then. Ash's servants had packed up everything else. "I didn't know whether or not you wanted us to get Samuel a bulldog," the young one, Leslie, had said several times, very distressed that she'd displeased the boss. "It doesn't matter," Ash had said finally, hearing her, perhaps for the first time. "In New York we will get Samuel bulldogs. He can keep his bulldogs in the garden on the roof. Do you know, Leslie, there are dogs who live on the rooftops of New York who have never been to the street below?" What must she think he is? Rowan had wondered. What do they all think he is? Is it to his advantage that he is blindingly rich? Or blindingly handsome? "But I wanted a bulldog tonight," the little man had fussed until he'd pass out again. "And I want it now." The little man had on first sight terrified Rowan. What was that? Witch genes? Witch knowledge? Or was it the physician in her, horrified by the folds of flesh slowly covering his entire face? He was like a great variegated and living piece of stone. What if a surgeon's scalpel removed those folds, revealing eyes, a full, correctly shaped mouth, the bones under the cheeks, the chin? What would his life become? "Mayfair witches," he'd said when he saw them, Rowan and Michael. "Does everyone in this part of the world know us?" Michael had asked testily. "And does our reputation always go before us? When I get home I mean to read up on witchcraft, to study it in earnest." "Very good idea," Ash had said. "With your power you can do many things." Michael had laughed. They liked each other, these two. She could see it. They shared certain attitudes. Yuri had been so frenzied, shattered, so young. All the way back from the grim confrontation at Stuart Gordon's tower, Michael had told them the long story related to him by Lasher of a life lived in the 1500s, and of Lasher's strange account of earlier memories, of his sense that he had lived even before that. There had been nothing clinical in the telling, rather a ragged outpouring of the tale which he and Aaron alone had known. He had told it once before to Rowan, yes, and she remembered it more as a series of images and catastrophes than words. To have heard it again in the black limousine, flying over the miles towards London, was to see it again and in greater detail. Lasher the priest, Lasher the saint, Lasher the martyr, and then, 100 years later, the beginning of Lasher the witch's familiar, the invisible voice in the dark, a force of wind lashing the fields of wheat and the leaves from the trees. "Voice from the glen," the little man had said in London, jabbing his thumb to point at Michael. Was it? She wondered. She knew the glen. She would never forget it. Forget being Lasher's prisoner, being dragged up through the ruins of the castle. Never forget the moments when Lasher had recalled everything, when the new flesh had reclaimed his mind and severed it from whatever true knowledge a ghost can possess. Michael had never been there. Maybe some day they would, together, visit that place. Ash had told Samuel to go to sleep as they drove for the airport. The little man had drunk another pint of whiskey, with a lot of grunting and groaning and occasional belching, and had been comatose when carried onto the plane. Now they were flying over the Arctic, She closed and opened her eyes. The cabin shimmered. "I would never hurt this child, Mona," said Ash suddenly, startling her, waking her more fully. He was watching Michael with quiet eyes. Michael took a final drag off the stubby little cigarette and crushed it out in the big glass tray so that it became a hideous little worm. His fingers looked large, powerful, dusted with dark hair. "I know you wouldn't," said Michael, "but I don't understand it all. How can I? Yuri was so frightened." "That was my fault. Stupidity. This is why we have to talk to each other, we three. There are other reasons as well." "But why trust us?" asked Michael. "Why befriend us at all? You're a busy man, some sort of billionaire, obviously." "Ah, well, we have that in common too, then, don't we?" said Ash earnestly. Rowan smiled. It was a fascinating study in contrast. The deep-voiced man with the flashing blue eyes and the dark, almost bushy eyebrows, and the tall one, so beguilingly slender, with graceful movements of the wrists that made you almost dizzy. Two exquisite brands of masculinity, both bound up with perfect proportions and fierce personality, and both men, as big men often do, seemed to luxuriate in a great self-confidence and inner calm. She looked at the ceiling. In her exhaustion, things were distorted. Her eyes were dry, and she would have to sleep soon, simply have to, but she couldn't now, not now. Ash spoke again. "You have a tale to tell, which no one can hear but me," said Ash, "and I want to hear it. And I have a tale to tell that I will tell only to you. Is it that you don't want my confidence? That you don't want my friendship? Or ever possibly my love?" Michael considered this. "I think I want all that, since you ask," said Michael, with a little shrug and laugh. "Since you ask." "Gotcha," said Ash softly. Michael laughed again, just a low little rumble. "But you know, don't you, that I killed Lashaw? Yuri told you this. You hold this against me, that I killed one of you?" "He was not one of me," said Ash, smiling kindly. The light glinted on the white streak coming from his left temple. A man of 30, perhaps, with elegant grey streaks, a sort of boy genius of the corporate world, he must have seemed, prematurely rich, prematurely grey. Centuries old, infinitely patient. It gave her a small, warm burst of pride suddenly that she had killed Gordon, not him. She had done it. It was the first time in all her sad life that she had enjoyed using the power, condemning a man to death with her will, destroying the tissues inside him. And she had confirmed what she had always suspected, that if she really wanted to do it, if she really cooperated with it rather than fighting this power, it could work awfully fast. "I want to tell you things," Ash said. "I want you to know them, the story of what happened and how we came to the glen. Not now. We're all too tired, surely. But I want to tell you." "Yeah," said Michael. "And I want to know." He was reaching into his pocket, pulling the pack halfway up, and then shaking loose the cigarette. "I want to know all about you, of course. I want to study the book, if you still mean to let us do that, see the book." "All that is possible," said Ash, with an easy gesture, one hand resting on his knee. "You are a veritable tribe of witches. We are close, you and I. Oh, it isn't terribly complicated, really. I have learned to live with a profound loneliness. I forget about it for years and years. Then it surfaces, the desire to be placed in context by somebody else, the desire to be known, understood, evaluated morally by a sophisticated mind. That was always the lure of the Talamasca from the beginning, that I could go there and confide in my scholars, that we would talk late into the night. It's lured many another secretive non-human. I'm not the only one. Well, that's what all of us need, isn't it? Asked Michael, glancing at Rowan. They're past another one of those silent, secret moments, rather like an invisible kiss. She nodded. Yes, Ash agreed. Human beings very seldom survive without that kind of exchange, communication, love, and our breed was such a loving breed. It took so long for us to come to understand aggression. We always seem like children when humans first meet us, but we're not children. It's a different kind of mildness. There is a stubbornness in it, a desire to be gratified at once, and for things to remain simple. He fell silent. Then he asked very sincerely, "What really troubles you? Why did you both hesitate when I asked you to come with me to New York? What went through your mind?" "Killing Lasher," said Michael. "It was a matter of survival with me, no more, no less. There was one witness, one man present who could understand and forgive, if a forgiving witness is required. And that man's dead." "Aaron." "Yeah. He wanted to take Lasher, but he understood why I didn't let him. And those other two men, well, that, we could say, was self-defense." "And you suffer over these deaths," said Ash gently. "Lasher, that was the deliberate murder," said Michael, as if he were speaking to himself. "The thing had hurt my wife. It had taken my child somehow. Taken my child. Though what that child would have been, who can say? There are so many questions, so many possibilities. And it had preyed upon the women, killed them in its drive to propagate. It could no more live with us than could some plague or insect. Coexistence was unthinkable. And then there was, to use your word, the context, the way it had presented itself from the beginning in ghostly form, the way it had used me from the start." "Of course I understand you," Ash said. "Were I you, I would have killed him too." "Would you?" asked Michael. "Or would you have spared him because he was one of the very few of your kind left on the earth? You would have had to feel that. A species loyalty." "No," said Ashla. "I don't think you understand me. I mean, in a very basic way. I have spent my life proving to myself that I am as good as human. Remember, to quote Gregory himself, I once made the case that we had souls. I am no friend to a migrant soul with a thirst for power, an aged soul that had usurped a new body. This arouses no such loyalty in me." Michael nodded as if to say, "I see." "To have spoken with Lasher," said Ash, "to have talked about his remembrances, that might have given me considerable pause. But no, I would have felt no loyalty to him. The one thing that the Christians and the Romans never believed was that murder is murder, whether it is a human murder or a murder of one of us. But I believe it. I have lived too long to hold foolish beliefs that humans aren't worthy of compassion, that they are other. We are all connected. Everything is connected. How and why, I couldn't tell you. But it's true. And Lasher had murdered to reach his end. And if this one evil could be stamped out forever, only this one." He shrugged, and his smile came back. A little bitter, perhaps, or only sweet and sad. "I always thought, imagined, dreamed, perhaps, that if we did come back, if we had again our chance on the face of the earth, we could stamp out that one crime." Michael smiled. "You don't think that now?" "No," said Ash. But there are reasons for not thinking about such possibilities. You'll understand when we can sit down and talk together in my rooms in New York." "I hated Lasher," said Michael. "He was vicious, and he had vicious habits. He laughed at our fatal error, perhaps. I'm not entirely certain. I also believed that others wanted me to kill him, others both alive and dead." "Do you believe in destiny?" "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" "I was told centuries ago that to be the lone survivor of my people was my destiny. It happened. But does that mean it was really destiny? I was cunning. I had survived winters and battles and unspeakable tribulations, so I continued to survive. Destiny or survival? I don't know. But whatever the case, this creature was your enemy. Why do you need my forgiveness now for what you did?" "That isn't really the worry," said Rowan. She spoke before Michael could answer. She remained curled in the chair, head to one side against the leather. She could see both of them comfortably, and they were both looking at her. "At least, I don't think it's Michael's worry." He didn't interrupt her. "His worry," she said, "is something that I've done, which he himself could not do." Ash waited just as Michael waited. "I killed another Taltos. A female," Rowan said. "A female?" Ash asked softly. "A true female Taltos?" "Yes, a true female. My own daughter by Lasher. I killed her. I shot her. I killed her as soon as I realized what she was and who she was, and that she was there with me. I killed her. I feared her as much as I'd feared him." Ash appeared fascinated, but in no way disturbed. "I feared a match of male and female," said Rowan. "I feared the cruel predictions he'd made, and the dark future he'd described. And I feared that somewhere out there, among the other Mayfairs, he'd fathered a male, and the male would find her and they would breed. That would have been his victory. In spite of all I suffered and what Michael had suffered and all the Mayfair witches from the beginning, for this coupling, this triumph of the Taltos." Ash nodded. "My daughter had come to me in love," said Rowan. "Yes," Ash whispered, obviously eager for her to go on. "I shot my own daughter," she said. "I shot my own lonely and unprotected girl. And she'd cured me. She'd come to me with her milk and given me this, and healed me of the trauma of her birth. That's what worries me, and what worries Michael, that you should know this, that you'll discover it, that you, who want to be close to us, will be horrified when you discover that a female might have been within your grasp if I hadn't snuffed out her life." Ash had leant forward in the chair, his elbows resting on his knee, one finger curled beneath his soft lower lip, pressing into it. His eyebrows were raised, coming together in a frown only slightly as he peered into her face. "What would you have done," Rowan asked, "if you had discovered her, my Emily?" "This was her name?" he whispered, amazed. "The name her father gave her. Her father had forced me, though the miscarriages were killing me. And finally, for some reason, this one, Emily, was strong enough to be born." Ash sighed. He sat back again, putting his arm on the edge of the leather arm of the chair, and he studied her, but he seemed neither devastated or angry. But then how could one know? For one split second, it seemed madness to have told him. To have told him here, of all places, on his own plane, flying silently through the sky. But then it seemed simply inevitable, something that had to be done if anything was to progress, if anything was to come of their knowing each other, if love was in fact already growing between them out of what they'd already witnessed and heard. Would you have wanted her? Rowan asked. Would you have, perhaps, moved heaven and earth to get to her, to save her, to take her away safely and father the tribe again? Michael was afraid for her. She could see it in his eyes. And she realized as she looked at both of them that she wasn't really saying all this just for them. She was talking for her own sake. The mother who had shot the daughter pulled the trigger. She flinched suddenly, eyes shut tight, shuddering, her shoulders rising and then sitting back in the chair, head to one side. She'd heard the body drop on the floor. She'd seen the face collapse before that. She'd tasted the milk, the thick, sweet milk, almost like a white syrup, so good to her. Rowan, said Ash gently. Rowan, Rowan, don't suffer these things again on my account. But you would have moved heaven and earth to get to her, Rowan said. It's why you came to England when Samuel called you, when he told you Yuri's story. You came because the Taltos had been seen in Dunlace. Slowly Ash nodded. I can't answer your question. I don't know the answer. Yes, I would have come, yes. But tried to take her away? I don't know. Oh, come now, how could you not want it? You mean, how could I not want to make the tribe again? Yes. He shook his head and looked down thoughtfully. The finger curled beneath his lip again, elbow on the arm of the chair. What strange witches you are, both of you, he whispered. How so? Asked Michael. Ash rose to his feet suddenly, his head almost touching the top of the cabin. He stretched and then turned his back, walking a few steps, head bowed, before he turned around. Listen, we cannot answer each other's questions this way, he said. But what I can tell you now is I am glad the female is dead. I am glad it's dead. He shook his head and placed his hand on the sloped back of the chair. He was looking off, hair falling down over his eyes, rather wild now, so that he looked especially gaunt and dramatic, and rather like a magician, perhaps. So help me God, he said. I'm relieved. I'm relieved that you tell me in the same breath it was there and that it is no more. Michael nodded. I think I'm beginning to see. Do you? Asked Ash. We can't share the death, can we? The two tribes, so apparently similar and so utterly unalike. No, we can't share it, Ash said, shaking his head with emphasis. What race can live with any other? What religion with any other? War is worldwide, and the wars are tribal no matter what men say they are. They are tribal, and they are wars of extermination, whether it be the Arabs against the Kurds, or the Turks and the Europeans, or the Russian fighting the Orientals. It's never going to stop. People dream that it will, but it can't, as long as there are people. But of course, if my kind came again, and if the humans of the earth were exterminated, well then, my people could live in peace. But then, doesn't every tribe believe this of itself? Michael shook his head. It doesn't have to be strife, he said. It is conceivable that all tribes stop fighting each other. Conceivable, yes, but not possible. One breed doesn't have to reign over another, insisted Michael. One breed doesn't even have to know about the other. You mean that we should live in secret? Ash asked. Do you know how quickly our population doubles itself, and then triples, and then quadruples? Do you know how strong we are? You can't know how it was. You have never seen the Taltos, or knowing. You've never seen it grow to its full height in those first few minutes or hours or days or however long it takes. You've never seen it.
I've seen it, said Rowan. I've seen it twice.
And what do you say? What would come of my wanting a female? Of grieving for your lost Immerse and seeking to find a replacement for her? Of troubling your innocent Mona with the seed that might make the Taltos or might make her die?
I can tell you this, said Rowan, taking a deep breath. At the moment I shot Immerse, at that moment there wasn't the slightest doubt in my mind that she was a threat to my breed and that she had to die. Ash smiled. He nodded. And you were right. They were all silent. Then Michael spoke. You have our worst secret now, he said. Yes, you have it, said Rowan softly. And I wonder, said Michael, if we had yours. You will, said Ash. We should sleep now, all of us. My eyes hurt me, and the corporation waits with 100 small tasks which only I can perform. You sleep now, and in New York I'll tell you everything, and you will have all my secrets, from the worst to the least. 23. Mona, wake up. She heard the swamp before she actually saw it. She heard the bullfrog crying and the night birds, and the sound of water all around her, murky still, yet still moving somewhere in a rusted pipe, perhaps, or against the side of a skiff. She didn't know. They had stopped. This must be the landing. The dream had been the strangest yet. She had had to pass an examination, and she that passed would rule the world. So Mona had to answer every question. From every field the questions had come, on science, mathematics, history, the computer she so loved, the stocks and bonds, the meaning of life. And that had been the hardest part, because she felt so alive that she could not begin to justify it. You just know that it is magnificent to be alive. Had she scored the perfect 100%? Would she rule the world? Wake up, Mona, Mary Jane whispered. Mary Jane couldn't see that Mona's eyes were open. Mona was looking through the glass window at the swamp, at the ragged, tilting trees, sickly and strung with moss, at the vines, snarled like ropes around the huge old cypresses. Out there in the light of the moon she could see patches of water through the covering of still duckweed and the knees of the cypress trees, so many dangerous spikes sticking up all around the thick trunks of the old trees. And black things, little black things, flying in the night. Could be roaches, but don't think about it. Her back ached. As she tried to sit forward, she felt heavy and achy all over, and wanting more milk. They'd stopped twice for milk, and she wanted more. They had cartons and cartons in the ice chest, just to get to the house, then drink it. Come on, honey. You get out and wait for me right here, and I'm going to hide this car where nobody's likely to see it. Hide this car? This enormous car? Mary Jane opened the door and helped her out, and then stood back, obviously horrified again, looking at her and trying not to show it. The light came from inside the car on Mary Jane's face. Lord, Mona Mayfair, what if you die? Mona grasped Mary Jane's wrist as she stood up, her feet squarely planted on the soft earth, thick with dredged white shells glowing beneath her. There went the pier, out into the dark. Stop saying that, Mary Jane, but I'll give you something to think about just in case it happens, said Mona. She tried to lift the sack of groceries from the floor, but she could not bend down that far. Mary Jane had just lighted the lantern. She turned around, and the light went up into her eyes, making her ghastly. It shone on the weathered shack behind her, and on the few feet of dilapidated pier, and on the tendrils of moss that hung down from the dead-looking branches right above her. God, there were so many flying things in the dark.
Mona Mayfair, your cheekbones are sticking right out of your face, said Mary Jane. I swear to God I can see your teeth through the skin around your mouth. Oh, stop it. You're being crazy. It's the light. You look like a ghost yourself.
Whoa, she felt horrible, weak and full of aching. Even her feet ached.
And you wouldn't believe the color of your skin. My God, you look like somebody sunk in a bath of milk of magnesia. I'm okay. I can't lift this stuff. I'll get it. You rest there against that tree. That's the tree I told you about, the cypress tree, oldest one in these parts. You see, this is the pond out here, the little pond, you know, where the family would go rowing. Here, take the lantern. The handle doesn't get hot. It looks dangerous. In the Western movies, they're always throwing a lantern like that into the barn where the hero has been trapped by the bad guys. It breaks and sets the barn on fire every time. I don't like it. Well, nobody's going to do that out here, shouted Mary Jane over her shoulder as she moved one sack after another, plunking them down on the shelves. And there isn't any hay besides, and if there was, it would be soggy. The headlights of the car bored into the swamp, deep into the endless forest of trunks, thick and thin, and the wild broken palmetto and jagged banana. The water breathed and sighed and trickled again, for all its stagnant stench and motionlessness. Jesus Christ, this is a wild place, Mona whispered. But in a way she loved it. She loved even the coolness of the air here, languid and soft, not moving with a breeze, but nevertheless stirred, perhaps by the water. Mary Jane let the heavy ice chest drop. No, looky, get over to one side, and when I get in the car and turn it around like to go back out, you look yonder where the light shines, and you'll see front row. The door slammed. The tires churned the gravel. The big car backed up to the right, and the beams slid over the spindly phantom trees, and lo and behold, she saw it. Enormous and lifting horribly in the light, its attic gable windows flashing and winking out as the car made its circle. The night went dark, but what she had seen remained. A great black hulk against the sky. Impossible. The house was falling. She almost screamed, though why she wasn't certain. They couldn't be going to that house. Not a house leaning like that, a crippled house. A house underwater was one thing, but a house like that? But even as the car drove away with a small healthy blast of white smoke, she saw that there were lights in this impossible ruin. She could see through the upstairs fanlight in the center of the porch, way back, deep inside, light. And when the last sound of the car was gone, she thought for a moment that she heard something like the playing of a radio. The lantern was bright enough, but this was country dark, pitch black. There was nothing but the lantern and that dim glowing coal of light inside the collapsing mansion. Dear God, Mary Jane doesn't realize this damned place is keeled over in her absence. We've got to get Granny out, assuming that Granny has not already been unceremoniously dumped into the drink. And what drink? What slime? The smell was the greenest smell she had ever smelled. Oh, but when she looked up, the sky was that glowing pink that it can be in the Louisiana night, and the disappearing trees stuck their futile little branches out to connect with each other,
and the moss became translucent, veils and veils of moss. The birds, listen to the birds crying. The very topmost branches were thin and covered over with webs, silvery webs. Were they spiders or silkworms? I do see the charm of this place, she said. If only that house wasn't about to topple. Mama, I'm here, Morgan. There was a sound on the road behind her. Cry. Mary Jane was running towards her, all alone in the dark. The least she could do was turn around and hold up the lantern. Her back ached now almost unbearably, and she wasn't even lifting anything or trying to reach anything, just holding up this awfully heavy lantern. And is this theory of evolution supposed to account for absolutely every species on the planet at this time? I mean, there is no secondary theory, perhaps, of spontaneous development? She shook herself awake all over. Besides, she didn't know the answer to that question. Truth was, evolution had never seemed logical to her. Science has reached a point where, once again, various kinds of beliefs, once condemned as metaphysical, are now entirely possible. Mary Jane came right out of the blackness, running like a little girl, clasping her high-heeled shoes together in the fingers of her right hand. When she got to Mona, she stopped, bent over double, and caught her breath, and then looked at Mona. Jesus Christ, Mona Mayfair, she said with anxious gasps, her pretty face gleaming with a thin polish of sweat. I've got to get you to that house, pronto. Your pantyhose are split to pieces. Well, I should hope so, said Mary Jane. I hate them. She picked up the ice chest and started running down the pier. Come on, Mona. Hurry it up. You're going to die on me right here. Will you stop that? The baby can hear you. There was a loud noise, a splash. Mary Jane had heaved the ice chest into the boat. So that meant there was a boat. Mona tried to hurry across the creaky, splintery boards, but each step was excruciating for her. Then, quite suddenly, she felt the real thing. Had to be. A pain like a whip wrapping around her back and her waist, or what was left of her waist. She stopped, biting down hard not to shout. Mary Jane was running back to the boat already with her second load. I want to help, said Mona, but she could barely get out the last word. She walked slowly to the edge of the pier, thinking she was glad she had on her flat slippers, though she couldn't really remember thinking to put them on. And then she saw the wide, shallow pirogue as Mary Jane put in the last of the sacks and all the tumbling pillows and blankets. Now give me that lantern and you stay right there till I back her up. Mary Jane, I'm kind of, sort of scared of the water. I mean, I feel real clumsy, Mary Jane. I don't know if I should climb into the boat. The pain flashed again. Mama, I love you. I'm afraid. Well, don't be afraid. Shut up, said Mona. What did you say? Asked Mary Jane. Mary Jane jumped into the big metal pirogue, grabbed the long stick that was somehow anchored to the side, and then backed up the boat with some quick dipping pushes. The lantern stood at the very front, like there was a little bench or something especially for it. All the stuff was behind her. Come on now, honey, just step into it quick like. Yeah, that's right, both feet. Oh, God, we're going to drown. Now, darling, that's plain silly. This water isn't 6 feet deep here. We'll get filthy, but we won't drown. I could easily drown in 6 feet of water, said Mona. And the house, Mary Jane, look at the house. What about it? The world mercifully ceased to rock and roll. Mona was hurting Mary Jane's hand, probably, and now Mary Jane had to let go. Okay, easy. Mary Jane had both hands on the pole, and they were moving away from the pier. "But, Mary Jane, look, Mary Jane," said Mona. "Yeah, that's it, honey. We don't go but 50 feet. You just stand still, real still. This is a big, steady pirogue. Nothing's going to make it tip. You can kneel down if you want, or even sit down, but at this point I would not recommend the bother." "The house, Mary Jane, the house. It's tilted to one side." "Darling, it's been like that for 50 years. "I knew you'd say that. But what if it sinks, Mary Jane? God, I can't stand the sight of it. It's horrible, something that big tilting like that. It's like—" Another flash of pain, small and mean and deep for all its quickness. "Well, stop looking at it," Mary Jane said. "You will not believe this, but I myself, with a compass and a piece of glass, have actually measured the angle of the tilt, and it is less than 5 degrees. It's just all the columns make those vertical lines and look like they're about to fall over." She lifted the pole, and the flat-bottomed boat slipped forward fast on its own momentum. The dreamy night closed all around them, leafy and soft, vines trailing down from the boughs of a listing tree that looked as if it might fall too. Mary Jane dug the pole in again and shoved hard, sending the boat flying towards the immense shadow looming over them. "Oh, my God, is that the front door?" "Well, it's off the hinges now, if that's what you mean, but that's where we're headed. Honey, I'm going to take you right up to the staircase inside. We're going to tie this boat right there, like always." They had reached the porch. Mona put her hands over her mouth, wanting to cover her eyes, but knowing she'd fall if she did. She stared straight up at the wild vines tangled above them. Everywhere she looked, she saw thorns. Must have been roses once, and maybe would be again. And there, look, blossoms glowing in the dark. That was wisteria. She loved wisteria. Why don't the big columns just fall? And had she ever seen columns so wide? God, she'd never, when looking at all those sketches, ever dreamed the house was on this scale. Yes, it was. Absolutely Greek revival grandeur. But then she'd never actually known anyone who really lived here. At least, not a person who could remember. The beading of the porch ceiling was rotted out, and a hideous dark hole gaped above that could just harbor a giant python. Or what about a whole nest of roaches? Maybe the frogs ate the roaches. The frogs were singing and singing, a lovely sound, very strong and loud compared to the more gentle sound of garden cicadas. "Mary Jane, there are no roaches here, are there?" "Roaches? Darling, there are moccasins out here, and cottonmouth snakes and alligators now, lots of them. My cats eat the roaches." They slid through the front door, and suddenly the hallway opened up, enormous, filled with the fragrance of the wet-soaked plaster and the glue from the peeling wallpaper and the wood itself. Perhaps, there were too many smells of rot and the swamp and living things, and the rippling water which cast its eerie light all over the walls and the ceiling, ripples upon ripples of light. You could get drugged by it. Suddenly she pictured Ophelia floating away on her stream with the flowers in her hair. But look, you could see through the big doors into a ruined parlor, and where the light danced on the wall there, the sodden remnants of a drapery, so dark now from the water it had drunk up that the color was no longer visible. Paper hung down in loose garlands from the ceiling. The little boat struck the stairs with a bump. Mona reached out and grabbed the railing, sure it would wobble and fall, but it didn't. And a good thing, too, because another pain came round her middle and bit deep into her back. She had to hold her breath. "Mary Jane, we've got to hurry." "You're telling me, Mona Mayfair, I'm so scared right now."
Don't be. Be brave. Morrigan needs you.
Morrigan! The light of the lantern shivered and moved up to the high second-floor ceiling. The wallpaper was covered with little bouquets, faded now, so that only the white sketch of the bouquet remained, glowing in the dark. Great holes gaped in the plaster, but she could not see anything through them. The walls are brick. Don't you worry about a thing. Every single wall, inside out, brick, just like First Street. Mary Jane was tying up the boat. Apparently they were beached on an actual step. They were steady now. Mona clung to the railing, as fearful of getting out as of staying in the little boat. Go on upstairs. I'll bring the junk. Go up and straight back and say hello to Granny. Don't worry about your shoes. I got plenty of dry shoes. I'll bring everything. Cautiously, moaning a little, she reached over, took hold of the rail with both hands, and stepped up out of the boat, hoisting herself awkwardly until she found herself standing securely on the tread with dry stairway ahead of her. If it hadn't been tilting, it would have felt perfectly secure, she thought. And quite suddenly she stood there, one hand on the railing, one on the soft, spongy plaster to her left, and looking up, she felt the house around her, felt its rot, its strength, its obdurate refusal to fall down into the devouring water. It was a massive and sturdy thing, giving in only slowly, perhaps stopped at this pitch forever. But when she thought of the muck, she didn't know why they weren't both sucked right down now, like bad guys on the run in motion picture quicksand. Go on up, said Mary Jane, who had already hurled one sack up on the step above Mona. Crash, bang, slam. The girl was really moving. Mona began to walk. Yes, firm and amazingly dry by the time she reached the very top. Dry as if the sun of the spring day had been fiercely hot, trapped in here and bleaching the boards. Look, yes, bleaching it as surely as if it were driftwood. At last she stood on the second floor, estimating the angle to be less than 5 degrees, but that was plenty enough to drive you mad, and then she narrowed her eyes, the better to see to the very end of the hallway. Another grand and lovely door, with side lights and fanlight, and electric bulbs strung on crisscrossing wire hanging from the ceiling. Mosquito netting. Was that it? Lots and lots of it, and the soft electric light, nice and steady, shining through it. She took several steps, clinging to the wall still, which did indeed feel hard and dry now, and then she heard a soft little laugh coming from the end of the hall. And as Mary Jane came up with the lantern in hand and set it down beside her sack at the top of the stairs, Mona saw a child standing in the far doorway. It was a boy, very dark-skinned, with big, inky eyes and soft black hair, and a face like a small Hindu saint peering out at her. Hey, you, Benji, come help me here with all this. You gotta help me, shouted Mary Jane. The boy sauntered forward, and he wasn't so little as he came closer. He was maybe almost as tall as Mona, which wasn't saying much, of course, since Mona hadn't broken 5 feet 2 yet, and might never. He was one of those beautiful children with a great mysterious mingling of blood. African, Indian, Spanish, French, probably Mayfair. Mona wanted to touch him, touch his cheek and see if his skin really felt the way it looked, like very, very fine tanned leather. Something Mary Jane had said came back to her about him selling himself downtown. And in a little burst of mysterious light, she saw purple-papered rooms, fringed lampshades, decadent gentlemen like Oncle Julien in white suits, and, of all things, herself in the brass bed with this adorable boy. Craziness! The pain stopped her again. She could have dropped in her tracks, but quite deliberately she picked up one foot and then the other. There were the cats, all right. Good Lord, witches' cats, big, long-tailed, furry, demon-eyed cats. There must have been 5 of them darting along the walls.
The beautiful boy with the gleaming black hair carried 2 sacks of groceries down the hall ahead of her. It was even sort of clean here, as if he'd swept and mopped. Her shoes were sopping wet. She was going to go down. "That you, Mary Jane? Benji? Is that my girl? Mary Jane?" "Coming, Granny, I'm coming. What are you doing, Granny?" Mary Jane ran past her, holding the ice chest awkwardly, with her elbows flying out and her long flaxen hair swaying. "Hey there, Granny." She disappeared around the bend. "What you doing now?" "Eating graham crackers and cheese. You want some?" "No, not now. Give me a kiss. TV broken?" "No, honey. Just got sick of it. Benji's been writing down my songs as I sing them." "Benji, listen, Granny, I got to go. I got Mona Mayfair with me. I've got to take her up to the attic where it's really warm and dry." "Yes. Oh, yes, please," Mona whispered. She leant against the walls, which tilted away from her. Why, you could lie right on a tilted wall like this, almost. Her feet throbbed, and the pain came again. "Mama, I am coming." "Hold on, sweetheart. One more flight of steps to climb." "You bring Mona Mayfair in here. You bring her." "No, Granny, not now." Mary Jane came flying out of the room, big white skirts hitting the door jamb, arms out to reach for Mona. "Right on up, honey. Right straight. Come on around now." There was a rustling and a clatter, and just as Mary Jane turned Mona around and pointed her to the foot of the next stairs, Mona saw a tiny little woman come scuttling out of the back room, gray hair in long, loose braids with ribbons on the end of them. She had a face like wrinkled cloth, with amazing jet-black eyes, crinkled with seeming good humor. "Got to hurry," Mona said, moving as quickly as she could along the railing. "I'm getting sick from the tilt." "You're sick from the baby." "You go on ahead and turn on those lights," shouted the old woman, clamping one amazingly strong and dry little hand to Mona's arm. "Why the hell didn't you tell me this child was pregnant? God, this is Alicia's girl. Like to died when they cut off that 6th finger." "What? From me, you mean?" Mona turned to look into the little wrinkled face with the small lips pressed tight together as the woman nodded. "You mean I had a 6th finger?" asked Mona. "Sure did, honey. And you almost went to heaven when they put you under. Nobody ever told you that tale? About the nurse giving you the shot twice? About your heart nearly stopping dead, and how Evelyn came and saved you?" Benji rushed by, headed up the stairs, his bare feet sounding dusty on the bare wood. "No, nobody ever told me. Oh, God, the 6th finger." "But don't you see that will help?" declared Mary Jane. They were headed up now, and it only looked like 100 steps to the light up there, and the thin figure of Benji, who, having lighted the lights, was now making his slow, languid descent, though Mary Jane was already hollering at him. Granny had stopped at the foot of the steps. Her white nightgown touched the soiled floor. Her black eyes were calculating, taking Mona's measure. "A Mayfair, all right," thought Mona. "Get the blankets, the pillows, all that," said Mary Jane. "Hurry up, and the milk, Benji, get the milk." "Well, now, just wait a minute," Granny shouted. "This girl looks like she doesn't have time to be spending the night in that attic. She ought to go to the hospital right now. Where's the truck? Your truck at the landing?" "Never mind that. She's going to have the baby here," said Mary Jane. "Mary Jane!" roared Granny. "God damn it, I can't climb these steps on account of my hip." "Just go back to bed, Granny. Make Benji hurry with that stuff." "Benji, I'm not going to pay you." They continued up the attic steps, the air getting warmer as they ascended. It was a huge space. Same crisscross of electric lights she'd seen below,
And look at the steamer trunks and the wardrobe tucked into every gable except for one, which held the bed deep inside, and next to it an oil lamp. The bed was huge, built out of those dark, plain posts they used so much in the country, the canopy gone, and only the netting stretched over the top, veil after veil. The netting veiled the entrance to the gable. Mary Jane lifted it as Mona fell forward on the softest mattress. Oh, it was all dry. It was. The feather comforter went poof all around her. Pillows and pillows. And the oil lamp, though it was treacherously close, made it into a little tent of sorts around her. "Benji, get that ice chest now." "Shell, I'll just carry that ice chest to the back porch," the boy said, or something like it, the accent clearly Cajun. Didn't sound like the old woman at all. She just sounds like one of us, thought Mona. A little different, maybe. "Well, just go get it," Mary Jane said. The netting caught all the golden light and made a beautiful solitary place of this big soft bed. Nice place to die. Maybe better than in the stream with the flowers. The pain came again, but this time she was so much more comfortable. What were you supposed to do? She'd read about it. Sucking your breath or something? She couldn't remember. That was one subject she had not thoroughly researched. Jesus Christ, this was almost about to happen. She grabbed Mary Jane's hand. Mary Jane lay beside her, looking down into her face, wiping her forehead now with something soft and white, softer than a handkerchief. "Yes, darling, I'm here. And it's getting bigger and bigger, Mona. It's just not... It will be born," Mona whispered. "It's mine. It will be born. But if I die, you have to do it for me. You and Morgan together." "What?" "Make a bier of flowers for me." "Make a what?" "Hush up. I'm telling you something that really matters." "Mary Jane!" Granny roared from the foot of the steps. "You come down here and help Benji carry me up now, girl." "Make a raft, all full of flowers, you know," Mona said. "Wisteria, roses, all those things growing outside, swamp irises." Yeah, and then what?" "Only make it fragile, real fragile, so that as I float away on it, it will slowly fall apart in the current, and I'll go down into the water like Ophelia." "Yeah, okay, anything you say." "Mona, I am scared now. I am really scared." "Then be a witch, 'cause there's no changing anybody's mind now, is there?" Something broke, just as if a hole had been poked through it. Christ, was she dead inside? "No, Mother, but I am coming. Please be ready to take my hand. I need you." Mary Jane had drawn up on her knees, her hands slapped to the sides of her face. "In the name of God, help it! Mary Jane, help it!" screamed Mona. Mary Jane shut her eyes tight and laid her hands on the mountain of Mona's belly. The pain blinded Mona. She tried to see the light in the netting, and to see Mary Jane's squeezed-shut eyes, and feel her hands, and hear her whispering, but she couldn't. She was falling, down through the swamp trees with her hands up, trying to catch the branches. "Granny, come help!" screamed Mary Jane. And there came the rapid patter of the old woman's feet. "Benji, get out!" the old woman screamed. "Go back downstairs. Out! You hear me?" Down through the swamps, the pain getting tighter and tighter. Jesus Christ, no wonder women hate this. No joke, this is horrible. God help me. "Lord Jesus Christ, Mary Jane!" Granny cried. It's a walking baby. Granny, help me. Take her hand. Take it. Granny, you know what she is? A walking baby, child. I've heard of them all my life, but never seen one. Jesus, child. When a walking baby was born out there in the swamp to Ida Bell Mayfair when I was a child, they said it stood taller than its mother as soon as it came walking out, and Grand-Père Tobias went down there and chopped it up with an axe while the mother was laying there in the bed screaming. Haven't you never heard of the walking babies, child? In Santo Domingo they burn them. No, not this baby, wailed Mona. She groped in the dark, trying to open her eyes. Dear God, the pain. And suddenly a small slippery hand caught hers. Don't die, Mama. Oh, Hail Mary, full of grace, said Granny, and Mary Jane started the same prayer, only one line behind her, as if it were a reel. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is... Look at me, Mama. The whisper was right by her ear. Look at me. Mama, I need you. Help me. Make me grow big, big, big. Grow big, cried the women, but their voices were a long way off. Grow big. Hail Mary, full of grace, help her grow big. Mona laughed. That's right, Mother of God. Help my walking baby. But she was falling down through the trees forever, and quite suddenly someone grabbed both her hands. Yes, and she looked up through the sparkling green light, and she saw her own face above her. Her very own face. Pale, and with the same freckles, and the same green eyes, and the red hair tumbling down. Was it her own self, reaching down to stop her fall? Save her? That was her own smile. No, Mama, it's me. Both hands clasped her hands. Look at me. It's Morrigan. Slowly she opened her eyes. She gasped, trying to breathe against the weight, trying to lift her head, reach for her beautiful red hair, raise up high enough just to hold her face, hold it and kiss her. 24. It was snowing when she awoke. She was in a long cotton gown they'd given her, something very thick for the New York winters, and the bedroom was very white and quiet. Michael slept soundly against the pillow. Ash worked below in his office, or so he had told her that he would. Or maybe he had finished his tasks and gone to sleep as well. She could hear nothing in this marble room, in the silent, snowy sky above New York. She stood at the window, looking out at the gray heavens, and at the ways the flakes became visible, emerging distinct and small, to fall heavily on the roofs around her, and on the sill of the window, and even in soft, graceful gusts against the glass. She had slept 6 hours. That was enough. She dressed as quietly as possible, putting on a simple black dress from her suitcase, another new and expensive garment chosen by another woman, and perhaps more extravagant than anything she might have bought for herself. Pearls and pearls. Shoes that laced above the instep but with dangerously high heels. Black stockings, a touch of makeup. And then she walked through the silent corridors. Press the button marked M, they had said, and you will see the dolls. The dolls. What did she know of dolls? In childhood they had been her secret love, one which she had always been ashamed to confess to Ellie and Graham, or even to her friends. She had asked for chemistry sets at Christmas time, or a new tennis racket, or new stereo components for her room. Wind howled in the elevator shaft as if it were a chimney. She liked the sound. The elevator doors slid open, revealing a cab of wood paneling and ornate mirrors, which she scarcely recalled from this morning when they'd arrived just before dawn. They had left at dawn. They had arrived at dawn. 6 hours had been given back to them. It was evening for her body, and she felt it, alert, ready for the night. Down she went in mechanical silence, listening to the howling, thinking how utterly ghostly it was, and wondering if Ash liked it too. There must have been dolls in the beginning, dolls she didn't remember. Doesn't everybody buy them for girls? Perhaps not. Perhaps her loving foster mother had known of the witches' dolls in the trunk in the attic, made of real hair and real bones. Maybe she had known that there was one doll for every Mayfair witch of past years. Maybe dolls gave Ellie the shivers. And there are people who are, regardless of background, taste, or religious belief, simply afraid of dolls. Was she afraid of dolls? The doors opened. Her eyes fell on glass cases, brass fittings, the same pristine and shining marble floors. A brass plaque on the wall said simply, "The Private Collection." She stepped out, letting the door rush closed behind her, realizing that she stood in a vast, brilliantly lighted room. Dolls. Everywhere she looked, she saw their staring glass eyes, their flawless faces, their mouths half open with a look of frank and tender awe. In a huge glass case right before her stood a doll of some 3 feet in height, made of bisque, with long mohair tresses and a dress of finely tailored faded silk. This was a French beauty from the year 1888, made by Casimir Brou, said the little card beneath it, greatest doll-maker perhaps in the world. The doll was startling, whether one liked it or not. The blue eyes were thick and filled with light and perfectly almond-shaped. The porcelain hands of pale pink were so finely wrought they seemed about to move. But it was the doll's face, of course, her expression, that so captivated Rowan. The exquisitely painted eyebrows were ever so slightly different, giving movement to its gaze. Curious and innocent and thoughtful it looked. It was a nonpareil of its kind. One couldn't doubt it. And whether or not she'd ever wanted dolls, she felt a desire to touch this one now, to feel its round and brightly rouged cheek, to kiss, perhaps, its slightly parted red lips, to touch with the tip of her right finger the supply shaped breast, pressed so erotically beneath its tight bodice. Its golden hair had thinned with the ages, obviously, and its fancy little leather shoes were worn and cracked, but the effect remained timeless, irresistible, a joy forever. She wished she could open the case and hold it in her arms. She saw herself rocking it, rather like a newborn, and singing to it, though it was no infant. It was just a little girl. Little blue beads hung from its perfectly fashioned ears. A necklace hung about its neck. Fancy, a woman's, perhaps. Indeed, when one considered all the aspects of it, it was no child at all, really, but a sensual little woman of extraordinary freshness, perhaps a dangerous and clever coquette. A little card explained its special features, that it was so very large, that it wore its original garments, that it was perfect, that it had been the first doll ever purchased by Ash Templeton. And no further identification for Ash Templeton was given or apparently required. The first doll. And he had told her briefly when he explained about the museum that he had seen it when it was new in the window of a Paris shop. No wonder it had caught his eye and his heart. No wonder he had lugged it with him for a century. No wonder he'd founded his enormous company as some sort of tribute to it, to bring, as he had said, its grace and beauty to everyone in new form. There was nothing trivial about it, and something sweetly mysterious. Puzzled, yes. Quizzical, reflective. A doll with things on her mind. In seeing this, I understand all of it, she thought. She moved on through the other displays. She saw other French treasures, the work of Jumeau and Steiner, and others whose names she'd never remember, and hundreds upon hundreds of little French girlies with round, moon-like faces and tiny red mouths and the same almond eyes. "Oh, what innocent you are," she whispered. And here came the fashion dolls, in their bustles and exquisite hats. She could have spent hours wandering here. There was infinitely more to see than she had imagined, and the quiet was so enticing, the vision outside the windows of the unceasing snow. But she was not alone. Through several banks of glass, she saw that Ash had joined her, and had been watching her, perhaps for some time. The glass faintly distorted his expression. When he moved, she was glad. He came towards her, making no sound at all on the marble, and she saw that he held the beautiful Brou in his hand. "Here, you may hold it," he said. "It's fragile," she whispered. "It's a doll," he said. It evoked the strongest feeling, just cupping its head in the palm of her left hand. There came a little delicate sound from its earrings, tinkling against the porcelain neck. Its hair was soft, yet brittle, and the stitching of the wig was visible in many spots. Ah, but she loved its tiny fingers. She loved its lace stockings and its silk petticoats. Very old, very faded, apt to tear at her touch. Ash stood very still, looking down at her, face rested, almost annoyingly handsome, streaked hair brushed to a luster, hands a little steeple beneath his lips. His suit was white silk today, very baggy, fashionable, probably Italian, she honestly didn't know. The shirt was black silk and the tie white. Rather like a decorative rendition of a gangster, a tall, willowy man of mystery, with enormous gold cufflinks and preposterously beautiful black and white wingtip shoes. "What does the doll make you feel?" he asked innocently, as if he really wanted to know. "It has virtue to it," she whispered, frightened of her voice being louder than his. She placed it in his hand. "Virtue?" he repeated. He turned the doll and looked at her, and made a few very quick and natural gestures of grooming her, moving her hair, adjusting the ruffles of her dress. And then he lifted her and tenderly kissed her, and lowered her slowly, gazing down at her again. "Virtue," he said. He looked at Rowan. "But what does it make you feel?" "Sad," she said, and turned away, placing her hand on the case beside her, looking at the German doll, infinitely more natural, sitting inside in a small wooden chair. "Mein Liebling," said the card. She was far less decorative and overdone. She was not the coquette of anyone's imagination, yet she was radiant, and as perfect as the Brou in her own way. "Sad?" he asked. "Sad for a kind of femininity that I've lost, or never had. I don't regret it, but the feeling is sadness. Sadness for something perhaps I dreamed about when I was young. I don't know." And then, looking at him again, she said, "I can have no more children. And my children were monsters to me. And my children are buried together beneath a tree." He nodded. His face was very eloquent of sympathy, so he said not a word. There were other things she wanted to say, that she had not guessed there was such craft or beauty in the realm of dolls, that she had not guessed they could be so interesting to look at, or that they were so different one from the other, that they had such a frank and simple charm. But beneath these thoughts, running deep in the coldest place in her heart, she was thinking, their beauty is sad beauty, and I don't know why. And so is yours. She felt suddenly that if he were to kiss her now, if he were so inclined, she would yield very easily, that her love for Michael wouldn't stop her from yielding, and she hoped and prayed that there was no such thought in his mind. Indeed, she wasn't going to allow time for it. She folded her arms and walked past him into a new and unexplored area where the German dolls ruled. Here were laughing and pouting children, homely little girls in cotton frocks. But she didn't see the exhibits now. She couldn't stop thinking that he was just behind her, watching her. She could feel his observation, hear the faint sound of his breath. Finally she looked back. His eyes surprised her. They were too charged with emotion, too full of obvious conflict, and very little, if any, struggle to hide it from her. If you do this, Rowan, she thought, you will lose Michael forever. And slowly she lowered her gaze and walked softly, slowly away. It's a magical place, she said over her shoulder. But I'm so eager to talk to you, to hear your story. I could savor it more truly at another time. Yes, of course. And Michael's awake now, and Michael should be almost finished with breakfast. Why don't we go up? I am ready for the agony. I am ready for the strange pleasure of recounting it all. She watched as he set the big French doll back in her glass cabinet, and once again his thin fingers made quick, busy gestures to groom her hair and her skirts. Then he pressed a kiss to his fingers and gave this to the doll, and he shut the glass and turned the small golden key, which he then put away. You are my friend, he said, turning to face Rowan. He reached past her and pressed the button for the tower. I think I am coming to love you. A dangerous thing. I don't want it to be dangerous, she said. I'm too deep under your spell to want our knowledge of each other to wound or disappoint. But tell me, as to the present state of things, do you love us both? Oh, yes, he said, or I would beg yon bended knee to let me make love to you. His voice fell to a whisper. I would follow you to the ends of the earth. She turned away, stepping into the elevator, her face hot and her mind swimming for the moment. She saw one grand flash of the dolls in their finery before the doors slid shut. I'm sorry that I told you this, he whispered timidly. It was a dishonest thing to do, to tell you and to deny it. It was wrong. She nodded. I forgive you, she whispered. I'm too flattered. Isn't that the right word? No. Intrigued is the word you want, he said. Or tantalized. But you're not really flattered. And you love him so wholeheartedly that I feel the fire of it when I'm with you. I want it. I want your light to shine on me. I should never have said those words. She didn't answer. If she'd thought of an answer, she might have said it, but nothing really came to her mind, except that she couldn't imagine being severed from Ash right now, and she didn't think that Michael could either. In a way, it seemed that Michael needed Ash more than she did, though Michael and she had not had a moment really to talk of these things. When the doors opened, she found herself in a large living room, with the floor tiled in rose and cream-colored marbles, with the same kind of large, snug leather furnishings that had been on the plane. These chairs were softer, larger, yet remarkably similar, as if designed for comfort. And once again they gathered around the table, only this time it was very low, and set out with a dozen or more little offerings of cheeses and nuts and fruits and breads that they might eat as the hours passed.
A tall, cold glass of water was all she required just now. Michael, his horn-rimmed glasses on and wearing a battered tweed Norfolk jacket, sat bent over the day's New York Times. Only when they were both seated did he tear himself away, fold the paper neatly, and put it to the side. She didn't want him to take off the glasses. They were too appealing to her. And it struck her suddenly, making her smile, that she rather liked having these two men with her, one on either side. Vague fantasies of a ménage à trois flitted through her mind, but such things, as far as she knew, never really worked, and she could not imagine Michael either tolerating it or participating in it in any way. Queer, really, to think of things precisely the way they were. You have another chance with Michael, she thought. You know you do, no matter what he may think. Don't throw away the only love that's ever really mattered to you. Be old enough and patient enough for kinds of love, seasons of it. Be quiet in your soul so that when happiness comes again, if it ever does, you will know. Michael had put away his glasses. He'd sat back, his ankle on his knee. Ash had also relaxed into his chair. We are the triangle, she thought, and I am the only one with bare knees and feet tucked to the side as if I had something to conceal. That made her laugh. The smell of the coffee distracted her. She realized the pot and cup were right in front of her, easy to reach. But Ash reached to pour for her before she could do it, and he put the cup in her hand. He sat at her right, closer to her than he'd been in the plane. They were all closer, and it was the equilateral triangle again. Let me just talk to you, Ash said suddenly. He'd made his fingers into the little steeple again, and was pushing at his lower lip. There came the tiny scowl to the very inside tips of his eyebrows, and then it melted, and the voice went on, a bit sad. This is hard for me, very hard, but I want to do it. I realize that, said Michael. But why do you want to do it? Oh, I'm dying to hear your story. But why is it worth the pain? He thought for a moment, and Rowan could hardly bear to see the tiny signs of stress in his hands and his face. Because I want you to love me, Ash said softly. Once again she was speechless, and faintly miserable. But Michael just smiled in his usual frank fashion and said, Then tell us everything, Ash. Just shoot. Ash laughed at once, and then they all fell silent, but it was an easy silence. And he began. 25. All Taltos are born knowing things, facts of history, whole legends, certain songs, the necessity for certain rituals, the language of the mother and the languages spoken around her, the basic knowledge of the mother, and probably the mother's finer knowledge as well. Indeed, these basic endowments are rather like an uncharted vein of gold in a mountain. No Taltos knows how much can be drawn from this residual memory. With effort, amazing things can be discovered within one's own mind. Some Taltos even know how to find their way home to Dunleith, though why, no one knows. Some are drawn to the far northern coast of the northernmost island of Britain, to look out over Burrafer at the lighthouse of Mucklefluga, searching for the lost land of our birth. The explanation for this lies in the chemistry of the brain. It's bound to be disappointingly simple, but we won't understand it until we know precisely why salmon return to the river of their birth to spawn, or why a certain species of butterfly finds its way to one tiny area of forest when it comes time to breathe. We have superior hearing. Loud noises hurt us.
Music can actually paralyze us. We must be very, very careful of music. We know other Taltos instantly, by sense or sight. We know witches when we see them, and the presence of witches is always overwhelming. A witch is that human which cannot, by the Taltos, be ignored. But I'll come to more of these things as the story goes on. I want to say now, however, that we do not, as far as I know, have two lives, as Stuart Gordon thought, though this might have been a mistaken and oft-repeated belief about us among humans for some time. When we explore our deepest racial memories, when we go bravely into the past, we soon come to realize that these cannot be memories of one particular soul. Your Lasher was a soul who had lived before, yes, a restless soul, refusing to accept death, and making a tragic, blundering re-entry into life, for which others paid the price. By the time of King Henry and Queen Anne, the Taltos was a mere legend in the Highlands. Lasher did not know how to probe the memories with which he was born. His mother had been merely human, and he set his mind upon becoming a human, as many a Taltos has done. I want to say that, for me, actual life began when we were still a people of the lost land, and Britain was the land of winter. And we knew about the land of winter, but we never went there, because our island was always warm. My constitutional memories were all of that land. They were filled with sunlight and without consequence, and they have faded under the weight of events since, under the sheer weight of my long life and my reflections. The lost land was in the northern sea, within very dim sight of the coast of Unst, as I've indicated, in a place where the Gulf Stream of that time apparently made the seas fairly temperate as they struck our shores. But the sheltered land in which we actually developed was, I believe now when I remember it, nothing less than the giant crater of an immense volcano, miles and miles in width, presenting itself as a great fertile valley, surrounded by ominous yet beautiful cliffs, a tropical valley with innumerable geysers and warm springs rising bubbling from the earth, to make small streams and finally great clear and beautiful pools. The air was moist always. The trees that grew about our little lakes and riverets immense. The ferns, also of gigantic size, and the fruit of all kinds and colours. Mangoes, pears, melons of all sizes, always abundant, and the cliff hung with vines of wild berry and grape, and the grass forever thick and green. The best fruit was pears, which are nearly white. The best food from the sea was the oyster, the mussel, the limpet, and these were white too. There was a breadfruit that was white once you peeled it. There was milk from the goats, if you could catch them, but it wasn't as good as milk from your mother, or the other women who would let those they loved have their milk. Scarcely ever did the wind come into the valley, sealed off as it was, except for 2 or 3 passes from the coast. The coasts were dangerous, for though the water was warmer than on the coast of Britain, it was nevertheless cold, and the winds violent, and one could be swept away. Indeed, if a Taltos wanted to die, which I was told did happen, that Taltos would go out and walk into the sea. I think, though I'll never know, that ours was an island, very large, yet an island. It was the custom of some very white-haired ones to walk completely around it, along the beaches, and I was told that this trek took many, many days. Fire we had always known, because there were places up in the mountains where fire breathed right out of the earth, hot earth itself,
Molten lava came in a tiny trickle from some of these places, running down to the sea. We had always known how to get fire, keep it alive, feed it, and make it last. We used fire to light up the longer nights of winter, though we had no name for it, and it wasn't cold. We used fire occasionally to cook big feasts, but most of the time this wasn't necessary. We used fire in the circle sometimes when the birth was happening. We danced around fire and sometimes played with it. I never beheld a hurtful incident in which any of us was injured by fire. How far the winds of the earth can carry seeds, birds, twigs, branches, uprooted trees, I have no idea, but that which loved heat thrived in this land. And this is where we began. Now and then, someone among us told of visiting the islands of Britain, known now as the Shetlands, or the Orkneys, or even the coast of Scotland. The islands of winter, that's what we called them, or, more literally, the islands of the bitter cold. This was always an exciting tale. Sometimes a Taltos was washed out, and somehow managed to swim to the land of winter and make a raft there for the return home. There were Taltos who went to sea deliberately to seek adventure in hollow log boats, and if they did not drown, they would often come home half dead from the cold and never travel to the land of winter again. Everybody knew there were beasts in that land, covered with fur, that would kill you if they could. And so we had 1,000 legends and ideas and wrong notions and songs about the snows of winter and the bears of the forest and ice that floated in great masses in the lochs. Once, in a very great while, a Taltos would commit a crime. He or she would couple without permission and make a new Taltos that was not, for one reason or another, welcome. Or someone would willfully injure another, and that one would die. It was very rare. I only heard of it. I never saw it. But those outcasts were taken to Britain in the large boats and left there to die. We did not know the actual cycle of the seasons, by the way, for to us, even the summer in Scotland felt fatally cold. We reckoned time in moons only, and we did not have a concept, as I recall, of a year. Of course, there was a legend you will hear all over the planet of a time before the moon, and that was the legendary time before time. Or so we thought, but no one actually remembered it. I can't tell you how long I lived in this land before it was destroyed. I knew the powerful scent of the Taltos in that land, but it was as natural as air. Only later did it become distinct, to mark the difference between Taltos and humans. I remember the first day, as do all Taltos. I was born. My mother loved me. I stayed for hours with my mother and father, talking, and then I went up to the high cliff, just below the lip of the crater, where the white-haired ones sat, who talked and talked. I nursed from my mother for years and years. It was known that the milk would dry if a woman didn't let others drink from her breast, and not come again till she gave birth. Women didn't want ever for the milk to dry, and they loved having the men nurse from them. It gave them divine pleasure, the sucking, the stimulation. And it was a common custom to lie with a woman and let the suckling, in one form or another, be the extent of the love. The semen of the Taltos was white, of course, like the semen of human beings. Women, of course, nursed from women, and teased men that their nipples had no milk. But then our semen was thought to be like milk, not as tasty, but in its own way just as nourishing and good. One game was for the males to find a female alone, pounce upon her, and drink her milk until others heard her protests and came and drove us away. But no one would have thought of making another Taltos with that woman. And if she really didn't want us sucking her milk, well, within a reasonable amount of time we stopped. The women would every now and then gang up on other women also. And beauty had much to do with the allure of those who were sought for this kind of pleasure. Personality was always mixed with it. We had distinct personalities, so everyone was pretty much always in a good mood. There were customs, but I don't remember laws. Death came to Taltos through accident, and as Taltos are playful by nature, indeed physically rough and reckless, many Taltos were always dying of accidents, of having slipped from a cliff, or choked on a peach pit, or being attacked by a wild rodent, which attack then caused bleeding which could not be stopped. Taltos rarely, if ever, broke their bones when they were young, but once a Taltos' skin had lost its baby softness, and there were perhaps a few white hairs in his head, well, then he could be killed by falling from the cliff. And it was during those years, I think, that most Taltos died. We were a people of the white-haired, and the blonde, the red, and the black-haired. We didn't have many people of the mixed hair, and, of course, the young greatly outnumbered the old. Sometimes a pestilence came over the valley that greatly diminished our numbers, and the stories of the pestilence were the saddest that we were ever told. But I still don't know what the pestilence was. Those which kill humans do not apparently kill us. I could remember pestilence and nursing sick ones. I was born knowing how to get fire and carry it safely back to the valley. I knew how to make fire so that I did not have to go to get it, though getting it from someone else was the easiest way. I was born knowing how to cook mussels and limpets with fire. I knew how to make black paste for painting from ashes of fire. But to return to the subject of death, there was no murder. The idea that one Taltos had the power to kill another was not generally believed. Indeed, if you did quarrel and push someone off a cliff, and that person fell and died, it was still an accident. You hadn't really done it, though others might condemn you for your appalling carelessness and even send you away. The white-haired ones, who liked to tell tales, had been alive the longest, certainly, but no one thought of them as old. And if they lay down one night and failed to wake in the morning, it was assumed they had died of a blow from an accident that had not been observed. The white-haired ones often had very thin skin, so thin you could almost see the blood running under it, and often they had lost their scent. But other than that, we didn't know age in any particular. To be old was just to know the longest and the best stories, to have stories to relate from Taltos who were gone. Tales were told in loose verses, or were sung as songs, or sometimes merely poured forth in a rush, with lavish images and rhythms and little bits and pieces of melody, and much laughter. Telling was joyful. Telling was glorious. Telling was the spiritual side of life. The material side of life? I'm not sure there was one, in the strict sense. There was no ownership, except perhaps of musical instruments or pigments for painting, but even these were fairly liberally shared. Everything was easy. Now and then a whale would be washed ashore, and when the meat had rotted, we would take the bones and make things of them. But to us, these were toys. Digging in the sand was fun. Digging loose rocks
To make them tumble downhill was fun. Even carving little shapes and circles into the bone with a sharp stone or another bone, this was fun. But telling, that took respectable talent and true remembering, and remembering not only in one's own head, but remembering what other people had remembered and told as well. You see what I'm driving at. Our assumptions about life and death were founded upon these special conditions and notions. Obedience was natural to Taltos. To be agreeable was apparently natural. Seldom was there a rebel or a visionary until the human blood became mixed with ours. There were very few white-haired women, perhaps 1 to every 20 men, and these women were much sought after, for their fount was dried, like that of Tessa, and they wouldn't birth when they gave themselves to the men. But, in the main, childbirth killed the women, though we never said so at the time. It weakened women, and if a woman did not die by the 4th or 5th birth, she would almost always fall asleep later and die. Many women did not care to give birth at all, or would do it only once. Birth always followed the true coupling of a pair of true Taltos. It was only later, when we mingled with humans, that women were worn out, like Tessa, by having bled again and again. But the Taltos, descended from human origins, have many traits entirely peculiar to them, which I will recount in time. And who knows but that Tessa didn't have offspring? It is entirely possible, as you know. Generally, birth was something that a woman did want to do, but not for a long time after she was born. Men wanted to do it all the time, because they enjoyed it. But no one who thought of coupling did not know that a child would be born from it, as tall as his own mother, or taller. And so no one thought to do it just for fun. Just for fun was woman making love to woman in many ways, and man making love to man, or man finding a white-haired beauty who was free now for pleasure, or one male being approached by several young virgins, all eager to bear his child. Fun was occasionally finding the woman who could bear 6 and 7 children without injury, or the young woman who, for reasons no one knew, could not bear at all. Nursing from the breasts of women was exquisite pleasure. To gather in groups to do this was splendid, the woman who gave her breast often going into a sensuous trance. Indeed, women could derive complete pleasure in this way, reaching satisfaction with scarcely any other contact at all. I don't remember rape. I don't remember execution. I don't remember grudges that lasted very long. I remember pleading and argument, and much talk, and even some quarrelling over mates. But always it was in the realm of songs or words. I do not remember bad tempers or cruelty. I do not remember uneducated souls. That is, all were born knowing some concept of gentleness, goodness, the value of happiness, and a strong love of pleasure, and a desire for others to share that pleasure, for the pleasure of the tribe to be assured. Men would fall deeply in love with women, and vice versa. They would talk for days and nights. Then finally the decision would be made to couple, or argument would prevent this from ever taking place. More women were born than men, or so it was said, but no one really counted. I think more women were born, and that they died much more easily, and I think this is one reason the men felt so utterly tender to the women, because they knew the women were likely to die.
The women passed on the strength of their bodies. Simple women were cherished because they were gay all the time and glad to be living and not afraid of giving birth. In some, the women were more childlike, but the men were simple too. Deaths by accident were invariably followed by a ceremonial coupling and a replacement of the dead one. And times of pestilence gave way to times of rampant and orgiastic mating as the tribe sought to repopulate the land. There was no want. The land never became crowded. Never did people quarrel over fruit or eggs or milk animals. There was too much of everything. It was too warm and lovely, and there were too many pleasant things to do. It was paradise. It was Eden. It was the golden time that all people speak of. A time before the gods became angry. A time before Adam ate the fatal apple. A time of bliss and plenty. The only point is, I remember it. I was there. I do not remember any concept of love. I remember rituals, dances, songs, forming the circle, and each circle moving in the opposite direction from the one inside it. And I remember the men and the women who could play pipes and drums, and even stringed harps that were small and sometimes made of shells. I remember a band of us carrying torches along the most treacherous cliffs, just to see if we could do it and not fall. I remember painting, that those who liked to do it did it on the cliffs and in the caves that surrounded the valley, and that sometimes we would go on a day's journey to visit all the caves. It was unseemly to paint too much at any one given time. Each artist mixed his or her own colours from earth, or from her blood, or from the blood of a poor fallen mountain goat or sheep, and from other natural things. At several intervals I remember the whole tribe coming together to make circle after circle after circle. It is conceivable the whole population was then gathered. Nobody knew. At other times we gathered in small single circles and made the chain of memory as we knew it. Not what Stuart Gordon has described to you. One would call out, "Who remembers from long, long ago?" And someone would venture, telling a tale of white-haired ones long gone, whom he had heard tell when he was newborn. Those tales he would relate now, offering them as the oldest, until someone raised his voice and told tales that he could place before those. Others would then volunteer their earliest recollections. People would argue with, or add to, or expand the stories of others. Many sequences of events would be put together and fully described. That was a fascinating thing. A sequence. A long period of events linked by one man's vision or attitude. That was special. That was our finest mental achievement, perhaps, other than pure music and dance. These sequences were never terribly eventful. What interested us was humor, or a small departure from the norm. And, of course, beautiful things. We loved to talk of beautiful things. If a woman was born with red hair, we thought it a magnificent thing. If a man stood taller than the others, this was a magnificent thing. If a woman was gifted with the heart, this was a magnificent thing. Terrible accidents were very, very briefly remembered. There were some stories of visionaries, those who claimed to hear voices and to know the future, but that was very infrequent. There were tales of the whole life of a musician or an artist, or of a red-haired woman, or of a boat builder who had risked his life to sail to Britain and had come home to tell the tale. There were tales of beautiful men and women who had never coupled, and they were much celebrated and sought after, though as soon as they did couple, they lost this charm. The memory games were most often played in the long days, that is, those days on which there was scarcely 3 hours of darkness. Now, we had some sense of seasons based on light and stars, but it had never become terribly important because nothing much changed in our lives from the long days of summer to the shorter days of winter. So we didn't think in terms of seasons. We didn't keep track of light and dark. We frolicked more on the longer days, but other than that, we didn't much notice. The darkest days were as warm as the longest for us. Things grew in profusion. Our geysers never ceased to be warm. But this chain of memory, this ritual telling and recounting, it is important to me now for what it later became. After we migrated to the land of bitter cold, this was our way of knowing ourselves and who we had been. This was crucial when we struggled to survive in the Highlands. We, who had no writing of any kind, held all our knowledge in this way. But then, in the Lost Land, it seemed like a pastime, a great game. The most serious thing that happened was birth, not death, which was frequent, haphazard, and generally deemed to be sad but meaningless, but the birth of a new person. Anyone who did not take this seriously was considered to be a fool. For the coupling to happen, the guardians of the woman had to consent that she could do it, and the men had to agree that they would give permission to the particular man. It was known always that the children resembled the parents, that they grew up at once, possessing characters of one or the other, or both. And so the men would argue vehemently against a male of poor physique seeking to couple, though everyone was entitled by custom to do it at least once. As for the woman, the question was, did she understand how hard it might be to bear the child? She would have pain. Her body would be greatly weakened. She might even bleed afterwards. She might even die when the child came out of her, or die later on. It was also deemed that some physical combinations were better than others. In fact, this was the cause of what we might have called our disputes. They were never bloody, but they could be very noisy, with Taltos shouting finally, and some foot stomping and so forth and so on. Taltos loved to outshout each other, or to rail at one another in a great speedy buzz of language until the other was exhausted and couldn't think. And very, very seldom there was one prime male or female considered to be so perfect of limb and fair of face, so tall, so well proportioned, that coupling with him or her to produce a beautiful offspring was a great honour, and this did lead to contests and games. Indeed, there was a whole realm of these. But those are the only painful or difficult things I remember, and I won't tell of them now. Maybe because the only time I knew desperation was in these games. Also, we lost those rituals when we travelled to the land of bitter winter. We had too many real sorrows to contend with from then on. When the couple had finally obtained permission, I remember once having to beg permission of 20 different people and having to argue and wait for days on end. The tribe would gather, forming the circle, and then another and another, quite far back, until people felt it was no fun anymore because it was too far away to see. The drums and the dancing would begin. If it was night, the torches would appear, and the couple would embrace and play lovingly with each other for as long as they could before the final moment had to come. This was a slow feast, to go on for an hour. That was lovely. To go on for 2 hours was sublime. Many could not go on more than half an hour. Whatever, when the consummation came, it too held the couple for an amazing period of time. How long? I don't know. More, I think, than humans, or Taltos born of humans, could endure. Perhaps an hour, perhaps more. When, at last, the couple fell back away from each other, it was because the new Taltos was about to be born. The mother would swell painfully. The father would then help to take the long, ungainly child out of the mother, and to warm it with his hands, and to give it to its mother's breast. All drew in to watch this miracle, for the child, commencing as a being of perhaps 24 to 36 inches, very slender and delicate, and apt to be damaged if not carefully handled, began to elongate and enlarge at once. And over the next 15 minutes or less, it would often grow to full and majestic height. Its hair would pour down, and its fingers stretch, and the tender bones of its body, so flexible and strong, would make the big frame. The head would grow to 3 times its birth size. The mother lay as dead after, sleeping the mother's thin sleep. But the offspring lay with her, talking to her, and the mother sometimes never really slipped into dreams, but talked and sang to the young one, though she was always groggy and often humorous, and she would draw from the young one the first memories, so that the young one wouldn't forget. We do forget. We are very capable of forgetting. And to tell is to memorize, or to imprint. To tell is to strike out against the awful loneliness of forgetting, the awful ignorance of it, the sadness, or so we thought. This offspring, whether male or female, and most often it was female, caused great joy. It meant more to us than the birth of a single being. It meant the life of the tribe was good. The life of the tribe would go on. Of course, we never doubted it would, but there were always some legends that at times it had not, that at times women had coupled and runtish offspring had been born to them, or nothing, and that the tribe had dwindled to a very few. Pestilence now and then sterilized the women, and sometimes the men too. The offspring was much loved and cared for by both parents, though if it was a daughter, it might be taken away after a while to a place where only women lived. In general, the offspring was the bond of love between the man and the woman. They did not seek to love each other in any other or private way. Childbearing being what it was, we had no concept of marriage or monogamy or of remaining with one woman. On the contrary, it seemed a frustrating, dangerous, and foolish thing to do. It did sometimes happen. I'm sure it did. A man and a woman loved each other so much that they would not be parted. But I don't remember it happening myself. Nothing stood between one seeing any woman or any man, and love and friendship were not romantic. They were pure. There are many things more about this life I could describe. The various kinds of songs we sang, the nature of arguments, for there were structures to them, the types of logic that held currency with us, which you would probably find preposterous, and the types of awful errors and blunders young Taltos inevitably made. There were small mammalian animals, very like monkeys, on the island, but we never thought of hunting them or cooking them or eating them. Such an idea would have been vulgar beyond tolerance. I could describe also the kinds of dwellings we built, for they were many, and the scant ornaments we wore. We did not like clothing, or need it, or want to keep something so dirty next to our skin. I could describe our boats, and how bad they were, and 1,000 such things. There were times when some of us crept to the place where the women lived, just to see them in each other's arms, making love. Then the women would discover us and insist that we go away. There were places in the cliffs, grottos, caves, small alcoves near bubbling springs, which had become veritable shrines for making love, for both men and women and women. There was never boredom in this paradise. There were too many things to do. One could romp for hours on the seashore, swim even if one dared. One could gather eggs, fruit, dance, sing. The painters and the musicians were the most industrious, I imagine, and then there were the boat builders and the hut builders too. There was great room for cleverness. I was thought to be very clever. I discerned patterns in things which others did not notice. That certain mussels in the warm pools grew faster when the sun shone on the pools, and that some mushrooms thrived best in the dark days. And I liked to invent systems, such as simple lifts of vines and twig baskets by which fruit could be set down from the tops of trees. But as much as people admired me for this, they also laughed at it. It really wasn't necessary to do things like this, it was supposed. Drudgery was unheard of. Each day dawned with its myriad possibilities. No one doubted the perfect goodness of pleasure. Pain was bad. That is why the birth aroused such reverence and such caution in all of us, for it involved pain for the woman. And, understand, the woman Taltos was no slave of the man. She was often as strong as the male, arms just as long and just as limber. The hormones in her formed a totally different chemistry. And the birth, involving both pleasure and pain, was the most significant mystery of our lives. Actually, it was the only significant mystery of our lives. You have now what I wanted you to know. Ours was a world of harmony and true happiness. It was a world of one great mystery and many small wondrous things. It was paradise, and there was never a Taltos born, no matter how much human blood ran in his veins from whatever corrupt lineage, who did not remember the lost land and the time of harmony. Not a single one. Lashar most surely remembered it. Emily most surely remembered it. The story of paradise is in our blood. We see it. We hear the songs of its birds. We feel the warmth of the volcanic spring. We taste the fruit. We hear the singing. We can raise our voices and make the singing. And so we know what humans only believe, that paradise can come again. Before we move on to the cataclysm and the land of winter, let me add one thing. I do believe there were bad ones among us, those who did violence. I think there were. There were those who killed, perhaps, and those who were killed. I'm sure it must have been that way. It had to be. But no one wanted to talk about it. They would leave such things out of the tales. So we had no history of bloody incidents, rapes, conquests of one group of men by another, and a great horror of violence prevailed. How justice was meted out, I don't know. We didn't have leaders in the strict sense, so much as we had collections of wise ones, people who drew together out of presence and formed a loose elite, so to speak. to whom one might appeal. Another reason I believe that violence must have happened was that we had definite concepts of the good God and the evil one. Of course, the good God was he or she, this divinity was not divided, who had given us the land and our sustenance and our pleasure. And the evil one had made the terrible land of bitter cold. The evil one delighted in accidents which killed Taltos, and now and then the evil one got into a Taltos, but that was really rare. If there were myths and tales to this vague religion, I never heard them told. Our worship was never one of blood sacrifice or appeasement. We celebrated the good God in songs and verses, and in the circle dances always. When we danced, when we made the child, we were close to the good God. Many of these old songs come back to me all the time. Now and then I go down in the early evening and I walk through the streets of New York, solitary, amid the crowds, and I sing all of these songs that I can then remember, and the feeling of the lost land returns to me, the sound of the drums and the pipes and the vision of men and women dancing in the circles. You can do that in New York. No one pays any attention to you. It's really amusing to me. Sometimes others in New York who are singing to themselves, or mumbling loudly, or chattering, will come near to me, chatter at me, or sing towards me, and then drift off. In other words, I am accepted by the crazies of New York. And though we are all alone, we have each other for those few moments, the twilight world of the city. Afterwards I go out in my car and give coats and wool scarves to those who don't have them. Sometimes I send Remick, my servant, to do this. Sometimes we bring in the street people to sleep in the lobby, to feed them and bed them down. But then one will fight with another, perhaps even knife another, and out they all must go into the snow again. But that brings me to one other pitfall of our life in the lost land. How could I have forgotten? There were always those Taltos who were caught in music and couldn't get out. They could be caught by the music of others, so that others had to be made to stop the music in order to release them. They could be caught in their own song, and truly sing until they fell dead. They could dance until they fell dead. I often fell into great spells of singing and dancing and rhyming, but I always woke out of it, or the music came to a ceremonial finish, or I grew weary, perhaps, or lost the rhythm. Whatever, I was never in any danger of death. Many did as I did, but there were always deaths in this manner. Everyone felt that the Taltos who died dancing or singing had gone to the good God. But nobody talked much about it. Death just wasn't a fit subject for Taltos. All unpleasant things were forgotten. That was one of our basic ideals. I'd been alive a long time by the time of the cataclysm, but I don't know how to measure. Let me estimate 20 or 30 years. The cataclysm was entirely a thing of nature. Later, men told tales of Roman soldiers or the Picts driving us from our island. No such thing happened at all. In the lost land, we never laid eyes on human beings. We knew no other people. We knew only ourselves. A great upheaval of the earth caused our land to tremble and begin to break apart. It started with vague rumblings and clouds of smoke covering the sky. The geysers began to scald our people. The pools were so hot we couldn't drink from them. The land moved and groaned both day and night. Many Taltos were dying. The fish in the pools were dead, and the birds had fled the cliffs. Men and women went in all directions, seeking a place that was not turbulent, but they did not find it, and some came running back. At last, after countless deaths, all the tribe built rafts, boats, dugouts, whatever they could, to make the journey to the land of bitter cold. There was no choice for us. Our land grew more tumultuous and treacherous with every day. I don't know how many remained. I don't know how many got away. All day and all night people built boats and went into the sea. The wise ones helped the foolish ones. That was really the way we divided old from young. And on about the 10th day, as I would calculate it now, I sailed with 2 of my daughters, 2 men whom I loved, and 1 woman. And it is really in the land of winter, on the afternoon that I saw my homeland sink into the sea, on that afternoon that the history of my people really began. Then began their trials and their tribulations, their real suffering, and their first concept of valor and sacrifice. There began all the things human beings hold sacred, which can only come from difficulty, struggle, and the growing idealization of bliss and perfection, which can only flourish in the mind when paradise is utterly lost. It was from a high cliff that I saw the great cataclysm reach its conclusion. It was from that height that I saw the land break into pieces and sink into the sea. It was from there that I saw the tiny figures of Taltos drowning in that sea. It was from there that I saw the giant waves wash the foot of the cliffs and the hills and crash into the hidden valleys and flood the forests. The evil one has triumphed, said those who were with me, and for the first time the songs we sang and the tales we recited became a true lament. It must have been late summer when we fled to the land of bitter cold. It was truly cold. The water striking the shores was cold enough to knock a Taltos unconscious. We learned immediately that it would never be warm. But the full breath of winter was something of which we had not truly dreamed. Most of the Taltos who escaped the lost land died the first winter. Some who remained bred furiously to re-establish the tribe. And as we had no real idea that winter was going to come again, many more died the following winter too. Probably we caught on to the cycle of the seasons by the 3rd or 4th year. But those first years were times of rampant superstition, endless chattering and reasoning as to why we had been cast out of the lost land, and why the snow and wind came to kill us, and whether or not the good God had turned against us. My penchant for observation and making things elevated me to the undisputed leader. But the entire tribe was learning rapidly about such things as the warm carcasses of dead bears and other large animals, and then the good warmth from their furry skins. Holes were warmer, obviously, than caves, and with the horns of a dead antelope we could dig deep underground homes for ourselves, and roof them over with tree trunks and stones. We knew how to make fire, and very soon got good at it, because we didn't find any fire to be had for nothing, simply breathing out of the rock. Different Taltos at different times developed similar kinds of wheels, and crude wagons were soon fashioned to carry our food and those who were sick. Gradually, those of us who had survived all the winters of the land of bitter cold began to learn very valuable things which had to be taught to the young. Paying attention mattered for the first time. Nursing had become a means of survival. All women gave birth at least once to make up for the appalling rate of death. If life had not been so hard, it would have been seen, perhaps, as a time of great creative pleasure. I could list the various discoveries that were made. Suffice it to say, we were hunter-gatherers of a very primitive sort, though we did not eat the meat of animals unless we were really starving, and that we progressed erratically in a completely different fashion from human beings. Our large brains, our enhanced verbal capacity, the strange marriage in each of us of instinct and intelligence, all this made us both more clever and more clumsy, more insightful and more foolish in many respects. Of course, quarrels broke out among us as the result of scarcity or questions of judgment, whether to go this way or that to seek gain. Groups broke off from the main group and went their own way. I had by this time become accustomed to being the leader, and did not frankly trust anybody else to do it. I was known simply by name, Ashlar, as no titles were required among us, and I exerted tremendous influence over the others, and lived in terror of their getting lost, being eaten by wild animals, or fighting each other in harmful ways. Battles, quarrels, they were now daily occurrences. But with each passing winter, we had greater and greater skill, and as we followed the game south, or moved in that direction simply by instinct or by accident, I don't know, we came into warmer lands of fairly extended summer, and our true reverence for and reliance upon the seasons began. We began to ride the wild horses for fun. It was great sport to us, but we didn't think that horses could really be tamed. We did all right with the oxen to pull our carts, which in the beginning, of course, we had pulled ourselves. Out of this came our most intense religious period. I invoked the name of the good God every time chaos came upon us, striving to put our lives back in order. Executions took place, sometimes twice a year. There's so much I could write or say about those centuries, but in a very real sense, they constitute a unique time between the lost land and the coming of human beings, and much of what was deduced, surmised, learned, memorized, was shattered, so to speak, when the humans came. It is enough to say that we became a highly developed people, worshipping the good God largely through banquets and dances as we had always done. We still played the game of memory, and still kept to our strict rules of conduct, though now men remembered at birth how to be violent, to fight, to excel, and to compete, and women were born remembering fear. And certain strange events had had an incredible impact upon us, far greater than anyone realized at the time. Other men and women were afoot in Britain. We heard of them from other Taltos, and that they were loathsome and as mean as animals. The Taltos had slaughtered them in self-defense. But the strange people who were not Taltos had left behind pots made of brittle earth, painted with pretty pictures, and weapons made of magical stones. They had also left behind curious little creatures like monkeys, though hairless and very helpless, who might be their young. This settled the question that they were bestial, for in our minds only the beasts had helpless little young, and even the young of the beasts weren't as helpless as these little creatures. But Taltos took mercy on them. They nourished them on milk and kept them. And finally, having heard so much about them, we bought about 5 of these little creatures, who by that time were no longer crying all the time and actually knew how to walk. These creatures didn't live long. 35 years, perhaps? But during that time they changed dramatically. They went from little wriggling pink things to tall, strong beings, only to become wizened, withered old things. Purely animal, that was our conjecture, and I don't think we treated these primitive primates any better than they might have treated dogs. They were not quick-witted. They didn't understand our very rapid speech. Indeed, it was quite a discovery that they could understand if we spoke slowly, but they had no words, apparently, of their own. Indeed, they were born stupid, we thought, with less innate knowledge than the bird or the fox. And though they gained greater reasoning power, they always remained fairly weak, small, and covered with hideous hair. When a male of our kind mated with a female of them, the female bled and died. The men made our women bleed. They were crude and clumsy besides. Over the centuries we came upon such creatures more than once, or bought them from other Taltos, but we never saw them in any organized force of their own, and supposed them to be harmless. We had no name for them, really. They taught us nothing, and they made us cry with frustration when they couldn't learn anything from us. How sad this is, we thought, that these big animals look so much like Taltos, even walking upright and having no tails, but they have no minds. Meanwhile, our laws had become very strict. Execution was the ultimate punishment for disobedience. It had become a ritual, though never a celebrated one, in which the offending Taltos was quickly dispatched with deliberate and severe blows to the skull. Now, the skull of a Taltos stays resilient long after other bones in his body have become hard. But the skull can be crushed easily if one knows how to do it, and we had, unfortunately, learned. But death still horrified us. Murder was a very infrequent crime. The death penalty was for those who threatened the entire community. Birth was still our central, sacred ceremony, and when we found good places to settle, which argued for permanence, we frequently selected places for our religious circle dancing, and we laid out stones to mark these places. Sometimes very, very large stones, in which we took pride. Ah, the circles of stone. We became, though we never thought of it that way, the people of the stone circles all over the land. When we were forced to a new territory, either by starvation or because another band of Taltos was coming towards us, whom none of us liked and with whom no one wanted to live in close quarters, we got in the custom of making a new circle at once. Indeed, the diameter of our circle and the weight of its stones became a claim upon a certain area, and the sight of a very large circle built by others was a sign to us that this was their land and we should move on. Anybody foolish enough to disregard a sacred circle? Well, they would be given no peace and quiet till they decamped. Of course, it was scarcity that imposed these rules often. A great plain could support very few hunters, really. Good spots on lakes and rivers and on the coast were better, but no place was paradise. No place was the endless fountain of warmth and plenty that had been the lost land. Claims of sacred protection were asserted against invaders or squatters, and I remember myself carving a figure of the good God, as I perceived God, with both breast and a penis, upon an immense stone in one of these circles, a plea to other Taltos that they must respect our holy circle and therefore our land. When there was a true battle, born of personality and misunderstanding, and rank greed for a particular portion of the earth, the invaders would knock down the stones of those who lived there and make a new circle entirely of their own. To be driven out was exhausting, but in a new home the desire to build a larger, more imposing circle burned hot. We would find stones, we vowed, so large that no one could ever dislodge them, or would ever try. Our circle spoke of our ambition and our simplicity, of the joy of the dance and our willingness to fight and die for the territory of the tribe. Our basic values, though unchanged since the days of the lost land, had hardened somewhat around certain rituals. It was mandatory for all to attend the birth of a new Taltos. It was the law that no woman could give birth more than twice. It was the law that reverence and sensuality attend these births. Indeed, a great sexual euphoria was often sustained. The new Taltos was seen as an omen, if not perfect of limb and form, beautiful to behold and full-sized. A terrible fear came over the land. The perfect newborn was the blessing of the good God as before, but you see, our beliefs had darkened, and as they darkened, as we drew all the wrong conclusions from purely natural events, so did our obsession with the great circles darken, our belief in them as pleasing to the good God and as morally essential for the tribe. At last came the year when we settled on the plains. This was in the south of Britain, now known as Salisbury, where the climate was beautiful to us, and the best we had ever been able to find. The time before the coming of human beings. We knew by then that the winter would always be with us. We did not think it possible to escape the winter anywhere in the world. If you think about this, it's a perfectly logical assumption. Alas, the summers were longest and sweetest in this part of Britain. I knew this first-hand now, and the forests were thick and full of deer, and the sea was not far away. Herds of wild antelope wandered the plains. Here we decided that we would build our permanent home. The idea of moving all the time to avoid arguments or to chase the food supply had long since lost its appeal. We had become, to some extent, a people of settlement. The search was on among all our people for permanent refuge, and a permanent place to perform the sacred singing, the sacred memory game, and the sacred dance, and of course the ritual of the birth. We had deeply resented our last invasion, and had only left after endless arguments. Taltos always try words first, some pushing and shoving, and finally a lot of ultimatums such as, "All right, if you are determined to crowd these woods, then we shall leave them." We held ourselves to be vastly superior to the other tribes, for any number of reasons, and certainly because we had so many who had lived in the lost land, and many, many still with white hair. We were, in many respects, the most clearly organized group, and we had the most customs. Some of us had horses now, and could manage to ride them. Our caravan was comprised of many wagons, and we had good-sized herds and flocks of sheep, goats, and a form of wild cattle that no longer exists. Others poked fun at us, especially for riding horses, off which we fell repeatedly. But, in general, other Taltos held us in awe and came running to us for help in bad times. Now, upon the Salisbury plain, determining that it would be ours forever, we chose to make the greatest circle of stones ever seen in the world. By this time, too, we knew that the very making of the circle united the tribe, organized it, kept it from mischief, and made the dances all the more joyous, as stone after stone was added, and the circle grew ever more impressive to behold. This great undertaking, the building of the biggest circle in the world, shaped several centuries of our existence and pushed us forward rapidly in terms of inventiveness and organization. The search for the Suspense, or the sandstone as it is now called, the means of bringing the boulders back, of dressing them and erecting them, and finally laying in place the lintels, this consumed us. It became a justification for life itself. The concept of fun and play was almost gone from us now. We were survivors of the bitter cold. The dance had been sanctified. Everything had been sanctified. Yet this was a great and thrilling time. Those who would share our life joined us, and we grew to such a number that we could resist invasion. Indeed, the very first monstrous stone of our great plan inspired such inspiration that other Taltos came to worship, to join our circle, or to watch it, rather than to steal part of the plain. The building of the circle became the backdrop against which our development took place. During these centuries, our life reached its highest peak. We built our encampments all over the plain, in easy walking distance of our great circle, and gathered our animals into small stockades. We planted the elderberry and the blackthorn around our encampments, and these encampments became forts. We arranged for the orderly burial of the dead. Indeed, we built some graves beneath the ground during this time. Indeed, all the consequences of permanent settlement played themselves out. We did not begin to make pottery, but we bought a great deal of it from other Taltos, who claimed to have bought it from the short-lived hairy people who came to the coast in boats made of animal skins. Soon, tribes came from all over Britain to make the living circle of the dance within our standing stones. The circles became great winding processions. It was deemed to be good luck to give birth within our circle, and much trade and prosperity came our way. Meanwhile, other large circles were being erected in our land. Vast, marvelous circles, but none, absolutely none, to rival our own. Indeed, sometime during this productive and wondrous era, it became known that ours was indeed the circle of circles. People did not seek to rival it, but rather only to see it, to dance in it, to join the procession weaving in and out of the various doorways formed by the lintels and the standing stones. To travel to another circle, to dance with the tribe there, became a regular event. At such gatherings we learned much from each other, and celebrated great chains of memory, swapping tales and reinforcing the details of the most cherished stories, and correcting the legends of the lost land. We would go in bands to see the circle which is now called Avebury, or to see other circles farther south, near Stuart Gordon's beloved Glastonbury Tor. We went north to worship at others. But all the while, ours was the most magnificent, and when Ashlar and his people came to visit the circle of another tribe, it was considered to be a great honour, and we were asked for advice and begged to remain and given fine gifts. Of course, you know that our circle became Stonehenge, because it and many others of our sacred rings are standing even today. But let me explain what may be obvious only to scholars of Stonehenge. We did not build the whole thing that is there now, or is believed to have been there at one time. We built only 2 circles of Suspense, quarried in other areas, including the distant Marlborough Downs, but mainly at Amesbury, which is very near to Stonehenge. The inner circle had 10 standing stones, and the outer 30, and the placing of the lintels atop these stones was a matter of great debate. From the beginning we opted for the lintels. but I never much appreciated them. I had dreamed of a circle of stones to imitate a circle of men and women. Each stone was to be roughly twice the size of a Taltos, and as wide as a Taltos is tall. That was my vision. But to others of the tribe, the lintel gave the impression of shelter, reminding them of the great volcanic cone which had once protected the tropical valley of the Lost Land. It was later peoples who built the circle of blue stones and many other formations at Stonehenge. At one time, all of our beloved open-air temple was enclosed into some sort of wooden edifice by savage human tribes, and I do not care to think of the bloody rites practiced there. But this was not our doing. As to the emblems carved upon the sarcens, we used only one, upon a central stone which is long gone. It was a symbol of the good God, with breast and phallus, and it was deeply etched, and within reach of a Taltos, so that he or she might trace it in the dark by touch. Later, human beings put other carvings upon the sarcens, just as they put Stonehenge to other use. But I can tell you that no one, Taltos, human, or other species, had ever happened upon our great circle who did not to some extent respect it or come to feel the presence of the sacred when within it. Long before it was ever completed, it became a place of inspiration, and it has been one ever since. In this monument, you have the essence of our people. It is the only great monument we were ever to build. But to fully appreciate what we were, remember, we retained our values. We deplored death and did not celebrate it. We made no blood sacrifice. We did not see war as glorious, so much as chaotic and unpleasant. And the high expression of our art was the singing and dancing circles assembled in and around Stonehenge. At their greatest height, our birth festivals and festivals of memory or music would include thousands of Taltos come from far and wide. It was impossible to count the circles formed or to measure the widest of them. It is impossible to say how many hours and days these rituals went on. Imagine it, if you will, the vast snowy plain, the clear blue sky, smoke rising from the encampments and the huts built near to the stone circle for warmth and food and drink. See the Taltos, men and women all, and of my height, with hair long, often to the waist or even to the ankles, wearing carefully sewn skins and furs and high boots of leather, and linking hands to form these beautiful, simple configurations as the voices rose in song. Ivy leaves, mistletoe, holly, whatever was green in winter, we wore in our hair, and brought with us and laid upon the ground. The branches of the pine or whatever tree did not lose their leaves. And in summer we brought flowers aplenty, and indeed deputations were kept going all day and night into the woodlands to find flowers and fresh green boughs. The singing and the music alone were magnificent. One did not tear oneself from the circles easily. Indeed, some people never left of their own accord, and small fires were made within the margins, between moving lines of dancers for warmth. Some danced and sang and embraced others until they fell down in a faint or dead. In the beginning we had no one presiding, but that changed. I was called upon to go into the centre, to strike the strings of the harp, to begin the dance. And after I had spent many hours there, another came to stand in my place, and later another and another, each new singer or musician making a music which the others imitated, taking the new song out from small circle to big circle, like the ripples in a pond from a falling stone. At times, many great fires were constructed beforehand, one in the center and others at various points, so that the dancers would pass near to them often as they followed the circular path. The birth of the Taltos in our circle was for the newborn an event unrivaled even in the lost land, for there the circles had been voluntary and spontaneous and small, but here the new creature opened its eyes upon an enormous tribe of its own kind, and heard a chorus like that of angels, and dwelt within that circle, being suckled and stroked and comforted for the first days and nights of life. Of course, we were changing. As our innate knowledge changed, we changed. That is, what we learned changed the genetic makeup of the newborn. Those born in the time of the circle had a stronger sense of the sacred than we old ones did, and were frankly not so given to rampant humor or irony or suspicion as we were. Those born in the time of the circles were more aggressive, and could murder when they had to, without giving way to tears. Had you asked me then, I would have said our kind would rule forever. Had you said, but men will come who will slaughter people for fun, who will rape and burn and lay waste simply because it is what they do for a living, I would not have believed it. I would have said, but we'll talk to them, we'll tell all our stories and memories, and ask them to tell theirs, and they'll start dancing and singing, and they'll stop fighting or wanting things they shouldn't have. When human beings did come down on us, we assumed, of course, that they would be simple little hairy people, of the gentle ilk of the amiable, grunting little traders, who sometimes came to the coast in boats of skin to sell us goods, and then went away. We heard tales of raids and massacres, but we could not believe these. After all, why would anyone do such things? And then we were amazed to discover that the human beings coming into Britain had smooth skin like ours, and that their magic stone had been hammered into shields and helmets and swords, that they had brought their own trained horses with them by the hundreds, and on horseback they rode us down, burning our camps, piercing our bodies with spears or chopping off our heads. They stole our women and raped them until they died of the bleeding. They stole our men and sought to enslave them, and laughed at them and ridiculed them, and in some instances drove them mad. At first their raids were very infrequent. The warriors came by sea and descended upon us by night from the forest. We thought each raid was the last. Often we fought them off. We were not by nature as fierce as they, by any means, but we could defend ourselves, and great circles were convened to discuss their metal weapons and how we might make our own. Indeed, we imprisoned a number of human beings, invaders all, to try to pry the knowledge from them. We discovered that when we slept with their women, whether willing or unwilling, they died, and the men had a deep, inveterate hatred of our softness. They called us the fools of the circle, or the simple people of the stone. The illusion that we could hold out against these people crumbled almost in the space of one season. We only learned later that we'd been saved from earlier annihilation by one simple fact. We didn't have much that these people wanted. Principally, they wanted our women for pleasure, and some of the finer gifts which pilgrims had brought to the circle shrine. But other tribes of Taltos were flocking onto the plain. They'd been driven from their homes along the coast by the human invaders, who inspired in them only deathly fear. Their mount gave these human beings a fanatical sense of power. Humans enjoyed these invasions. Massacre was sport to them. We fortified our camps for the winter. Those who had come to join us replaced many of the fighting men we had lost.
Then the snow came. We had plenty to eat, and we had peace. Maybe the invaders didn't like the snow. We didn't know. There were so many of us gathered together, and we had lifted from the dead so many spears and swords, that we felt safe. It was time for the winter birth circle to be convened, and it was most important, as so many had been killed in the last year. Not only must we make new Taltos for our villages, we had to make them to send to other villages where the inhabitants had been burnt out. Many had come from far and wide for the winter birth circle, and we heard more and more tales of slaughter and woe. However, we were many, and it was our sacred time. We formed the circles, we lit the sacred fires. It was time to declare to the good God that we believed the summer would come again, to make birth happen now as an affirmation of that faith and an affirmation that the good God wanted us to survive. We had had perhaps 2 days of singing and dancing and birthing, of feasting and drinking, when the tribes of human beings descended on the plain. We heard the enormous rumble of the horses before we saw them. It was a roar, like the sound of the crumbling of the lost land. Horsemen came from all sides to attack us. The great Sarsens of the circles were splashed with our blood. Many Taltos, drunk on music and erotic play, never put up any resistance at all. Those of us who ran to the camp put up a great fight. But when the smoke had cleared, when the horsemen were gone, when our women had been taken by the hundreds in our own wagons, when every encampment had been burnt to the ground, we were only a handful, and we had had enough of war. Indeed, the horrors we'd seen, we never wanted to witness again. The newborns of our tribe had all been slain, to the last one. They had blundered into death in the first days of their lives. Few women remained to us, and some had given birth too many times in the past. By the second nightfall after the massacre, our scouts came back to tell us what we had feared was true. The warriors had set up their camps in the forest. They were building permanent dwellings. Indeed, there was talk of their villages dotting the southern landscape. We had to go north. We had to return to the hidden valleys of the highlands, or places too inaccessible for these cruel invaders. Our journey was a long one, lasting the rest of the winter, in which birth and death became daily occurrences, and more than once we were attacked by small bands of humans, and more than once we spied upon their settlements and learned of their lives. We massacred more than one band of the enemy. Twice we raided lowland forts to rescue our men and women, whose singing we could hear from great distances. And by the time we discovered the high valley of Dunleith, it was spring. The snow was melting. The rich forest was green again. The loch was no longer frozen, and we soon found ourselves in a hideaway accessible to the outside world only by a winding river whose route was so circuitous that the loch itself could not be seen from the sea. Indeed, the great cove through which a seafarer enters it appears to all eyes as a cave. Understand, the loch in later times became a port. Men did much by that time to open it to the sea. But in those times we found ourselves hidden and safe at last. We had many rescued Taltos with us, and the stories they told. The human beings had discovered the miracle of birth with us. They were spellbound by the magic of it. They had tortured the Taltos women and men mercilessly, trying to force them to do it, and then had screamed in delight and thrilling fear when the new Taltos appeared. They had worried some of these women to death. But many of our kind had resisted, refusing to be so violated. Some women had found ways to take their own lives. Many had been killed for struggling, for attacking every human who came near them, and finally for trying repeatedly to escape. When humans discovered that the newborns could breed immediately, they forced them to do it. And the newborns, muddled and frightened, did not know what to do but comply. The humans knew the power of music over the Taltos, and how to use it. The humans thought the Taltos sentimental and cowardly, though what the words were for it then, I don't now know. In sum, a deep hatred grew between us and the warriors. We thought them animals, of course, animals that could talk and make things. Perfect horrors, actually. Aberrations that might destroy all beautiful life. And they thought us amusing and relatively harmless monsters. For it soon became apparent that the wide world was filled with people of their height, or even smaller, who bred and lived as they did, and not with people like us. From our raids we had gathered many objects which these people had brought from far and wide. The slaves repeated tales of great kingdoms with walls about them, of palaces in lands of desert, sand, and jungle, of warring tribes, and of great congregations of people in encampments of such size that one could not imagine it. And these encampments had names. All of these people, as far as we knew, bred in the human way. All had tiny, helpless babies. All brought them up half savage and half intelligent. All were aggressive, liked to war, liked to kill. Indeed, it was perfectly obvious to me that the most aggressive among them were the survivors, and they had weeded out over the centuries anyone who was not aggressive, so they had had a hand in making themselves what they were. Our early days in the glen of Dunlaith, and let me say here that we gave it that name, were days of intense pondering and discussion, of building the finest circle that we could, and of consecration and prayer. We celebrated the birth of numerous new Taltos, and these we schooled vigorously for the ordeals that lay ahead. We buried many who died of old wounds, and some women who died from childbearing, as always happens, and we buried others who, having been driven from the plain of Salisbury, simply did not want to live. It was the worst time of suffering for my people, even worse than the massacre itself had been. I saw strong Taltos, white-haired ones, great singers, abandon themselves completely to their music and fall at last without breath into the high grass. Finally, when a new council had been appointed, of newborns and wiser Taltos, of the white-haired and of those who wanted to do something about all this, we came to the one very logical position. Can you guess what it was? We realized that humans had to be annihilated. If they weren't, their warring ways would destroy all that had been given us by the good God. They were burning up life with their cavalry and their torches and swords. We had to stamp them out. As for the prospect that they existed all over distant lands in great numbers, well, we bred much faster than they did. Was that not so? We could replace our slain very quickly. They took years to replace a fallen warrior. Surely we could outnumber them as we fought against them, if only we had the stomach for the fight. Within a week, after endless argument, it was decided that we did not have the stomach for the fight. Some of us could do it. We were so angry and full of hate and irony now that we could ride down upon them and hack them to pieces. But in the main, Taltos simply could not kill in this way. They could not match the malicious lust of humans for killing. And we knew it. Humans would win by sheer meanness and cruelty in the end. Of course, since that time, and possibly 1,000 times before it, a people has been annihilated because it lacked aggression. It could not match the cruelty of another tribe or clan or nation or race. The one real difference in our case was that we knew it. Whereas the Incas were slaughtered in ignorance by the Spanish, we understood much more of what was involved. Of course, we were certain of our superiority to humans. We were baffled that they didn't appreciate our singing and stories. We did not believe that they knew what they were doing when they struck us down. And realizing that we really couldn't match them in combat, we assumed that we could reason with them, we could teach them, we could show them how much more pleasant and agreeable life was if one did not kill. Of course, we had only just begun to understand them. By the end of that year, we had ventured out of the glen to take a few human prisoners, and from these we learned that things were far more hopeless than we thought. Killing lay at the very basis of their religion. It was their sacred act. For their gods they killed, sacrificing hundreds of their own kind at their rituals. Indeed, death was the very focus of their lives. We were overcome with horror. We determined that life would exist for us within the glen. As for other Taltos tribes, we feared the worst for them. In our little forays to find human slaves, we had seen more than one village burnt out, more than one field of wasting, sinewy Taltos bones being scattered by the winter wind. As the years passed, we remained secure in the glen, venturing out only with the greatest care. Our bravest scouts travelled as far as they dared. By the end of the decade, we knew that no Taltos settlements remained in our part of Britain. All the old circles were now abandoned. And we also came to find out from the few prisoners we took, which was not easy, that we were hunted now, and very much in demand to be sacrificed to the human gods. Indeed, massacres had become a thing of the past. Taltos were hunted strictly for capture, and only killed if they refused to breed. It had been discovered that their seed brought death to human women, and on that account the males were kept in unbearable bondage, laden with metal chains. Within the next century, the invaders conquered the earth. Many of the scouts who went out to seek other Taltos and bring them into the glen simply never came back. But there were always young ones who wanted to go, who had to see life beyond the mountains, who had to go down to the loch and travel to the sea. As the memories were passed on in our blood, our young Taltos became even more warlike. They wanted to slaughter a human, or so they thought. Those wanderers who did return, and frequently with at least a couple of human prisoners, confirmed our most terrible fears. From one end of Britain to the other, the Taltos was dying out. Indeed, in most places it was no more than legend, and certain towns, for the new settlements were nothing less than that, would pay a fortune for a Taltos, that men no longer hunted for them, and some did not believe any more that there had ever been such strange beasts. Those who were caught were wild. Wild? We asked. What in the name of God is a wild Taltos? Well, we were soon told. In numerous encampments, when it came time for sacrifice to the gods, the chosen women, often fanatically eager for it, were brought to embrace a prisoner Taltos, to arouse his passion and then to die by his feet. Dozens of women met their deaths in this fashion, precisely as human men were being drowned in cauldrons, or decapitated, or burnt in horrid wicker cages for the gods of the human tribe. But over the years, some of these women had not died.
Some of them had left the sacred altar alive, and a few of these, within a matter of weeks, had given birth. A Taltos came out of their bodies, a wild seed of our kind. This Taltos invariably killed its human mother, not meaning to, of course, but because she could not survive the birth of such a creature. But this didn't always happen, and if the mother lived long enough to give her offspring milk, which she had aplenty, this Taltos would grow within the customary time of 3 hours to full size. In some villages this was counted as a great omen of good fortune, in others it was disaster. Human beings could not agree. But the name of the game had become to get a pair of such human-mothered Taltos, and to make them breed more Taltos, and to keep a stock of these prisoners, to make them dance, to make them sing, to make them give birth. Wild Taltos. There was another way that wild Taltos could be born. A human man now and then made one grow in the body of a Taltos woman. This poor prisoner, being kept for pleasure, did not suspect at first that she had conceived. Within weeks her child was born to her, growing to full height, as she knew it would, only to be taken from her and imprisoned, or put to some grisly use. And who were the mortals who could breed with Taltos in this way? What characterized them? In the very beginning we did not know. We could not perceive any visible signs. But later, as more and more mixture occurred, it became clear to us that a certain kind of human was more prone than any other, either to conceive or to father the Taltos, and that was a human of great spiritual gift, a human who could see into people's hearts, or tell the future, or lay healing hands upon others. These humans, to our eyes, became quite detectable, and finally unmistakable. But this took centuries to develop. Blood was passed back and forth. Wild Taltos escaped their captors. Human women, swelling monstrous with Taltos, fled to the glen to hope of shelter. Of course we took them in. We learned from these human mothers. Whereas our young were born within hours, their young took a fortnight to a month, depending upon whether or not the mother knew of the child's existence. Indeed, if the mother knew and was to address the child, quiet its fears and sing to it, the growth was greatly accelerated. Hybrid Taltos were born knowing things their human ancestors had known. In other words, our laws of genetic inheritance embraced the acquired knowledge of the human species. Of course, we had no such language then to discuss these things. We only knew that a hybrid might know how to sing human songs in human tongues, or to make boots, such as we had never seen, very skillfully from leather. In this way, all manner of human knowledge passed into our people. But those wild ones, born in captivity, were always full of the Taltos memories too, and conceived a hatred for their human tyrants. They broke for freedom as soon as they could. To the woods they fled, and to the north, possibly to the lost land. Some unfortunates, we learned later, went home to the great plain, and finding no refuge, survived hand to mouth in the nearby forest, or were captured and killed. Some of these wild Taltos inevitably bred with each other. As fugitives they found one another, or within captivity they were bred. They could always breed with the pure Taltos prisoner, giving birth in the pure way immediately. And so a fragile race of Taltos was hanging on in the wildernesses of Britain, a desperate minority of outcasts, incessantly searching for their ancestors and for the paradise of their memories, and carrying in their veins human blood. Much human blood came into the wild Taltos during these centuries, and the wild Taltos developed beliefs and habits of their own,
They lived in the green treetops, often painting themselves entirely green for camouflage, making the paint of several natural pigments, and clothing themselves, when they could, in ivy and weeds. And it was these, or so it was claimed, who somehow created the little people. Indeed, the little people may have always lived in the shadows and hidden places. We had glimpsed them surely in our early years, and during the time of our rule of Britain they had kept themselves entirely away from us. They were but a kind of monster in our legends. We scarcely noticed them any more than hairy human beings. But now tales came to our ears that they had begun with the spawning of Taltos and humans, that when the conception occurred, but the development failed, a hunchbacked dwarf was born, rather than the wiry and graceful Taltos. Was this so? Or did they spring from the same root as we did? Were we cousins of each other in some time before the lost land, when perhaps we had mingled in some earlier paradise? The time before the moon? Was that the time of our branching off, one tribe from the other? We didn't know, but at the times of hybrids and experiments of this sort, of wild Taltos seeking to discover what they could or could not do, or who could breed with whom, we did learn that these horrid little monsters, these malicious, mischievous, and strange little people, could breed with us. Indeed, if they could seduce one of us into coupling with them, man or woman, the offspring was more often than not a Taltos. A compatible race? An evolutionary experiment closely related to us? Again, we were never to know. But the legend spread, and the little people preyed upon us as viciously as human beings. They set traps for us. They tried to lure us with music. They did not come in warrior bands. They were sneaks, and they tried to entrance us with spells which they could cast by the powers of their minds. They wanted to make the Taltos. They dreamed of becoming a race of giants, as they called us. And when they caught our women, they coupled with them until they died. And when they caught our men, they were as cruel to them to make them breed as humans. Over the centuries the mythology grew. The little people had once been, as we were, tall and fair. They had once had our advantages, but demons had made them what they were, cast them out, made them suffer. They were as long-lived as we were. Their monstrous little offspring were born as quickly and as fully developed proportionately as ours were. But we feared them, we hated them, we did not want to be used by them, and we came to believe the stories that our children could be like them, if not given milk, if not loved. And the truth, whatever it was, if anyone ever knew, was buried in folklore. In the glen the little people still hang on. There are few natives of Britain who do not know of them. They go by countless names, lumped with other creatures of myth, the fairies, the sluach, the gunfers, the leprechauns, the elves. They are dying out now in Dunleaf, for a great many reasons, but they live in other dark, secret places still. They steal human women now and then to breed, but they are no more successful with humans than we are. They long for a witch, a mortal with the extra sense, the type that with one of them often conceives or fathers the Taltos. And when they find such creatures, they can be ruthless. Never believe that they won't hurt you in the glen, or in other glens and remote woods and valleys. They would do it. And they would kill you and burn the fat of your bodies on their torches for the sheer joy of it. But this is not their story. Another tale can be told of them, by Samuel perhaps, should he ever be moved to tell it. But then Samuel has a tale all his own of his wanderings away from the little people, and that would make a better adventure, I think, than their history. Let me return to the wild Taltos now, the hybrids who carried the human genes. Banding together outside the glen whenever possible, they exchanged the memories, the tales, and formed their own tiny settlements. And periodically we went in search of them and brought them home. They bred with us. They gave us offspring. We gave them counsel and knowledge. And surprisingly enough, they never stayed. They would come to the glen from time to time to rest, but they had to return to the wild world, where they shot arrows at humans and fled through the forest laughing afterwards, believing themselves to be the very magical creatures sought for sacrifice which humans believed them to be. And the great tragedy, of course, of their desire to wander is that inevitably they carried the secret of the glen to the human world. Simpletons, that is what we are in a true sense. Simpletons, that we did not see that such a thing would have to happen, that these wild ones, when finally captured, would tell tales of our glen, sometimes to threaten their enemies with the prospect of vengeance from a secret nation, or out of sheer naivete, or that the tale having been told to other wild Taltos who had never seen us, would be passed on by them. Can you see what happened? The legend of the glen, of the tall people who gave birth to children who could walk and speak at birth, began to spread. Knowledge of us was general throughout Britain. We fell into legend with the little people, and with other strange creatures whom humans seldom saw, but would have given anything to capture. And so the life we built in Dunlife, a life of great stone towers or broch, from which we hoped some day to successfully defend ourselves against invasions, of the old rituals carefully preserved and carried out, of the memories treasured, and of our values, our belief in love and birth above all things held sacred. That life was in mortal danger from those who would hunt for monsters for any reason, from those who only wanted to see with their own eyes. Another development took place. As I said earlier, there were always those born in the glen who wanted to leave. It was deeply impressed upon them that they must remember the way home. They must look at the stars and never forget the various patterns that could guide them home. And this became a part of innate knowledge very rapidly because we deliberately cultivated it, and this cultivation worked. In fact, it worked amazingly well, opening up to us all kinds of new possibilities. We could program into the innate knowledge all manner of practical things. We put it to the test by questioning the offspring. It was quite astonishing. They knew the map of Britain as we knew it, and preserved it, highly inaccurate. They knew how to make weapons, they knew the importance of secrecy, they knew the fear and hatred of human beings, and how best to avoid them or triumph over them. They knew the art of the tongue. Now, the art of the tongue, as we called it, was something we never thought of until the humans came. But it was essentially talking and reasoning with people, which we did with each other all the time. Now, basically we speak among ourselves much, much faster than humans, sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. It sounds to humans like a whistling or a humming or even a buzzing. But we can talk more in human rhythm, and we had learned how to speak to humans on their level. That is, to confuse them and entangle them in logic, to fascinate them and to influence them somewhat. Obviously, this art of the tongue wasn't saving us from extinction, but it could save a lone Taltos discovered by a pair of humans in the forest, or a Taltos man taken prisoner by a small human clan with no ties to the warrior people who had invaded the land. Anyone venturing out must know the art of the tongue, of speaking slowly to humans on their level, and doing it in a convincing way. and inevitably some of those who left decided to settle outside. They built their brach, that is, our style of tower, of dry stone without mortar, and lived in wild and isolated places, passing for humans to those new peoples who happened to pass their homes. It was a sort of clan existence that developed defensively and in scattered locales. But inevitably these Taltos would reveal their nature to humans, or humans would war on them, or someone would learn of the magical Taltos birth, and again talk of us, talk of the glen, would circulate among hostile men. I myself, having ever been inventive and forward-looking and refusing to give up ever, even when the whole lost land was exploding, I did not give up. More or less thought ours was a lost cause. We could, for the present, defend the glen, that was true, when outsiders did occasionally break in on us, but we were essentially trapped. But the question of those who passed for humans, those who lived among human beings, pretending to be an old tribe or clan, that fascinated me. That got me to thinking, what if we were to do this? What if, instead of shutting human beings out, we slowly let them in, leading them to believe that we were a human tribe too, and we lived in their midst, keeping our birth rituals secret from them. Meantime, great changes in the outside world held a great fascination for us. We wanted to speak to travelers, to learn, and so, finally, we devised a dangerous subterfuge. 26. Yuri Stefano here. Can I help you? Can you help me? God, it's good to hear your voice, said Michael. We've been separated less than 48 hours, but the Atlantic Ocean is between us. Michael, thank God you called me. I didn't know where to reach you. You're still with Ash, aren't you? Yes, and we will be for another 2 days, I think. I'll tell you all about it. But how are things with you? It's over, Michael. It's over. All the evil is gone, and the Talamasca is itself again. This morning I received my first communication from the elders. We're taking serious measures to see that this sort of interception can never happen again. I have my work cut out for me, writing my report. The new Superior General has recommended that I rest, but that's impossible. But you have to rest some of the time, Yuri. You know you do. We all do. I sleep for 4 hours, then I get up. I think about what happened. I write. I write for maybe 4, 5 hours. Then I sleep again. At meal times, they come and get me. They make me go downstairs. It's nice. It's nice to be back with them. But what about you, Michael? Yuri, I love this man. I love Ash the way I loved Aaron. I've been listening to him talk for hours. It's no secret what he's telling us, of course, but he won't let us record any of it. He says that we should take away only what we naturally remember. Yuri, I don't think this man will ever hurt us, or anyone connected with us. I'm sure of it. You know it's one of those situations. I've put my trust in him. And if he does come to hurt us for any reason, well, that's going to be what happens. I understand. And Rowan, how is she? I think she loves him too. I know she does. But how much and in what way? Well, that's her story. I never could speak for Rowan. We're going to stay here, as I said, for another 2 days, maybe more. Then we have to go back down south. We're a little worried about Mona. Why? It's nothing terrible. She's run off with her cousin, Mara Jane Mayfair. This is a young woman you've not had the pleasure of meeting, and they're a bit too young to be running around without any parental supervision. Michael, I've written a letter to Mona. I had to write it. You know, before I left New Orleans, I pledged my heart to Mona. But Mona is too young for such a pledge, and now that I am home, back with the order, I realize more than ever how unsuited I am to court Mona. I've sent my letter to the Amelia Street address, but I fear that Mona will, for a little while at least, be angry with me. Yuri, Mona has other things on her mind right now. This is probably the best decision you could have made. We forget that Mona is 13. Everybody forgets it, and certainly Mona forgets it. But you've done the right thing. Besides, she can contact you if she wants to, can't she? Yes, I am here. I am safe. I am home. And Tessa? Well, they took her away, Michael. That's the telemaster for you. I'm sure that's what happened to her. She was surrounded by a very courtly group of companions, and invited to go with them, probably to Amsterdam. I kissed her goodbye before she left. There was some talk of a nice place for her, where she could rest, and where all her memories and stories would be recorded. No one seems to know how to calculate her age. No one knows if what Ash has said is true, that she will die soon. But she's happy, and the telemaster has taken care of her. Yes, absolutely. Of course, if she ever wants to leave, she can leave. That's our way. But I don't think Tessa thinks in those terms. I think she drifted for years. How many years, no one knows. From one protector to another. She didn't grieve too long for Gordon, by the way. She says that she doesn't care to dwell on unpleasant things. Michael laughed. I understand. Believe me. Look, I've got to go back now. We're having some supper together, and then Ash is going to go on with his story. It's beautiful here where we are. Snowing and cold, but beautiful. Everything that surrounds Ash reflects his personality. It's always that way. The buildings we choose for ourselves, they're always reflections of us. This place is filled with colored marble and with paintings and with things that interest me. I don't suppose I should talk about it much. He does want his privacy, to be left in peace after we lose him. I know. I understand. Listen, Michael, when you see Mona, you must tell her something for me. You must tell her that She'll understand, Marie. Mona has other things on her mind right now. It's an exciting time for her. The family wants her to leave Sacred Heart, to start studying with private tutors. Her IQ is off the charts, just as she always said it was, and she is the heir to the Mayfair legacy. I think for the next few years Mona will be spending a lot of time with Rowan and with me, studying, traveling, getting sort of the ideal education for a lady of how shall I say, great expectations. I'm going to go now. I'll call you again from New Orleans. Please do this, please. I love both of you. I love the three of you. Will you tell the others for me? Ash and Rowan? Yes. By the way, those cohorts, those helpers of Gordon, it's all finished. They're gone, and they can never hurt the order again. I'll talk to you soon, Michael. Goodbye, yours. 27. Everybody always told him the Fontevraud Mayfairs were crazy. That's why they come to you, Dr. Jack. Every single one of them was mad, said the town, even the rich king in New Orleans. But did he have to find it out for himself on an afternoon like this, when it was as dark as night and half the streets in town were flooded out? And bringing out a little newborn baby in such a storm, wrapped up in smelly little blankets and lying in a plastic ice chest, no less. And Mary Jane Mayfair expecting him just to make out the birth certificate right there in his office. He'd demanded to see the mother. Of course, if he'd known she was going to drive this limousine like this over these shell roads, right through this storm, and that he'd end up holding this baby in his arms, he would have insisted on following her in his pickup. When she pointed to the limousine, he thought the woman had a driver. And this was a brand new car, too. 25 feet long if it was a foot, with a moon roof and tinted glass, a compact disc player, and the goddamn telephone. And this teen Amazon queen at the wheel, in her dirty white lace dress, with mud spattered on her bare legs and her sandals. "And you mean to tell me," he shouted over the rain, "that with a big car like this you couldn't have brought this baby's mother to the hospital?" The baby looked fine enough, thank God for that. About a month premature, he figured, and undernourished, of course, but otherwise okay, and sleeping right now, deep in the ice chest with all the stinky little blankets around it, as he held the thing on his knees. Why, these blankets actually reeked of whiskey. "Good heavens, Mary Jane Mayfair, slow down," he said finally. The branches were making a racket on the top of the car. He flinched as the clumps of wet leaves flapped right against the windshield. He could hardly stand it, the way she ran right over the rut. "You're going to wake the baby." "That baby's just fine, Doctor," said Mary Jane, letting her skirt fall all the way back down her thighs to her panties. This was a notorious young woman. Nobody had to tell him that. He'd been pretty damn sure this was her baby, and she was going to make up some cock and bull story about its having been left on the doorstep. But no, there was a mother out there in those swamps, praise God. He was going to put this in his memoirs. "We're almost there," Mary Jane called out, half smashing a thicket of bamboo on their left and rolling right on past it. "Now you got to carry the baby in the boat, all right, Doctor?" "What boat?" he shouted. But he knew damn good and well what boat. Everybody had told him about this old house, that he ought to drive out to Fontevraud Landing just to see it. He could hardly believe it was standing, the way the west side had sunk. And to think this clan insisted upon living there. Mary Jane Mayfair had been slowly cleaning out the local Walmart for the last 6 months, fixing the place up for herself and her grandmother. Everybody knew about it when Mary Jane came to town in her white shorts and T-shirts. She was a pretty girl, though. He had to give her that much, even with that cowboy hat. She had the most high-slung and pointed pair of breasts he'd ever seen, and a mouth the color of bubble gum. "Hey, you didn't give this baby whiskey to keep it quiet, did you?" he demanded. Little Tucker was just snoring away, blowing a big bubble with its tiny little pink lips. Poor child, to grow up in this place. And she hadn't let him even examine this baby, saying Granny had done all that. Granny, indeed. The limousine had come to a halt. The rain was teeming. He could scarcely see what looked like a house up ahead, and the great fan leaves of a green palmetto. But those were electric lights burning up there. Thank God for that. Somebody'd told him they didn't have any lights out here. "I'll come round for you with the umbrella," she said, slamming the door behind her before he could say that they should wait till the rain slacked off. And then his door flew open, and he had no choice but to pick up this ice chest like a cradle. "Here, put the towel over it. Little guy will get wet," Mary Jane said. "Now run for the boat." "I will walk, thank you," he said. "If you'll just kindly lead the way, Miss Mayfair." "Don't let him fall." "I beg your pardon. I delivered babies in Picayune, Mississippi for 38 years before I ever came down to this godforsaken country." And just why did I come? He thought to himself, as he had 1,000 times, especially when his new little wife, Eileen, born and raised in Napoleonville, wasn't around to remind him. Lord in heaven, it was a great big heavy aluminum pirogue, and it didn't have a motor. But there was the house all right, the entire thing the color of driftwood, with the purple wisteria completely wrapped around the capitals of those upstairs columns and making its way for the balusters. At least the tangle of trees was so thick in this part of the jungle that he was almost dry for a moment. A tunnel of green went up to the tilting front porch. Lights on upstairs. Well, that was a relief. If he had had to see his way around this place by kerosene lamp, he would have gone crazy. Maybe he was already going crazy, crossing this stretch of duckweed slough with this crazy young woman, and the place about to sink any minute. That's what's going to happen, Eileen had said. One morning we'll drive by there, and there won't be any house. Whole thing, lock, stock, and barrel will have sunk into the swamp. You mark my words. It's a sin, anybody living like that. Carrying the ice chest and its quiet little contents with one hand, he managed to get into the shallow boat, thrilled to discover that it was full of about 2 inches of water. This is going to sink. You should have emptied it out. His shoes filled up to the ankles immediately. Why had he agreed to come out here? And Eileen would have to know every last detail. It's not going to sink. This is a sissy rain, said Mary Jane Mayfair, shoving on her long pole. Now hang on, please, and don't let the baby get wet. The girl was past all patience. Where he came from, nobody talked to a doctor like that. The baby was just fine under the towels, and pissing up a storm for a newborn. Lo and behold, they were gliding right over the front porch of this dilapidated wreck and into the open doorway. My God, this is like a cave, he declared. How in the world did a woman give birth in this place? Will you look at that? There are books in there on the top shelf of that bookcase, right above the water. Well, nobody was here when the water came in, said Mary Jane, straining as she pushed on the pole. You could hear the thunk of it hitting the floorboards beneath them. And I guess lots of things are still floating around in the parlor. Besides, Mona Mayfair didn't have her baby down here. She had it upstairs. Women don't have their babies in the front room, even if it isn't underwater. The boat collided with the steps, tossing him violently to the left so that he had to grab the slimy wet banister. He leapt out, immediately stamping both his feet to make sure the steps weren't going to sink under him. A warm flood of light came from upstairs, and he could hear, over the hiss and roar of the rain, another sound, very fast, clickety, clickety, clickety. He knew that sound, and with it a woman's voice humming. Kind of pretty. Why doesn't this stairway just float loose from the wall? He asked. He started up, the ice chest cradle beginning to feel like a sack of rocks to him. Why doesn't this whole place just disintegrate? Well, in a way I guess it is, said Mary Jane. Only it's taking a couple 100 years, you know. She went thumping up the steps in front of him, pushing right in his way as she hit the second-floor hall, and then turning around and saying, You come with me, we got to go up to the attic. But where was that clickety-clickety-clickety coming from? He could hear somebody humming, too. But she didn't even give him a chance to look around, rushing him to the attic steps. And then he saw old Granny Mayfair at the very top in her flowered flannel gown, waving her little hand at him. Hey there, Dr. Jack, how's my handsome boy? Come give me a kiss. Sure, I'm glad to see you. Glad to see you too, Grandma, he said, coming up, though Mary Jane once again shoved right past him, with the firm admonition that he was to hold tight to the baby. 4 more steps, and he'd be glad to set this bundle down. How come he was the one who'd wound up carrying it anyway? At last he reached the warm, dry air of the attic, the little old lady standing on tiptoe to press her lips to his cheek. He did love Grandma Mayfair. He had to admit that much. How you doing, Grandma? You taking all your pills? He asked. Mary Jane picked up the ice chest as soon as he set it down and ran off with it. This wasn't such a bad place, this attic. It was strung with electric lights and clean clothes hanging on the lines with wooden clothespins. Lots of comfortable old furniture scattered around, and it didn't smell too much like mold. On the contrary, it smelled like flowers. What is that clickety-clickety sound I'm hearing on the second floor down there? He asked, as Grandma Mayfair took his arm. You just come in here, Dr. Jack, and do what you got to do, and then you fill out that baby's birth certificate. We don't want any problems with the registration of this baby's birth. Did I ever tell you about the problems when I didn't register Yancey Mayfair for 2 months after he was born, and you wouldn't believe the trouble I got into with the city hall and them telling me that—" "And you delivered this little tyke, did you, Granny?" he asked, patting her hand. His nurses had warned him the first time she came in that it was best not to wait till she finished her stories, because she didn't. She'd been at his office the second day he opened up, saying none of the other doctors in this town were ever going to touch her again. Now that was a story. "Sure did, Doctor." "The mamma's over there," said Mary Jane, pointing to the side gable of the attic, all draped in unbleached mosquito netting, as if it were a tent with its peaked roof and the distant glowing rectangle of the rain-flooded window at the end of it. Almost pretty, the way it looked. There was an oil lamp burning inside. He could smell it, and see the warm glow in the smoky glass shade. The bed was big, piled with quilts and coverlets. It made him sad suddenly to think of his own grandmother years and years ago, and beds like that, so heavy with quilts you couldn't move your toes, and how warm it had been underneath on cold mornings in Carrier, Mississippi. He lifted the long, thin veils and lowered his head just a little as he stepped under the spine of the gable. The cypress boards were bare here, and dark brownish, red and clean. Not a leaf anywhere, though the rainy window sent a wash of rippling light over everything. The red-haired girl lay snug in the bed, half asleep, her eyes sunken, and the skin around them frighteningly dark. Her lips cracked as she took her breath with obvious effort. This young woman should be in a hospital. "She's worn out, Doctor. You would be, too," said Mary Jane with her smart tongue. "Why don't you get this over with so she can get some rest now?" At least the bed was clean, cleaner than that makeshift bassinet. The girl lay nestled in fresh sheets, and wearing a fancy white shirt trimmed in old-fashioned lace with little pearl buttons. Her hair was just about the reddest he'd ever seen, and long and full and brushed out on the pillow. The baby's might be red like that some day, but right now it was a bit paler. And speaking of the baby, it was making a sound at last in its little ice-chest bed, thank God. He was beginning to worry about it. Granny Mayfair snatched it up into her arms, and he could tell from the way she lifted it that the baby was in fine hands, though who wanted to think of a woman that age in charge of everything? Look at this girl in the bed. She wasn't even as old as Mary Jane. He drew closer, went down with effort on his knees, since there was nothing else to do, and he laid his hand on the mother's forehead. Slowly her eyes opened and surprised him with their deep green color. This was a child herself. Should never have had a baby. "You all right, honey?" he asked. "Yes, Doctor," she said in a bright, clear voice. "Would you fill out the papers, please, for my baby?" "You know perfectly well that you should—" "Doctor, the baby's born," she said. She wasn't from around here. "I'm not bleeding any more. I'm not going anywhere. As a matter of fact, I am fine. Better than I expected." The flesh beneath her fingernails was nice and pink. Her pulse was normal. Her breasts were huge. And there was a big jug of milk, only half drunk, by the bed. Well, that was good for her. Intelligent girl, sure of herself, and well-bred, he thought, not country. "You two leave us alone now," he said to Mary Jane and the old woman, who hovered right at his shoulders like two giant angels, the little baby whining just a little, like it had just discovered again that it was alive and wasn't sure it liked it. "Go over there so I can examine this child and make sure she's not hemorrhaging." "Doctor, I took care of that child," said Granny gently. "Now, do you think I would let her lie there if she was hemorrhaging?" But she went away, bouncing the baby in her arms, pretty vigorously, he thought, for a newborn. He thought sure the little mother was going to put up a fuss, too, but she didn't. There was nothing to do but hold this oil lamp himself if he wanted to make sure everything was all right. This was hardly going to be a thorough examination. She sat up against the pillows, her red hair mussed and tangled around her white face, and let him turn back the thick layer of covers. Everything nice and clean. He had to hand it to him. She was immaculate, as though she'd soaked in the tub, if such a thing was possible, and they had laid a layer of white towels beneath her. Hardly any discharge at all now. But she was the mother, all right, badly bruised from the birth. Her white nightgown was spotless. Why in the world didn't they clean up the little one like that, for God's sake? 3 women, and they didn't want to play dolls enough to change that baby's blanket? Just lie back now, honey, he said to the mother. The baby didn't tell you, I can see that, but it would have been a damned sight easier for you if it had. Next time, how about trying the hospital? Sure, why not? She said in a drowsy voice, and then gave him just a little bit of a laugh. I'll be all right. Very ladylike. She'd never be a child again now, he thought, pint-sized though she was. And just wait till this story got around town, though he wasn't about to tell Eileen one word of it. I told you she was fine, didn't I? Asked Granny, pushing aside the netting now, the baby crying a little against her shoulder. The mother didn't even look at the baby. Probably had enough of it for the moment, he thought, probably resting while she could. All right, he said, smoothing the cover back. But if she starts to bleed, if she starts running a fever, you get her down into that limousine of yours and get her into Napoleonville. You go straight on into the hospital. Sure thing, Dr. Jack, glad you could come, said Mary Jane. And she took his hand and led him out of the little tent enclosure away from the bed. Thank you, Doctor, said the red-haired girl softly. Will you write it all out, please? The date of birth and all, and let them sign it as witnesses? Got a wooden table for you to write on right here, said Mary Jane. She pointed to a small makeshift desk of 2 pine boards laid over 2 stacks of old wooden Coke bottle crates. It had been a long time since he'd seen Coke crates like that, the kind they used to use for the little bottles that used to cost a nickel. Figured she could probably sell them at a flea market these days to a collector. Lots of things around here she could sell. He spied the old gas sconce on the wall just above him. It broke his back to lean over and write like this, but it wasn't worth complaining about. He took out his pen. Mary Jane reached up and tipped the naked light bulb towards him. There came that sound from downstairs, clickety, 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 and then a whirring sound. He knew those noises. What is that sound? He asked. Now, let's see here. Mother's name, please. Mona Mayfair. Father's name? Michael Curry. Lawfully wedded husband and wife? No, just skip that sort of thing, would you? He shook his head. Born last night, you said? 10 minutes after 2 this morning. Delivered by Dolly Jean Mayfair and Mary Jane Mayfair. Front row. You know how to spell it. He nodded. Baby's name? Morrigan Mayfair. Morrigan? Never heard of the name Morrigan. Is that a saint's name, Morrigan? Spell it for him, Mary Jane, the mother said, her voice very low from inside the enclosure. 2 R's, Doctor. I can spell it, honey, he said. He sang out the letters for her final approval. Now, I didn't get a weight. 8 pounds, 9 ounces, said Granny, who was walking the baby back and forth, patting it as it lay on her shoulder. I weighed it on the kitchen scale. Height, reg'lar. He shook his head again. He quickly filled in the rest, made a hasty copy on the second form. What was the point of saying anything further to them? A glimmer of lightning flashed in all the gables, north and south and east and west, and then left the big room in a cozy, shadowy darkness. The rain teemed softly on the roof. Okay, I'm leaving you this copy, he said, putting the certificate in Mary Jane's hand. and I'm taking this one to mail it into the parish from my office. In a couple of weeks you'll get the official registration of your baby. Now, you should go ahead and try to nurse that child a little. You don't have any milk yet, but what you have is colostrum, and that—" "I told her all that, Dr. Jack," said Granny. "She'll nurse the baby as soon as you leave. She's a shy little thing." "Come on, Doctor," said Mary Jane. "I'll drive you back." "Damn, I wish there was another way to get home from here," he said. "Well, if I had a broom, we'd fly, now wouldn't we?" asked Mary Jane, gesturing for him to come on as she started her thin-legged march to the stairway, loose sandals clopping on the boards. The mother laughed softly to herself, a girl's giggle. She looked downright normal for a moment, with a bit of rosy color in her cheeks. Those breasts were about to burst. He hoped that baby wasn't a snooty little taster and lip smacker. When you got right down to it, it was impossible to tell which of these young women was the prettiest. He lifted the netting and stepped up again to the bed. The water was oozing out of his shoes. Just look at it. But what could he do about it? It was running down the inside of his shirt, too. "You feel all right, don't you, honey?" he asked. "Yes, I do," she said. She had the jug of milk in her arms. She'd been drinking it in big gulps. Well, why not? But she sure as hell didn't need it. She threw him a bright schoolgirl smile, just about the brightest he'd ever seen, showing a row of white teeth and just a sprinkle of freckles on her nose. Yes, pint-sized, but just about the prettiest redhead he'd ever laid eyes on. "Come on, Doctor!" Mary Jane positively shouted at him. "Mona's got to get her rest, and that baby is going to start yowling. Bye now, Morgan. Bye, Mona. Bye, Granny." Then Mary Jane was dragging him right through the attic, only stopping to slap on her cowboy hat, which she had apparently taken off when they'd come in. Water poured off the brim of it. "Hush now, hush," said Granny to the baby. "Mary Jane, you hurry now. This baby's getting fussy." He was about to say they ought to put that baby in its mother's arms, but Mary Jane would have pushed him down the steps if he hadn't gone. She was all but chasing him, sticking her little breasts against his back. Breast, breast, breast. Thank God his field was geriatrics. He could never have taken all this. Teenage mothers in flimsy shirts, girls talking at you with both nipples. Damned outrageous, that's what it was. "Doctor, I'm going to pay you $500 for this visit," she said in his ear, touching it with her bubble-gum lips, "because I know what it means to come out on an afternoon like this. And you are such a nice, agreeable—" "Yeah, and when will I see that money, Mary Jane Mayfair?" he asked, just cranky enough to speak his mind after all this. Girls her age. And just what was she likely to do if he turned around and decided to cop a feel of what was in that lace dress that she had just so obligingly mashed up against him? He ought to bill her for a new pair of shoes, he thought. Just look at these shoes, and she could get those rich relatives in New Orleans to pay for it. Oh, now, wait a minute now. If that little girl upstairs was one of those rich Mayfairs, come down here to— "Now, don't you worry about a thing," Mary Jane sang out. "You didn't deliver the package. You just signed for it." "What are you talking about?" "And now we have to get back in that boat." She hurried on to the head of the lower steps, and he sloshed and padded right behind her. Well, the house didn't tilt that much, he figured, once you were inside of it. Clickety, clickety, clickety. There it was again. Yes, you could get used to a tilted house, but the very idea of living in a place that was half flooded was perfectly— The lightning let go with a flash like midday, and the hall came to life. Wallpaper, ceilings, and transoms above the doors, and the old chandelier dripping dead cords from 2 sockets. That's what it was, a computer. He'd seen her in the split second of white light in the back room, a very tall woman bent over the machine, fingers flying as she typed, hair red as the mother up in the bed and twice as long, and a song coming from her as she worked, as if she was mumbling aloud whatever she was composing on the keyboard. The darkness closed down around her, and her glowing screen and the gooseneck lamp making a puddle of yellow light on her fluttering fingers. Clickety, clickety, clickety. Then the thunder went off with the loudest boom he'd ever heard, rattling every piece of glass left in the house. Mary Jane's hands flew to her ears. The tall young thing at the computer screamed and jumped up out of her chair, and the lights in the house went out, complete and entire, pitching them all into deep, dull afternoon gloom that might as well have been evening. The tall beauty was screaming her head off. She was taller than he was. "Morrigan, stop!" shouted Mary Jane, running towards her. "It's just the lightning knocked out the power. It will go back on again." "But it's dead. It's gone dead," the young girl cried. And then, turning, she looked down and saw Dr. Jack. And for one moment he thought he was losing his faculties. It was the mother's head he saw way up there on this girl's neck. Same freckles, red hair, white teeth, green eyes. Good grief! Like somebody had just pulled it right off the mother and plunked it down on this creature's neck. And look at the size of this beanpole. They couldn't be twins, these two. He himself was 5'10", and this long, tall drink of water was at least a foot taller than that. She wasn't wearing anything but a big white shirt, just like the mother, and her soft white legs just went on forever and ever. Must have been sisters. Had to be. "Whoa," she said, staring down at him, and then marching towards him, bare feet on the bare wood, though Mary Jane tried to stop her. "Now you go back and sit down," said Mary Jane. "The lights will be on in a jiffy." "You're a man," said the tall young woman, who was really a girl, no older than the pint-sized mother in the bed, or Mary Jane herself. She stood right in front of the doctor, scowling at him with red eyebrows, her green eyes bigger than those of the little one upstairs, with big curling lashes. "You are a man, aren't you?" "I told you this is the doctor," said Mary Jane. "Come to fill out the birth certificate for the baby. Now, Dr. Jack, this is Morgan. This is the baby's aunt. Now, Morgan, this is Dr. Jack. Sit down now, Morgan. Let this doctor get about his business. Let's go, doctor." "Don't get so theatrical, Mary Jane," declared the beanpole girl with a great spreading smile. She rubbed her long, silky-looking white hands together. Her voice sounded exactly like that of the little mother upstairs. Same well-bred voice. "You have to forgive me, Dr. Jack. My manners aren't what they should be yet. I'm still a little rough all over at the edges, trying to ingest a little more information, perhaps, than God ever intended for anyone of my ilk. But then we have so many different problems which we have to solve. For example, now that we have the birth certificate, we do have that, do we not, Mary Jane? That is what you were trying to make plain to me when I so rudely interrupted you, was it not? What about the baptism of this baby? For if memory serves me right, the legacy makes quite a point of the matter that the baby must be baptized Catholic. Indeed, it seems to me that in some of these documents which I've just accessed and only skimmed, that baptism is a more important point actually than legal registration." "What are you talking about?" asked Dr. Jack. "And where in God's name did they vaccinate you, RCA Victor?" She let out a pretty peal of laughter, clapping both of her hands together very loudly, her red hair rippling and shaking out from her shoulders as she shook her head. "Doctor, what are you talking about?" she said. "How old are you? You're a fairly good-sized man, aren't you? Let me see. I estimate you are 67 years old. Am I right? May I see your glasses?" She snatched them off his nose before he could protest, peering through them into his face. He was flabbergasted. He was also 68. She became a fragrant blur before his naked eyes. "Oh, now this is major, really. Look at this," she said, and quickly put the glasses back on the bridge of his nose with perfect aim, flaring into detail again, with plump little cheeks and the cupid's bow of a mouth, just about as perfect as he'd ever seen. Yes, it makes everything just a fraction bigger, doesn't it? And to think this is but one of the more common everyday inventions I'm likely to encounter within the first few hours of life. Eyeglasses, spectacles, am I correct? Eyeglasses, microwave oven, clip-on earrings, telephone, NEC multi-sync 5D computer monitor. It would seem to me that later on, at a time of reflection on all that's taken place, one ought to be able to discern a certain poetry in the list of those objects which were encountered first, especially if we are right that nothing in life is purely random, that things only have their appearance from different vantage points of being random, and that ultimately, as we better calibrate all our tools of observation, we'll come to understand that even the inventions encountered on 2 stories of an abandoned and distressed house do cluster together to form a statement about the occupants that is far more profound than anyone would suppose at first thought. What do you think? Now it was his turn to let out the peal of laughter. He slapped his leg. Honey, I don't know what I think about that, but I sure do like the style with which you say it, he declared. What did you say your name was? You the one that baby's named after? Morrigan. Don't tell me you're Mayfair, too. Oh, yes, sir, absolutely. Morrigan Mayfair, she said, throwing up her arms like a cheerleader. There was a glimmer, then a faint purring sound, and on came the light, and the computer behind them in the room began to make its grinding, winding startup noises. Whoops, there we go, she said, red hair flying about her shoulders. Back online with Mayfair and Mayfair until such time as Mother Nature sees fit to humble all of us, regardless of how well we are equipped, configured, programmed, and installed. In other words, until lightning strikes again. She dashed to the chair before the desk, took up her place before the screen, and began typing again, just as if she'd completely forgotten he was standing there. Granny shouted from upstairs, Mary Jane, go on, this baby's hungry. Mary Jane pulled on his sleeve. Now, wait a minute, he said. But he had lost the amazing young woman totally and completely. He realized that, just as he realized that she was purely naked under the white shirt, and that the light of her gooseneck lamp was shining right on her breast and her flat belly and her naked thighs. Didn't look like she had any panties on either. And those long bare feet. What big bare feet. Was it safe to be typing on a computer in a lightning storm in your bare feet? Her red hair just flooded down to the seat of the chair. Granny shouted from above. Mary Jane, you've got to get this baby back by 5 o'clock. I'm going. Dr. Jack, come on. Bye there, Dr. Jack, shouted the beanpole beauty, suddenly waving at him with her right hand, which was at the end of an amazingly long arm, without even taking her eyes off the computer. Mary Jane rushed past him and jumped in the boat. You coming or not? She said. I'm pulling out. I got things to do. You want to be stuck here? Get that baby where by 5 o'clock? He demanded, coming to his senses and thinking about what that old woman had just said. You're not taking that baby out again to be baptized. Hurry up, Mary Jane. Anchors away! Mary Jane screamed, pushing the pole at the step. Wait a minute. He took the leap, splashing into the pirogue as it rocked against the balusters and then the wall. All right, just slow down, will you? Get me to the landing without dumping me into the swamp. Would you do that, please? Clickety, clickety, clickety. The rain had slacked up a bit, praise God, and a little bit of sun was even breaking through the heavy gray clouds just enough to shine on the drops. Now here, Doctor, you take this, said Mary Jane as he climbed into the car. It was a fat envelope just full of bills, and he saw by the way she ruffled them with her thumb, all new 20s. He eyeballed that to be 1,000. She slammed the door and ran around to the other side. Now, that's just too much money, Mary Jane, he said. But he was thinking weed eater, lawnmower, brand new electric shrub clippers, and Sony color TV, and there wasn't a reason in the world to declare this on his taxes. Oh, shut up, you keep it, she said. Coming out on a day like this, you earned it. There went her skirt, back down to her thighs. But she couldn't hold a candle to that flaming darling upstairs. And what would it be like to get his hands on something like that, just for 5 minutes? Something that young and that sleek and fresh and that beautiful with those long, long legs. Hush now, you old fool, you're going to give yourself a heart attack. Mary Jane threw the car into reverse, wheels whirring in the wet shells of the road, and then made a dangerous 180-degree turn and headed off over the familiar potholes. He looked back at the house one more time, the big hulk of rotting columns and wood towering over the cypresses, with the duckweed muck lapping at its half-sunk windows, and then at the road ahead. Boy, he was glad to get out of here. And when he got home, and his little wife Eileen said, "What all did you see out there at Font Row, Jack?" What was he going to tell her? Not about the 3 prettiest young women he'd ever seen under one roof, that's for sure. And not about this wad of $20 bills in his pocket, either. 28. We invented a human identity for ourselves. We became an ancient tribe called the Picts. Tall, because we came from the northern countries where men grow tall, and we were eager to live in peace with those who would not disturb us. Of course, we had to go about this very gradually. Word went out before we did. There was a waiting period at first, during which no strangers were admitted to the glen. Then occasional travellers were let through, and from these we gleaned valuable knowledge. Then we ventured out, declaring ourselves to be the Picts, and offering enlightened friendship to those whom we encountered. Over time, in spite of the legend of the Taltos, which was always around, and gained some new impetus every time some poor Taltos was captured, we succeeded with this rule. And our security improved, not through battlements, but through our slow integration with human beings. We were the proud and reclusive clan of Dunleith, but others would receive hospitality at our broch. We did not speak of our gods much. We did not encourage questions about our private ways or our children. But we lived as noblemen. We held the concepts of honor and pride in our homeland. It began to work rather beautifully, and with the doors of the glen open finally, new learning came to us for the first time directly from outside elements. We quickly learned to sew, to weave, and weaving proved a trap for the obsessive Taltos. Men, women, all of us would weave. We would weave for days and nights on end. We could not stop ourselves. The only remedy was to pull away and turn to some other new craft and master it. Working with metals, we learned this. And though we never did more than forge a few coins and make arrowheads, we nevertheless went mad for a while with it. Writing also had come to us. Other peoples had come to the shores of Britain, and unlike the uncouth warriors who had destroyed our world of the plains, these people wrote things on stone, on tablets, and on sheepskin, especially worked by them to be permanent and beautiful to see and touch. The writing on these stones, tablets, and scrolls of vellum was Greek and Latin, and we learnt it from our slaves as soon as the first marvelous connection between symbol and word was made. And then later, from the travelling scholars who came into the valley. Indeed, it became an obsession to many of us, myself in particular, and we read and wrote incessantly, translating our own tongue, which is far older than any in Britain, into written words. We made a script called Ogam, and it formed our secret writing. You can see this script on many a stone in the north of Scotland, but no one today can decipher it. Our culture, the name we took, that of the Pictish people, and our art and our writing continue in modern times to be a complete mystery. You'll see the reason for that soon, for the loss of the Pict culture. As a practical point, I wonder sometimes what became of those dictionaries which I so laboriously completed, working months on end without stopping except to collapse for a few hours of sleep or send out for food. They were hidden away in the souterrains or earth houses which we built beneath the floor of the glen, the ultimate hiding place in case humans ever swept down on us again. Also hidden were many of the manuscripts in Greek and Latin from which I studied in those early days. Another great trap for us, something which could entrance us, was mathematics, and some of the books that came into our possession were concerned with theorems of geometry, which set us talking for days and days, and drawing triangles in the mud. The point is that these were exciting times for us. The subterfuge gave us a perfect access to new development, and though we had all the time to watch and chastise the foolish young Taltos, that they weren't to confide in the newcomers or fall in love with their men and women, we generally came to know much of the Romans who had come into Britain, and to realize that these Romans had punished the Celtic barbarians who had inflicted such atrocities on us. Indeed, these Romans put no faith in the local superstitions about the Taltos. They spoke of a civilized world, vast and full of great cities. But we feared the Romans as well. For though they built magnificent buildings, the likes of which we've never seen, they were more still of that war than the others. We heard lots of stories of their victories. Indeed, they had refined the art of war and made it even more successful at destroying lives. We sent to the remote glen. We never wanted to meet them in battle. More and more traders brought their books to us, their scrolls of vellum, and I read avidly their philosophers, their playwrights, their poets, their satirists, and their rhetoricians. Of course, no one of us could grasp the actual quality of their lives, the ambiance, to use the modern word, their national soul, their character. But we were learning. We knew now that all men were not barbarians. Indeed, this was the very word the Romans used for the tribes that were filling Britain from all sides, tribes which they had come here to subdue in the name of a mighty empire. The Romans, by the way, never did reach our glen, though for 200 years they campaigned in Britain. The Roman Tacitus wrote the story of Agricola's early campaign, which reached Scotland. In the next century, the Antonine Wall was built, a marvel to the barbarian tribes who resisted Rome, and very near it for 45 miles, the military way, a great road on which not only the soldiers passed, but traders bringing all manner of goods from the sea, and tantalizing evidence of other civilizations. Finally, the Roman emperor himself, Septimus Severus, came to Britain to subdue the Scottish tribes, but even he never penetrated our stronghold. For many years after that, the Romans remained, providing much strange booty for our little nation. By the time they withdrew from those lands, and gave them up to the barbarians at last, we were no longer really a hidden people. Hundreds of human beings had settled in our valley, paying homage to us as the Lord, building their smaller brochs around our larger ones, and seeing us as a great, mysterious, but altogether human family of rulers. It was not easy always to maintain this rule, but nowhere was the life of the times more suited to it. Other clans were springing up in their remote strongholds. We were not a country of cities, but of small feudal holdings. Though our height and our refusal to intermarry were deemed unusual, we were in every other way completely acceptable. Of course, the key was never to let the outsiders see the birth ritual. And in this, the little people, needing our protection from time to time, became our sentries. When we chose to make the circle amid the stones, all lesser clans of Dunleith were told that our priests could only preside over our family rights in the strictest privacy. And as we grew bolder, we let the others come, but only in far-reaching outer circles. Never could they see what the priests did in the very heart of the assembly. Never did they see the birth. They imagined it was only some vague worship of sky and sun and wind and moon and stars, and so they called us a family of magicians. Of course, all this depended upon considerable peaceful cooperation with those who lived in the glen, and this remained stable for centuries. In some, we passed for people in the midst of people, and other Taltos partook of our subterfuge, declaring themselves Picts, learning our writing and taking it with our styles of building and ornament to their strongholds. All Taltos who truly wanted to survive lived in this way, fooling human beings. Only the wild Taltos continued to flash about in the forest, risking everything, but even they knew the Ogham script and our many symbols. For example, if a lone Taltos lived in the forest, he might carve a symbol on a tree to let other Taltos know that he was there, a symbol without meaning for human beings. One Taltos, seeing another in an inn, might approach and offer him some gift, which was, in fact, a brooch or pin with our emblems. A fine example of this is the bronze pin with a human face, discovered many centuries later by modern peoples in Sutherland. Humans do not realize when they write about this pin that it is a picture of an infant Taltos emerging from the womb, its head huge, its small arms still folded, though ready to unfold and grow, rather like the wings of a new butterfly. Other symbols we carved into rock, at the mouths of caves or upon our sacred stones, represented fanciful conceptions of the animals of the lost land of tropical abundance. Others had purely personal meaning. Pictures of us as fierce warriors were deceptive and skillfully made to actually show people meeting in peace, or so we imagined. The art of the Picts is the common name given to all of this, and that tribe has become the great mystery of Britain. What was our worst fear? The worst threat, so to speak? Now, time had passed that we did not fear human beings who really knew anything about us. But the little people knew, and the little people longed to breed with us, and though they needed us to protect them, they still occasionally caused us trouble. But the true threat to our peace came from witches. Witches, those singular humans who caught our scent and could somehow breed with us, or were the descendants of those who had bred with us. For the witches, who were always very rare, of course, passed on from mother to daughter and father to son the legends of our kind, and the lovely mad notion that if they could ever couple with us, they could make monsters of size and beauty who might never die. And other fanciful propositions inevitably grew up around this idea that if they drank the blood of the Taltos, the witches could become immortal. That if they killed us with the proper words and the proper curses, they could take our power. And the most awful aspect of all this, the only real true part of it, was that the witches could often tell on sight we were not mere tall humans, but real Taltos. We kept them out of the glen, and when travelling abroad we took great pains to avoid the village witch or the sorcerer who lived in the wood. But they, of course, had reason to fear us, too, for we, too, knew them infallibly on sight, and being very clever and very rich, we could make plenty of trouble for them. But when a witch was about, it was a dangerous game, and all that was required to make it worse was one clever or ambitious witch determined to find the true Taltos of the Highlands among the tall clans that dwelt there. And now and then there was the worst challenge, a powerful, spellbinding witch, capable of luring Taltos out of their dwellings, of wrapping them up in charms and music, and drawing them to her rituals. Occasionally there would be talk of a Taltos found elsewhere. There would be talk of hybrid birth. There would be whispers of witches and little people and magic. By and large, we were safe in our stronghold. The glen of Dunlace was now known to the world. And, as the other tribes squabbled with one another, our valley was left in peace, not because people feared that monsters dwelt there, but only because it was the stronghold of respectable noblemen. It was in those years a grand life, but a life with a lie at its core, and many a young Taltos could not endure it. Off he would go into the world and never return. And sometimes hybrid Taltos came to us who knew nothing of who or what had made them. Very gradually, over time, a rather foolish thing happened. Some of us even intermarried with human beings. It would happen in this way. One of our men would go on a long pilgrimage, perhaps, and come upon a lone witch in a dark wood with whom he fell in love, a witch who could bear his offspring without difficulty. He would love this witch, she would love him, and, being a ragged, poor creature, she would throw herself upon his mercy. He would bring her home. She might, at some point in the distant future, bear him another child before she died, and some of these hybrids married other hybrids. Sometimes, too, a beautiful female Taltos would fall in love with a human man and forsake everything for him. They might be together for years before she would bear, but then a hybrid would be born, and this would unite the little family even more closely, for the father saw his likeness in the child and laid claim to its loyalty, and it, of course, was a Taltos. So that is how the human blood in us was increased, and how our blood came into the human clan of Dunlace that eventually survived us. Let me pass over in silence the sadness we often felt, the emotions we evinced at our secret rituals. Let me not try to describe our long conversations, pondering the meaning of this world and why we had to live among humans. You are both outcasts now. You know it. And if God is merciful and you really don't, well, then you can still imagine it. What is left of the glen today? Where are the countless brochs and wheel houses which we built? Where are our stones with their curious writing and strange serpentine figures? What became of the Pictish rulers of that time, who sat so tall on their horses and impressed the Romans so much with their gentle manners? As you know, what is left at Dunlace is this: a quaint inn, a ruined castle, an immense excavation that is slowly revealing a giant cathedral, tales of witchcraft and woe, of earls who died untimely deaths, and of a strange family gone through Europe to America, carrying with them an evil strain in the blood, a potential to give birth to babies or monsters, an evil strain evidenced by the glow of witches' gifts, a family wooed for that blood and those gifts by Lasher, a wily and unforgiving ghost of one of our people. How were the Picts of Dunlace destroyed? Why did they fall as surely as the people of the Lost Land and the people of the Plains? What happened to them? It was not the Britons, the Angles, or the Scots who conquered us. It was not the Saxons or the Irish or the German tribes who invaded the island. They were far too busy destroying each other.
On the contrary, we were destroyed by men as gentle as ourselves, with rules as strict as our own, and dreams as lovely as our dreams. The leader they followed, the God they worshipped, the Saviour in whom they believed, was the Lord Jesus Christ. He was our undoing. It was Christ himself who brought an end to 500 years of prosperity. It was his gentle Irish monk who brought about our downfall. Can you see how it might happen? Can you see how vulnerable we were? We, who in the solitude of our stone towers would play at weaving and writing like little children, who would hum or sing all day long for the love of it. We, who believed in love and in the good God, and refused to hold death sacrifice. What was the pure message of the early Christians, of both the Roman monks and the Celtic monks who came to our shores to preach the new religion? What is the pure message even today of those cults which would consecrate themselves anew to Christ and his teachings? Love, the very thing we believed in. Forgiveness, the very thing we thought practical. Humility, the virtue we believed, even in our pride, to be far more noble than the raging hubris of those who warred endlessly upon others. Goodness of heart, kindness, the joy of the just, our old values. And what did the Christians condemn? The flesh, the very thing that had always been our downfall. The sins of the flesh, which had caused us to become monsters in the eyes of humans, copulating in great ceremonial circles and bringing forth full-grown offspring. Oh, we were right for it. Oh, it was made for us. And the trick, the sublime trick, was that at its core Christianity not only embraced all this, but managed somehow to sacralize death, and at the same time redeem that sacralization. Follow my logic. Christ's death had not come in battle, the death of the warrior with the sword in his hand. It had been a humble sacrifice, an execution which could not be avenged, a total surrender on the part of the God-man to save his human children. But it was death, and it was everything. Oh, it was magnificent. No other religion could have had a chance with us. We detested pantheons of barbarian gods. We laughed at the gods of the Greeks and Romans. The gods of Sumer or India we would have found just as alien and distasteful. But this Christ, why, my God, he was the ideal of every Taltos. And though he had not sprung full grown from his mother's womb, he had nevertheless been born of a virgin, which was just as miraculous. Indeed, the birth of Christ was just as important as his submissive crucifixion. It was our way. It was the triumph of our way. It was the God to whom we could give ourselves without reservation. Lastly, let me add the pièce de résistance. These Christians, too, had been once hunted and persecuted and threatened with annihilation. Diocletian, the Roman emperor, had subjected them to these things, and refugees came seeking shelter in our glen. We gave it to them, and the Christians won our hearts. When we spoke to them, we came to believe that possibly the world was changing. We believed that a new age had dawned, and that our elevation and restoration were now at least conceivable. The final seduction was simple. A lone monk came into the glen for refuge. He had been chased thither by ragged wandering pagans, and begged shelter. Of course, we would never refuse such a person, and I brought him into my own broch and into my own chambers to pick his brains about the outside world, as I hadn't ventured out in a while. This was the mid-6th century after Christ, though I didn't know it. If you would picture us then, see men and women in long, rather simple robes, trimmed in fur, embroidered with gold and jewels. See the men with their hair trimmed above the shoulder. Their belts are thick, and their swords are always near at hand. The women cover their hair with silk veils beneath simple gold tiaras. See our towers, very bare, yet warm and snug, and filled with skins and comfortable chairs, and raging fires to keep us warm. See us as tall, of course, all of us tall, and see me and my broch, alone with this little yellow-haired monk in brown robes, eagerly accepting the good wine I offered him. He carried with him a great bundle which he was eager to preserve, he said, and first off he begged me that I give him a guard to escort him home to the island of Iona in safety. There had been 3 in his party originally, but brigands had murdered the other 2, and now he was wretchedly alone, dependent upon the goodwill of others, and must get his precious bundle to Iona, or lose something more valuable than his own life. I promised to see that he reached Iona safely. Then he introduced himself as Brother Ninian, named for the earlier Saint Bishop Ninian, who had converted many pagans at his chapel, or monastery, or whatever it was, at Whittern. This bishop had already converted a few wild Taltos. Young Ninian, a very personable and beautiful Irish Celt, then laid out his invaluable bundle and revealed its contents. Now, I had seen many books in my time, Roman scrolls and the Codex, which was now the popular form. I knew Latin, I knew Greek, I had even seen some very small books called Gothic, which Christians wore as talismans when they rode into battle. I had been intrigued by the few fragments of Christian writing I had beheld, but I was in no way prepared for the treasure which Ninian revealed to me. It was a magnificent altar book that he carried with him, a great illustrated and decorated account of the 4 Gospels. Its front cover was decorated with gold and jewels. It was bound in silk, and its pages were painted with spectacular little pictures. At once I fell on this book and virtually devoured it. I began to read the Latin aloud, and though there were some irregularities in it, in the main I understood it, and began to run with the story like someone possessed. Nothing very extraordinary, of course, for a Taltos. It felt like singing. But as I turned the vellum pages, I marveled not only at the tale which was being told to me, but also at the incredible drawings of fanciful beasts and of little figures. It was an art which I loved truly, from having done my own similar form of it. Indeed, it was very like much art of that time in the islands. Later ages would say it was crude, but then come to love the complexity and ingenuity of it. Now, to understand the effect of the Gospels themselves, you have to remind yourself of how very different they were from any literature which had come before them. I don't include the Torah of the Hebrews because I didn't know it, but the Gospels are even different from that. They were different from everything. First off, they concerned this one man, Jesus, and how he had taught love and peace, and had been hounded, persecuted, tormented, and then crucified. A confounding story. I couldn't help but wonder what the Greeks and the Romans thought of it. And the man had been a humble person, with only the most tenuous of connections to ancient kings. That was obvious. Unlike any god of whom I'd ever heard, this Jesus had told his followers all sorts of things which they had been charged to write down and teach to all nations. To be born again in spirit was the essence of the religion. To become simple, humble, meek, loving, that was the gist of it. Now step back a moment and see the whole picture. Not only was this God amazing, and this story amazing,
The whole question of the relationship of the tale to writing was amazing. As you can tell from this narrative, the one thing we had once shared with our barbarian neighbors was that we distrusted writing. Memory was sacred to us, and we thought that writing was not good for it. We knew how to read and write, but we still distrusted it. And here was this humble God who quoted from the sacred book of the Hebrews, connected himself with its innumerable prophecies concerning a Messiah, and then charged his followers to write about him. But long before I'd finished the last gospel, pacing, reading aloud, holding the big altar book in 2 arms, with fingers curled over the tops of the pages, I came to love this Jesus for the strange things that he said, the way he contradicted himself, and his patience with those who killed him. As for his resurrection, my first conclusion was that he was as long-lived as we were, the Taltos, and that he had put one over on his followers because they were mere humans. We had to do such tricks all the time, to assume different identities when speaking to human neighbors, so that they would become confused and fail to realize that we were living for centuries. But I soon realized, through Ninian's zealous instructions, and she was a joyful and ecstatic monk, that Christ had in fact risen from the dead, and fully ascended into heaven. I saw in something of a mystical flash the whole picture, this God of love, martyred for love, and the radical nature of his message. In a mad way, the thing gripped me because it was so utterly unbelievable. Indeed, the entire combination of elements was cumbersome and preposterous. And another fact, all Christians believed the world would end soon. And apparently, this emerged slowly from my conversations with Ninian. They always had. But preparing for this end of the world was also the essence of the religion. And the fact that the world hadn't ended yet discouraged nobody. Ninian spoke feverishly of the growth of the church since Christ's time, some 500 years before, of how Joseph of Arimathea, his dear friend, and Mary Magdalene, who had bathed his feet and dried them with her own hair, had come to England in the southern part and founded a church on a sacred hill in Somerset. The chalice from Christ's Last Supper had been brought to that spot, and indeed a great spring flowed blood-red year-round from the magical presence of Christ's blood having been poured into it. And the staff of Joseph, having been put into the ground of Weariall Hill, had grown into a hawthorn which had never ceased to flower. I wanted to go there at once to see the sacred place where our Lord's own disciples had set foot on our own island. "Oh, but please," cried Ninian, "my good-hearted Ashlar, you've promised to take me home to my monastery on Iona." There the abbot, Father Columba, was expecting him. Many books such as this were being made in monasteries all over the world, and this copy was most important for study at Iona. I had to meet this Columba. He sounded as strange as Jesus Christ. Perhaps you know the story. Michael, probably you know it. This is how Ninian described Columba. Columba was born of a rich family, and might have, in the scheme of things, become king of Tara. Instead, he became a priest and founded many Christian monasteries. But then he got into a battle with Simeon, another holy man, over whether or not he, Columba, had had a right to make a copy of the Psalter of St. Jerome, another holy book which Simeon had brought to Ireland. A quarrel over the possession of the book, the right to copy. It had led to blows. 3,000 men had died as a result of this dispute, and Columba had been blamed for it.
He had accepted this judgment, and off he had gone to Iona, very near our coast, in order to convert us, the Picts, to Christianity. It was his plan to save 3,000 pagan souls to exactly make up for the 3,000 men who had died as the result of his quarrel. I forget who got the copy of the Psalter, but Columba was now at Iona, and from there was sending missionaries everywhere. Beautiful books such as this were being made in these Christian compounds, and all were invited into this new faith. Indeed, Christ's church was for the salvation of everyone. And it soon became clear that though Columba and many missionary priests and monks like him had been kings or persons of royal blood, the rule of the monasteries was extraordinarily severe, demanding constant mortification of the flesh and self-sacrifice. For example, if a monk spilled milk while helping to serve at community meals, he must go into the chapel during the singing of psalms and lie on his face prostrate until 12 of them had been completely finished. Monks were beaten when they broke their vows of silence, yet nothing could restrain the rich and powerful of the earth from flocking into these monasteries. I was dumbfounded. How could a priest who believed in Christ get into a war in which 3,000 died? Why would the sons of kings submit to being lashed for common offences? But it had a simple potency to it, a captivating logic. I set out with Ninian and 2 of my recent sons to go to Iona. Of course, we kept up our masquerade as human beings. Ninian thought we were human beings. But as soon as I arrived at Iona, I became further spellbound by the monastery itself and the personality of Columba. It was a magnificent island, forested and green, with splendid views from its cliffs, where the openness and cleanness of the sea brought peace to the soul immediately. In fact, a wondrous calm descended upon me. It was as if I had found again the lost land, only now the dominant themes were penance and austerity. But the harmony was there, the faith in the sheer goodness of existence. Now the monastery was Celtic, and not at all like the Benedictine monasteries which later covered Europe. It was made of a great circular enclosure, the vallum, as it was called, which suggested a fort, and the monks lived in small, simple huts, some no more than 10 feet wide inside. The church itself was not grand, but a humble wooden structure. But never was a complex of buildings more in keeping with its natural setting. It was a place to listen quietly to the birds, to walk, to think, to pray, to talk with the enchanting and friendly and truly gracious Columba. This man had royal blood. I had long been a king. Ours was the north country of Ireland and Scotland. We knew each other, and something in me touched the saint as well. The sincerity of the Taltos, the foolish way of coming directly to the point, an easy outpouring of enthusiasm. Columba soon convinced me that the harsh monastic life and the mortification of the flesh were the keys to the love which Christianity demanded of a man. This love was not a sensual thing. This love was spiritually elevated beyond expression through the body. He longed to convert my entire tribe or my clan. He longed to see me an ordained priest among my people. But you don't know what you're saying, I said. And then, binding him under the seal of the confessional, that is, to eternal confidentiality, I told him the tale of my long life, of our secret and miraculous way of giving birth, of how it seemed that many of us seemed capable of living an endless life of eternal youth, unless accident or disaster or some specific pestilence destroyed us. Some things I did not tell. I did not tell that I had once been the leader of the great circle dances at Stonehenge. But all the rest I told, even of the lost land, and how we had lived in our glen for so many hundreds of years, passing from secrecy to a masquerade as human beings. All this he listened to with great fascination. Then he said an amazing thing. "Can you prove these things to me?" I realized that I could not. The only way any Taltos can prove he is a Taltos is by coupling with another and producing the offspring. "No," I said, "but look well at us. Look at our height." This he dismissed. There were tall men in the world. "People have for years known of your clan. You are King Ashlar of Dunleith, and they know you are a good ruler. If you believe these things about yourself, it is because the devil has put them into your imagination. Forget them. Proceed to do what God wants you to do. Ask Ninian. The whole tribe is of this height." But he'd heard of that. Very tall Picts in the Highlands. It seems my own ruse was working. "Ashlar," he said, "I've no doubt of your goodness. Once again, I counsel you to disregard these illusions as coming from the devil." Finally I agreed, for one reason. I felt that it made no difference whether he believed me or not about my past. What mattered was that he had recognized a soul in me. "Michael, you know that this was a great point in Lasher's tale, that, alive in the time of Henry, he wanted to believe that he had a soul, that he would not accept that he could not be a priest of God the same as a human. I know this awful dilemma. All who are outsiders in their own way know it. Whether we talk of legitimacy, of a soul, of citizenship, or of brotherhood or sisterhood, it is all the same. We long to be seen as true individuals, as inherently valuable inside as any other. This I longed for too, and I made the terrible error of accepting Columba's advice. I forgot what I knew to be true. There on Iona, I was received into the Christian faith. I was baptized, and so were my sons. Another baptism was to follow, but for me and my sons it was only ceremonial. On that island, removed from the mists of the Highlands, we became Christian Taltos. I spent many days at the monastery. I read all the books that were in it. I was charmed by the pictures, and very soon took to making copies of them, with official permission, of course. I copied a Psalter, then a Gospel, amazing the monks with my typical Taltos obsessive behavior. I drew strange beasts in brilliant colors by the hour. I made the priests laugh sometimes with bits of poetry I copied out. I pleased them with my good Greek and Latin. What community had ever been more like the Taltos? Monk children is what they seemed, surrendering the entire concept of sophisticated adulthood to serve the abbot as their lord, and thereby serve their Lord himself, the crucified Christ who had died for them. These were happy, happy days. Gradually I began to see what many a heathen prince had come to see in Christianity: absolute redemption of everything. All my suffering made sense in light of the woes of the world and Christ's mission to save us from sin. All the disasters I'd witnessed had done nothing but improve my soul and school it for this moment. My monstrousness, indeed the monstrousness of all the Taltos, would be accepted by this church, surely, for all were welcome into it, regardless of race. It was an utterly open faith, and we could submit as well as any human being to the baptism of water and the Spirit, to the vows of poverty, chastity, obedience. The stringent rules which bound even laymen to purity and restraint
would help us to control our terrible urge to procreate, our terrible weaknesses for dance and for music. And the music we would not lose. We would, within the constraints of the monastic life, which for me at this point was synonymous with the Christian life, sing our greatest and most joyful songs ever. In sum, if this church accepted us, if it embraced us, all our past and future sufferings would have meaning. Our true loving nature would be allowed to flower. No subterfuge would be required any longer. The church would not let the old rituals be forced upon us. And those who dreaded the birthing now, as I did, out of age and experience and seeing so many young die, could consecrate themselves to God in chastity. It was perfect. At once, with a small escort of monks, I returned to the glen of Dunleith and drew all my people together. We must pledge our allegiance to Christ, I told them, and I told them why, in long, rippling speeches, not too fast for my human companions to understand, talking passionately of the peace and harmony that would be restored to us. I also spoke of the Christian belief in the end of the world. Very soon all this horror would be over. And then I spoke of heaven, which I imagined to be like the lost land, except that no one would want to make love. Everyone would be singing with the choirs of angels. We must all now confess our sins and prepare to be baptized. For 1,000 years I had been the leader, and all must follow me. What greater guidance could I give my people? I stood back at the end of this speech. The monks were overcome with emotion. So were the hundreds of Taltos gathered in the glen around me. At once began the heated discussions for which we were known, all in the human art of the tongue. The endless debates and telling of little tales, and relating of this to that, and drawing memories into it where they seemed to pertain. And beneath it all, the great theme, we could embrace Christ. He was the good God. He was our God. The souls of the others were as open to Christ as was my soul. A great many at once declared their faith. Others spent the afternoon, the evening, and the night examining the books I'd brought back, arguing somewhat about the things they'd heard. And there were some very fretful whispers about its being contrary to our nature to be chaste, absolutely contrary, and that we could never live with marriage. Meantime, I went out to the human beings of Dunleith and preached this great conversion to them as well, and the monks followed me. We called all the clans of the valley together, and in our great gathering ground, amid the stones, hundreds declared their desire to come to Christ. And, indeed, some of the humans confessed they had already converted, maintaining it as a secret for their own protection. I was very struck by this, particularly when I found that some human families had been Christian for 3 generations. How very like us you are, I thought, but you don't know it. It seemed then that all were on the verge of conversion. En masse we begged the priest to begin the baptisms and the blessings. But one of the great women of our tribe, Janet, as we had come to call her, a name very current then, raised her voice to speak out against me. Janet, too, had been born in the lost land, which she mentioned now quite openly before the human beings. Of course, they didn't know what she meant, but we did. And she reminded me that she had no white streaks in her hair either. In other words, we were wise and young, both of us. The perfect combination. I had had one son by Janet, and truly loved her. I had spent many, many nights at play in her bed, not daring to have coitus, of course, but nursing from her rounded little breast, and exchanging all kinds of other clever embraces that gave us exquisite pleasure. I loved Janet, but there had never been any doubt in my mind that Janet was fierce in her own beliefs. Now she stepped forth and condemned the new religion as a pack of lies. She pointed out all its weaknesses in terms of logic and consistency. She laughed at it. She told many stories which made Christians look like braggarts and idiots. The story of the gospel she declared unintelligible. The tribe was immediately split. So loud was the talk that I could not even tell how many were for Janet's point of view or against it. Violent verbal quarrels ensued. Once again we undertook our marathon debate, which no human being could watch without realizing our differences. The monks withdrew to our sacred circle. There they consecrated the earth to Christ and prayed for us. They did not fully understand yet how different we were, but they knew we were not like other people. At last, a great schism occurred. 1/3 of the Taltos refused utterly to be converted, and threatened battle with the others if we tried to make the Glen a haven of Christianity. Some evinced a great fear of Christianity and the strife it would cause among others. Others simply did not like it, and wanted to keep to our own ways and not live in austerity and penance. The majority wanted to convert, and we did not wish to give up our homes, that is, to leave the Glen and go elsewhere. To me, such a possibility was unthinkable. I was the ruler here, and like many a pagan king, I expected my people to follow me absolutely in my conversion. The verbal battles progressed to physical pushing and shoving and threats, and I saw within an hour that the entire future of the valley was threatened. But the end of the world was coming. Christ had known this and come to prepare us. The enemies of Christ's church were the enemies of Christ. Bloody skirmishes were being fought in the grasslands of the Glen. Fires broke out. Accusations were flung out. Humans who had always seemed loyal suddenly turned on Taltos and accused them of wretched perversity, of having no lawful marriage, no visible children, and of being wicked magicians. Others declared that they had long suspected the Taltos of evil things, and now was the time to have it out. Where did we keep our young? Why did no one ever see any children among us? A few crazed individuals, for reasons of their own, shouted the truth. A human who had mothered 2 Taltos pointed at her Taltos husband and told all the world what he was, and that if we were to sleep with human women, we would soon annihilate them. The frenzied zealots, of whom I was the most outspoken one, declared that these things no longer mattered. We, the Taltos, had been welcomed into the church by Christ and Father Columba. We would give up the old licentious habits. We would live as Christ would have us live. There followed more confusion. Blows were struck. Screams rang out. Now I saw how 3,000 people could die in an argument over the right to copy a book. Now I perceived everything. But too late. The battle had already commenced. All rushed to their broch to take up arms and to defend their positions. Armed men poured out of doors, attacking their neighbors. The horror of war, the horror I had sought to hide from all these years in Dunleith, was now upon us. It had come through my conversion. I stood confounded, my sword in my hand, hardly knowing what to make of it. But the monks came to me. "Ashlar, lead them to Christ," they said. And I became as many a zealot king before me. I led my converts against their brothers and sisters. But the real horror was yet to come. When the battle was over, the Christians still stood in the majority, and I saw, though it did not register very clearly yet, that most of them were human. The majority of the Taltos elite, never very numerous anyway, thanks to our rigid control, had been slaughtered. and only a band of some 50 of us remained. The oldest, the wisest, in some ways the most dedicated, and we were all still convinced of our conversion. But what were we to do with the few humans and Taltos who had not come over to us, who had not been killed only because the killing had stopped before everyone was dead? Now, gathered from the battlefield, wounded, limping, these rebels, with Janet as their leader, cursed us. They would not be driven from the glen, they declared. They would die where they stood in opposition to us. "You, Ashlar, look at what you've done," Janet declared. "Look, everywhere on the bodies of your brothers and sisters, men and women who have lived since the time before the circles. You have brought about their death." But no sooner had she laid on me this terrible judgment than the zealous human converts began to demand, "How could you have lived since the time before the circles? What were you if you were not human beings?" At last, one of the boldest of these men, one who had been a secret Christian for years, came up and split open my robe with his sword, and I, baffled as Taltos often are by violence, found myself standing naked in the circle. I saw the reason. They would see what we were, if our tall bodies were the bodies of men. "Well, let them see," I announced. I stepped out of the fallen robe. I laid my hand upon my testicles in the ancient fashion to swear an oath, that is, testify, and I swore that I would serve Christ as well as any human. But the tide had turned. The other Christian Taltos were losing their nerve. The sight of the slaughter had been appalling to them. They had begun to weep, and to forget the art of the tongue, and to talk in the high, rapid speech of our kind, which quickly terrified the humans. I raised my voice, demanding silence and demanding allegiance. I had put back on my slashed robe, for all that it mattered, and I walked back and forth in the circle, angry, using the art of the tongue as well as I'd ever used it. What would Christ say to us on account of what we had done? What was the crime here? That we were a strange tribe? Or that we had murdered our own in this dispute? I wept with great gestures and tore my hair, and the others wept with me. But the monks were now filled with fear, and the human Christians were filled with fear. What they had suspected all their lives in the glen was almost revealed to them. Once again the questions flew. Our children, where were they? At last another Taltos male, whom I greatly loved, stepped forward and declared that from this moment forth he was, in the name of Christ and Virgin, celibate. Other Taltos made the same pledge, women and men both. "Whatever we were," the Taltos women declared, "does not matter now, for we will become the brides of Christ and make our own monastery here in the spirit of Iona." Great cries rang out of joy and agreement, and those humans who had always loved us, who loved me as their king, rallied quickly around us. But the danger hung in the air. At any moment the bloody swords might clash again, and I knew it. "Quickly, all of you, pledge yourselves to Christ," I declared, seeing in this Taltos vow of celibacy our only chance for survival. Janet cried out for me to cease with this unnatural and evil plan. And then, in a great volley of words, rushing sometimes too fast and sometimes too slow, she spoke of our ways, of our offspring, our sensuous rites, our long history, everything that I was now prepared to sacrifice. It was the fatal mistake. At once the human converts descended upon her and bound her hand and foot, as those who sought to defend her were cut down. Some of the converted Taltos tried to flee, and they were immediately cut down, and another vicious battle broke out.
in which cottages and huts were set aflame, and people ran hither and thither in panic, screaming for God to help us. "Kill all the monsters!" was the cry. One of the monks declared it was the end of the world. Several of the Taltos did also. They dropped to their knees. Humans, seeing those Taltos in that submissive posture, at once killed those whom they did not know or feared or disliked, sparing only those few who were beloved of everyone. Only I and a handful were left, those who had been most active in the leadership of the tribe and had magnetic personalities. We fought off the few who had the stamina to attack us, subduing others with mere ferocious looks or vociferous condemnations. And at last, when the frenzy had peaked and men fell under the burden of their swords, and others screamed and wept over the slain, only 5 of us remained. Taltos dedicated to the Christ, and all those who would not accept Christ, except for Janet, had been annihilated. The monks called for order. "Speak to your people, Ashlar. Speak, or all is lost. There will be no Dunleaf, and you know it." "Yes, speak," said the other Taltos, "and say nothing that will frighten anyone. Be clever, Ashlar." I was weeping so hard, this task seemed utterly beyond me. Everywhere I looked I saw the dead, hundreds born since the circle of the plain, dead and gone now, into eternity, and perhaps into the flames of hell without Christ's mercy. I fell to my knees. I wept until I had no more tears, and when I stopped, the valley was still. "You are our king," said the human being. "Tell us that you are no devil, Ashlar, and we will believe you." The other Taltos with me were desperately afraid. Their fate hung now with mine, but they were those most known to the human population, and most revered. We did have a chance. That is, if I did not despair and seal the fate of all of us. But what was left of my people? What? And what had I brought into my valley? The monks came close. "Ashlar, God tries those whom he loves," they said, and they meant it. Their eyes were filled with sadness, too. "God tests those whom he would make saints," they said, and heedless of what others might think of our monstrousness, our sinfulness, they threw their arms around me and stood firm against the rest, risking their own safety. Now Janet, held tight by her captor, spoke. "Ashlar, you are the betrayer of your people. You have brought death to your own in the name of a foreign god. You have destroyed the clan of Dunleaf, which has lived in this glen since time immemorial." "Stop the witch!" someone cried. "Burn her!" said another, and another, and another. And even as she continued to speak, there was whispering, and those going to prepare a stake in the stone circle. All this I saw from the corner of my eye, and so did she, and still she kept her courage. "I curse you, Ashlar! I curse you in the eyes of the good God!" I couldn't speak, and yet I knew that I had to. I had to speak to save myself, the monks, my followers. I had to speak if I was to stop the death of Janet. Wood had been dragged to the stake. Coal was being thrown down. Humans, some of whom had always feared Janet and every female Taltos whom they could not have, had brought torches. "Each," whispered Ninian beside me. "For Christ, Ashlar." I closed my eyes. I prayed. I made the sign of the cross, and then I made my plea to all to listen. "I see before me a chalice," I declared.
speaking softly but loud enough for all to hear. I see the chalice of Christ's blood, which Joseph of Arimathea brought to England. I see the blood of Christ emptied into the well. I see the water run red, and I know its meaning. The blood of Christ is our sacrament and our nourishment. It shall forever replace the cursed milk we sought from our women in lust. It shall be our new sustenance and our portion. And in this awful slaughter today, may Christ receive our first great act of self-sacrifice. For we loathe this killing. We loathe it, and we always have. And we do it only to the enemies of Christ, that his kingdom may come on earth, that he may rule forever. It was the art of the tongue, as best I knew it, and it was said with eloquence and tears, and it left the entire mob of human and Taltos alike cheering and praising Christ and throwing their swords to the ground and tearing off their finery, their bracelets, their rings, and declaring themselves to be born again. And at that moment, as they had come from my lips, I knew these words were lies. This religion was a deceiving thing, and the body and blood of Christ could kill as surely as poison. But we were saved, we who stood there exposed as monsters. The crowd no longer wanted our death. We were safe, all except for Janet. They dragged her now to the stake, and though I protested, weeping and begging, the priest said no, that Janet must die, that she must die as a lesson to all those who would refuse Christ. The fire was lighted. I threw myself to the ground. I couldn't bear it. Then, leaping up, I ran at the slowly gathering blaze, only to be pulled back and held against my will. Ashlar, your people need you. Ashlar, set an example. Janet fixed her eyes on me. The fire licked at her rose-coloured gown, at her long yellow hair. She blinked to clear her eyes of the rising smoke, and then she cried out to me. Cursed, Ashlar, cursed for all time. May death elude you forever. May you wander, loveless, childless, your people gone, until our miraculous birth is your only dream in your isolation. I curse you, Ashlar. May the world around you crumble before your suffering is ended. The flames leapt up, obscuring her fair face, and a low roar came from the rapidly burning timbers. And then came her voice again, louder, full of agony and full of courage. A curse on Dunlace! A curse on its people forever! A curse on the clan of Dunlace! A curse on Ashlar's people! Something writhed within the flames. I did not know if it was Janet in her final pain, or some trick of light and shadow and flickering. I had fallen to my knees. I couldn't stop the tears, and I couldn't look away. It was as if I had to go as far as I could with her into her pain. And I prayed to Christ. He knows not what she says. Take her to heaven, for her kindnesses to others, for her goodness to her people. Take her to heaven. The flames leapt heavenward, and then at once began to die away, revealing the stake, the smouldering heap of wood and burnt flesh and bone that had been this gracious creature, older and wiser than I was. The glen was still. Nothing remained of my people now but 5 males who vowed to be celibate Christians. Lives that had existed for centuries had been snuffed out. Torn limbs, severed heads, and mutilated bodies lay everywhere. The human Christians wept. We wept.
A curse on Dunleith, she had said. A curse. But Janet, my darling Janet, I prayed, what more can happen to us? I collapsed on the ground. At that moment I wanted no more of life. I wanted no more of suffering or death, or of the best of intentions resulting in abominable ruin. But the monks came to me, lifting me to my feet. My followers called to me. I was to come, they said, to behold a miracle that had happened before the ruined and burnt-out tower that had once been the home of Janet and those closest to her. Dragged there, dazed, unable to speak, I was gradually made to understand that an old spring, long dried, had come to life, clear water bubbling up from the earth once again, and cutting its path through the old dried bed, between hillocks and the roots of the trees, and into a great drift of wildflowers. A miracle. A miracle, I pondered. Should I point out that that stream had come and gone a number of times in the century? That the flowers were blooming yesterday and the day before, because the earth there was already damp, presaging the little fount which had now at last broken through the surface again? Or should I say, a miracle? I said, a sign from God. Kneel all, cried Ninian. Bathe in this holy water. Bathe away the blood of those who wouldn't accept God's grace and have gone now to eternal perdition. Janet, burning in hell forever, the fire that will never go out, the voice that will curse me, still crying. I shuddered and all but fainted again, but I fell on my knees. In my soul, I knew that this new faith must sweep me up. It must consume my whole life, or I was lost forever. I had no more hope, no more dreams. I had no more words and no more thirst for anything. This had to save me, or I should die in this very spot now by sheer will, never speaking or moving or taking nourishment again until death stole over me. I felt the cold water slapped against my face. I felt it running down into my robes. The others had gathered. They too were bathing. The monks had begun to sing the ethereal psalms which I had heard on Iona. My people, the humans of Dunleith, crying and sad and eager for the same grand redemption, took up the song in the old-fashioned way, singing the lines right after the monks until voices everywhere were raised in praise of God. We were all baptized in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost. The clan of Dunleith was Christian thereafter, all human, save for 5 Taltos. Before the following morning, a few more Taltos were discovered, mostly very young women who had been shielding 2 almost newborn males in their house, from which they had seen the whole tragedy, including Janet's execution. They were 6 altogether. The Christian humans brought them to me. They would not speak, either to accept or deny Christ, but looked at me in terror. What should we do? Let them go, if they will, I said. Let them flee the valley. No one had the stomach for any more blood or death, and their youth and their simplicity and their innocence made a shield around them. As soon as the new converts stepped back, these Taltos fled, with nothing but the clothes on their backs, right into the forest. In the days that followed, we 5 males who were left did win the entire goodwill of the people. In the fervor of their new religion, They praised us that we had brought Christ to them, and honoured us for our vows of celibacy. The monks prepared us with instructions day and night to accept holy orders. We pored over our holy book. We prayed constantly. Work was begun upon the church, a mighty Roman-style building of dry stone with rounded arched windows and a long nave. And I myself led a procession through the old circle, at which we effaced any symbols from olden times, and carved into the rock new emblems from the altar book of the Gospels. These were the fish, which stood for Christ, the dove, which stood for the Apostle John, the lion for Mark, the ox for Luke, and the man for Matthew. And in a little Taltos fury, we carved other biblical scenes into the flatter stones and moved into the cemetery, putting crosses upon the old graves in the style of the crosses of the book, very ornate and ornamented. It was a brief interlude in which something returned of the old fervour that had once taken hold of all of us on the Salisbury plain. But we were only 5 now, and not an entire tribe. 5 who had renounced their own nature to please God and the human Christians. 5 who had been cast in the role of saints in order not to be massacred. But a dark terror lurked inside me and in the others. How long would this uneasy truth last? Would not the slightest sin topple us from our pedestals? Even as I prayed to God to help me, to forgive me for all my errors, to bind me to him as a good priest, I knew that we 5 could not remain in Dunleith much longer, and I could not endure it myself. Even at my prayers and during the singing of psalms with the monks, I heard Janet's curse in my ears. I saw my people covered in blood. Christ, give me faith, I prayed. Yet in my secret heart, I did not believe that the only path for my kind was one of such renunciation and chastity. How could it be? Did God mean for us to die out? This was not self-sacrifice. It was a form of utter denial. For Christ, we had become no one. Yet the love of Christ burned hot in me. It burned desperately, and a very strong personal sense of my Saviour developed in me as it has in Christians always. Night after night in my meditations, I envisioned the chalice of Christ, the holy hill on which Joseph Hawthorne bloomed, the blood in the water of Palace Well. I made a vow to go in pilgrimage to Glastonbury. There were rumblings from outside the glen. Men had heard of the holy battle of Dunleith, as it had come to be called. They had heard of the tall celibate priest with strange powers. Monks had written to other monks, passing on the story. The legends of the Taltos came alive. Others, who had lived as Picts in small communities, had now to flee their homes as their pagan neighbours taunted and threatened them, and as Christians came to plead with them to renounce their wicked ways and become holy fathers. Wild Taltos were found in the forest. There were rumours of the magic birth having been witnessed in this or that town, and the witches were on the prowl, boasting that they could make us reveal ourselves and render us powerless. Other Taltos, richly dressed and armed to the teeth, and now exposed for what they were, came in heavily defended groups to the glen and cursed me for what I had done. Their women, beautifully clothed and guarded on all sides, spoke of Janet's curse, having heard whispers of this, no doubt, from the Taltos who had fled Dunleith, and demanded that I repeat the curse to all and hear their judgment. I refused. I said nothing. Then, To my horror, these Taltos repeated the entire curse to me, for indeed they already knew it. Cursed, Ashlar, cursed for all time. May death elude you forever. May you wander loveless, childless, your people gone, until our miraculous birth is your only dream in your isolation. May the world around you crumble before your suffering is ended. It had become a poem to them which they could recite, and they spat at my feet when they were finished. Ashlar, how could you forget the lost land? The women demanded. How could you forget the circle of Salisbury Plain? These brave few walked amid the ruins of the old Broch. The human Christians of Dunlace looked on them with cold eyes and fear, and sighed with relief when they took their final leave of the valley. Over the months that followed, some Taltos came who had accepted Christ and wanted to become priests. We welcomed them. All over northern Britain, the quiet time for my people had ended. The race of the Picts was fast disappearing. Those who knew the Ogham script wrote terrible curses on me, or they carved into walls and stones their new-found Christian belief with fervor. An exposed Taltos might save himself by becoming a priest or monk, a transformation which not only appeased the populace, but greatly exhilarated it. Villages wanted a Taltos priest. Christians of other tribes begged for a celibate Taltos to come and say the special mass for them. But any Taltos who did not play this game, who did not renounce his pagan ways, who did not claim the protection of God, was fair game for anyone. Meantime, in a great ceremony, some 5 of us, and 4 who had come later, accepted holy orders. 2 female Taltos who had come into the glen became nuns in our community, and dedicated themselves to caring for the weak and the sick. I was made Father Abbot of the monks of Dunlace, with authority over the glen and even the surrounding community. Our fame grew. There were times when we had to barricade ourselves in our new monastery to escape the pilgrims who came to see what a Taltos was and to lay hands on us. Word got around that we could cure and work miracles. Day after day I was urged by my flock to go to the sacred spring and bless the pilgrims there who had come to drink the holy water. Janet's broch had been torn down. The stones from her home and what metal could be melted down from her plate and few bracelets and rings were put into the building of the new church. And a cross was erected at the holy stream, inscribed with Latin words to celebrate the burning of Janet and the subsequent miracle. I could barely look at this. Is this charity? Is this love? For it was more than plain that for the enemies of Christ, justice could be as bitter as God chose to make it. But was all this God's plan? My people destroyed? Our remnant turned into sacred animals? I pleaded with our monks from Iona to discourage all these beliefs. We are not a magical priesthood, I declared. These people are on the verge of declaring that we have magical powers. But to my utter horror, the monk said that it was God's will. Don't you see, Ashlar, said Ninian, this is why God preserved your people for this special priesthood. For all that I had envisioned had been laid waste. The Taltos had not been redeemed. They had not discovered a way to live on the earth at peace with men. The church began to grow in fame. The Christian community became enormous, and I feared the whims of those who worshipped us. At last, I set aside each day an hour or 2 when my door was locked
and no one might speak to me. And in the privacy of my cell, I began a great illustrated book, using all the skill I had acquired from my teacher on Iona. Done in the style of the four Gospels, it was to be complete with golden letters on every page and tiny pictures to illustrate it. The story of my people. My book. It was the book which Stuart Gordon found in the crypts of the Talamasca. For Father Columba I wrote every word, lavishing on it my greatest gift for verse, for song, for prayer, as I described the lost land, our wanderings to the southern plain, the building of our great Stonehenge. In Latin I told all I knew of our struggles in the world of men, of how we'd suffered and learned to survive, and how, at last, my tribe and clan had come to this. 5 priests amid a sea of humans, worshipped for powers we did not possess, exiles without a name, a nation, or a god of our own, struggling to beg salvation from the God of a people who feared us. Read my words here, Father, I wrote, you who would not listen to them when I tried to speak them. See them here inscribed in the language of Jerome, of Augustine, of Pope Gregory, and know that I tell the truth, and long to enter God's church as what I truly am. For how else will I ever enter the kingdom of heaven? Finally, my task was complete. I sat back, staring at the cover to which I myself had affixed the jewels, at the binding which I myself had fashioned from silk, at letters which I myself had written. At once I sent for Father Ninian and laid the book before him. I sat very still as Ninian examined the work. I was too proud of what I'd done, too certain now that somehow our history would find some redeeming context in the vast libraries of church doctrine and history. Whatever else happened, I thought, I have told the truth. I have told how it was and what Janet chose to die for. Nothing could have prepared me for the expression on Ninian's face when he closed the volume. For a long moment he said nothing, and then he began to laugh and laugh. "Ashlar," he said, "have you lost your mind, that you would expect me to take this to Father Columba?" I was stunned. In a small voice I said, "I've given it all my effort." "Ashlar," he said, "this is the finest book of its kind I've ever beheld. The illustrations are perfectly executed, the text written in flawless Latin, replete with 100 touching phrases. It is inconceivable that a man could have created this thing in less than 3 to 4 years, in the solitude of the scriptorium at Iona, and to think that you have done it here within the space of a year is nothing short of miraculous." "Yes, but the contents, Ashlar." "This is blasphemy. In the Latin of Scripture and in the style of an altar book, you have written mad pagan verses and tales full of lust and monstrousness. Ashlar, this is the proper form for Gospels of the Lord and Psalters. Whatever possessed you to write your frivolous stories of magic in this manner?" So that Father Columba would see these words and realize they were true, I declared. But I had already seen his point. My defense meant nothing. Then, seeing me so crushed, he sat back and folded his hands and looked at me. "From the first day I came into your house," he said, "I knew your simplicity and your goodness. Only you could have made such a foolish blunder. Put it aside. Put your entire history aside, once and for all. Devote your extraordinary talent to the proper subject." For a day and a night I thought on it. Wrapping my book carefully, I gave it again to Ninian. "I am your abbot here at Dunleith," I said, "by solemn appointment. Well, this is the last order I shall ever give you. Take this book to Father Columba, as I told you, and tell him for me that I have chosen to go away on a pilgrimage. I don't know how long I will be gone or where. As you can see from this book, my life has already spanned many lifetimes. I may never lay eyes on him again, or on you, but I must go. I must see the world, and whether I shall ever return to this place, or to our Lord, only he knows." Ninian tried to protest, but I was adamant. He knew that he had to make a journey home to Iona soon anyway, and so he gave in to me, warning me that I did not have Columba's permission to go away, but realizing that I did not care about this. At last he set out with the book and a strong guard of some 5 human beings. I never saw that book again until Stuart Gordon laid it out on the table in his tower at Somerset. Whether it ever reached Iona, I don't know. My suspicion is that it did, and it may have remained at Iona for many years, until all those who knew what it was, or knew who'd written it, or why it was there, were long gone. I was never to know whether Father Columba read it or not. The very night after Ninian went on his way, I resolved to leave Dunleith forever. I called the Taltos priests together into the church, and bade them lock the door. The humans could think what they liked, and indeed this did make them naturally restless and suspicious. I told my priests that I was leaving. I told them that I was afraid. I do not know if I have done right. I believe, but I do not know, I said. And I fear the human beings around us. I fear that any moment they might turn on us. Should a storm come, should a plague sweep through the land, should a terrible illness strike the children of the more powerful families, any of these disasters could provoke a rebellion against us. These are not our people, and I have been a fool to believe that we could ever live in peace with them. Each of you, do what you will, but my advice to you as Ashlar, your leader since the time we left the Lost Land, is go away from here. Seek absolution at some distant monastery where your nature is not known, and ask permission to practice your vows in peace there. But leave this valley. I myself shall go on a pilgrimage, first to Glastonbury, to the well there where Joseph of Arimathea poured the blood of Christ into the water. I will pray there for guidance. Then I will go to Rome, and then, perhaps, I do not know, to Constantinople to see the holy icons there, which are said to contain the very face of our Christ by magic. And then to Jerusalem to see the mountain where Christ died for us. I herewith renounce my vow of obedience to Father Columba. There was a great outcry and much weeping, but I stood firm. It was a very characteristic Taltos way of ending things. If I am wrong, may Christ lead me back to his fold, may he forgive me, or may I go to hell, I said with a shrug. I'm leaving. I went to prepare for my journey. Before these parting words to my flock, I had taken all of my personal possessions out of my tower, including all my books, my writings, my letters from Father Columba, and everything of any importance to me, and I had hidden these in 2 of the souterrains I had built centuries ago. Then I took the last of my fine clothes, having given up all else for vestments and for the church, and I dressed in a green wool tunic, long and thick and trimmed in black fur, and put around it my only remaining girdle of fine leather and gold,
strapped on my broadsword with its jewelled scabbard, placed on my head an old hood of fur, and a bronze helmet of venerable age, and thus garbed as a nobleman, a poor one perhaps, I rode out with my possessions in a small sack to leave the glen. This was nothing as ornate and heavy as my kingly raiment had been, and nothing as humble as a priest's robe. Merely good clothing for travel. I rode for perhaps an hour through the forest, following old trails known only to those who had hunted here. Up and up I went, along the heavily wooded slopes, towards a secret path that led to the high road. It was late afternoon, but I knew I would reach the road before nightfall. There would be a full moon, and I meant to travel until I was too tired to go further. It was dark in these dense woods. So dark, I think, that people of this day and age cannot quite imagine it. This was a time before the great forests of Britain had been destroyed, and the trees here were thick and ancient. It was our belief that these trees were the only living things that were older than us in the whole world, for nothing we had ever beheld lived as long as trees or Taltos. We loved the forest, and we had never feared it. But I had not been in the darkest forest for very long when I heard the voices of the little people. I heard their hisses and whispers and laughter. Samuel had not been born in that time, so he was not there. But Aiken, Drum, and others alive today were among these that called, "Aslar, the fool of the Christians, you've betrayed your people." Or, "Aslar, come with us, make a new race of giants, and we shall rule the world," and other such things. Aiken Drum I have always hated. He was very young then, and his face was not so gnarled that one couldn't see his eyes. And as he rushed through the undergrowth, shaking his fist at me, his face was full of malevolence. "Aslar, you leave the glen now after destroying everything. May Janet's curse be upon you." Finally they all fell back and away for a simple reason. I was coming close to a cave on the mountainside, about which I had, for simple reasons, entirely forgotten. Without even thinking, I'd chosen the path that ancient tribes had taken to worship there. In the time when the Taltos lived on the Salisbury Plain, these tribes had filled this cave with skulls, and later peoples revered it as a place of dark worship. In recent centuries, the peasants had sworn that a door was open inside this cave, by which one might hear the voices of hell or the singing of heaven. Spirits had been seen in the nearby wood, and witches sometimes braved our wrath to come here. Though there had been times when we rode up the hills in fearsome bands to drive them out, we had not in the last 200 years much bothered with them. I myself had only been up this way a couple of times in all my life, but I had no fear of the cave at all. And when I saw that the little people were afraid, I was relieved to be rid of them. However, as my horse followed the old trail closer and closer to the cave, I saw flickering lights playing in the thick darkness. I came to see there was a crude dwelling in the mountainside, made out of the cave itself, perhaps, and covered over with stones, leaving only a small door and a window, and a hole higher up through which the smoke passed. The light flickered through the cracks and crevices of the crude walls, and there, many feet above, was the path to the great cave, a yawning mouth altogether hidden now by pine and oak and yew trees. I wanted to keep clear of the little house as soon as I saw it. Anyone who would live in the vicinity of this cave had to be troubled. The cave itself vaguely intrigued me. Believing in Christ, though I had disobeyed my abbot, I did not fear pagan gods.
I did not believe in them, but I was leaving my home. I might not ever come back. And I wondered if I should not visit the cave, perhaps even rest there a while, hidden and safe from the little people. 29. Now listen to me, both of you, she said, without taking her eyes off the road. This is the point where I am going to take over. I've thought this over since I was born, and I know exactly what we need to do. Is Granny asleep back there? Sound asleep, said Mary Jane from the jump seat, where she was stretched out sideways so she could see Morrigan behind the wheel. What do you mean? Asked Mona. That you are going to take over. Just exactly this, said Morrigan, both her hands together at the top of the wheel, gripping it easily on account of the fact that they had been going 90 miles an hour for quite some time now, and no cop, obviously, was going to stop them. I've been listening to you argue and argue, and you're stuck on things that are utterly beside the point, sort of moral technicalities. Morrigan's hair was tangled and falling all over her shoulders and her arms, a brighter red, as far as Mona could tell, but in the same family as her own hair. And the uncanny resemblance between their faces was enough to completely unnerve Mona if she let herself stare too long at Morrigan. As for the voice, well, the big danger was obvious. Morrigan could pretend to be Mona on the phone. She had done it with ease when Uncle Ryan had finally called Fontevraud. What a hilarious conversation that had been. Ryan had asked Mona very tactfully if she was taking amphetamines, and reminded her gently that anything ingested might hurt the baby. But the point was, Uncle Ryan had never guessed that the fast-talking and inquisitive female on the other end of the line was not Mona. They were all dressed in their Easter Sunday best, as Mary Jane had called it earlier, including Morrigan, whom they had outfitted in the fashionable shops of Napoleonville. The white cotton shirtwaist dress would have been ankle-length on Mona or even Mary Jane. On Morrigan it came to the knee. The waist was cinched really tight, and the plain V-neck, the symbol of matronly good sense, became, against her fairly well-developed breasts, a plunging neckline. It was the old story. Put a plain, simple dress on a flamboyantly beautiful girl, and it becomes more eye-catching than gold foil or sable. Shoes had been no problem once they had faced that she was a size 10. One size larger, and they would have had to put her in men's lace-ups. As it was, she had stiletto heels, and had danced around the car in them for 15 minutes before Mona and Mary Jane had laid firm hands on her, told her to shut up, don't move, and get in. Then she had demanded to drive. Well, it wasn't the first time. Granny, in Walmart's best cotton knit pantsuit, slept beneath her baby blue thermal blanket. The sky was blue, the clouds magnificently white. Mona wasn't sick any more at all, thank God, just weak. Dismally weak. They were now 1/2 hour from New Orleans. Like what moral technicality? Asked Mary Jane. This is a question of safety, you know. And what do you mean, take over? Well, I'm talking about something inevitable, said Morrigan, but let me break it to you in stages. Mona laughed. Ah, you see, Mother is smart enough to know, of course, to see the future as a witch might, I suppose. But you, Mary Jane, persist in being the cross between a disapproving aunt and the devil's advocate. You sure you know the meaning of all those words? My dear, I have imbibed the entire contents of 2 dictionaries. I know all the words my mother knew before I was born, and a great many my father knew. How else would I know what a socket wrench is, and why the trunk of this car contains an entire set of them? Now, back to the crisis of the moment. Where do we go? Which house? And all of that nonsense. Immediately, she answered her own questions. Well, my thinking is that whose house we go to is not all that far important. Amelia Street would be a bad idea, simply because it is loaded with other people, as you have thrice described. And though it may be Mother's house in a sense, it truly belongs to Ancient Evelyn. Fontevraud is too far away. We are not going back. I don't care what happens. An apartment is a hideout which I cannot, in my anticipatory anxiety, abide. I will not choose some small impersonal lodgings obtained under false pretenses. I cannot live in boxes. First Street does belong to Michael and Rowan, that's true, but Michael is my father. What we need is at First Street. I need Mona's computer, her records, the papers Lasher scribbled out, any notes my father has made in his copy of the famous Talamasca file, everything which is presently in that house, and to which Mona has acknowledged access. Well, not Lasher's scribblings, but again, that is a technicality. I claim the rights of breed to take those notes, and I do not have a single scruple about reading Michael's diary if I do find it. Now, don't start screaming, both of you. Well, just slow down, for one thing, shouted Mary Jane. And I get a creepy feeling in my bones from the way you say those words, take over. And let's think this out a little further, said Mona. You have reminded each other enough in my presence that the name of the game is survival, Morrigan replied. I need this knowledge, diaries, files, records, for survival. And First Street is empty now, we know that, and we can make our preparations in peace for Michael and Rowan's homecoming. So I will make the decision here and now that that is where we go, at least until Michael and Rowan have returned and we have apprised them of the situation. If my father then wishes to banish me from the house, we seek an appropriate dwelling, or put into operation Mother's plan to obtain funds for the complete restoration of Font-Rose. Now, do you have all this in your memory? There are guns in that house, said Mary Jane. She has told you that. Guns upstairs, downstairs. These people are going to be scared of you. This is their house. They're going to start screaming. Don't you understand? They think that Taltos are evil beings, evil, trying to take over the world. I am a Mayfair, declared Morrigan. I am the daughter of my father and my mother, and the hell with guns. They are not going to aim a gun at me. That's perfectly absurd, and you are forgetting that they are not expecting me to be there at all, and will be utterly unprepared when you search them for guns, as if they would be carrying guns at all. And furthermore, you will be there, both of you, to protect me and speak for me, and to issue dire warnings that they are not to harm me. And please remember for more than 5 consecutive minutes at a stretch that I have a tongue in my mouth with which to protect myself, that nothing in this situation is analogous to any that existed before, and that it is best to settle in there where I can examine everything I should examine, including this famous Victrola in the backyard. There you go. Stop screaming, both of you. Just don't dig up the bodies, Mona cried. Right. Leave those bodies under the tree, declared Mary Jane. Absolutely, I will. I shall. I told you, no digging up bodies. Bad idea. Morrigan is sorry. Morrigan won't do it. Morrigan has promised Mona and Mary Jane. No time for bodies. Besides, what are these bodies to me? Morrigan shook her head, making her red hair tumble and tangle, and then giving it a vigorous and determined toss. I am the child of Michael Currer and Mona Mayfair, and that is what matters, isn't it? We're scared, that's all, Mary Jane declared. Now, if we turn around right now and we go back to Font-Rose, no, not without the appropriate pumps, scaffolding, jacks, and lumber to straighten out that house. I shall have a sentimental attachment to it all of my life, of course, but at this time I simply cannot remain there. I am dying to see the world. Don't both of you understand? The world is not Walmart and Napoleonville and the latest issues of Time, Newsweek, and the New Yorker. I cannot remain waiting any longer. Besides, for all you know, they are home now, Rowan and Michael, and I am for an immediate confrontation. No doubt they will make the records available to me, even if in their secret hearts they have opted for extermination. They're not home, said Mona. Ryan said 2 more days. Well, then, what are you all so afraid about? I don't know, cried Mona. Then First Street it is, and I don't want to hear another word about it. There is a guest room, is there not? I'll stay in there, and I want all this squabbling to stop. We can then obtain a secure home base of our own at our leisure. Besides, I want to see this house. I want to see the house the witches built. Do not either of you understand the degree to which my being and my fate are connected to this house? This house designed to perpetuate the line with the giant helix? Why, if we strip away most of the clouding sentiment, it is perfectly obvious that Stella, Ampha, and Deirdre died so that I might have life, and the bumbling literalist dreams of this evil spirit, Lasher, have resulted in an incarnation he could never foresee, but which is now my destiny. I am tenacious of life. I am tenacious of position. Okay, Mona said, but you have to be quiet, and you have to not speak to the guards, and you cannot answer the phone again. Yeah, the way you grab for a phone when it rings, said Mary Jane. Any phone at all is just downright loco. Morrigan gave a shrug. What you fail to realize is that each day achieves for me an enormous series of developments. I am not the girl I was 2 days ago." She flinched suddenly and gave a little groan. "What's the matter? What's wrong?" asked Mona. "The memories, the way they come. Mother, turn on the tape recorder, will you? You know, it's the strangest thing, the way some of them fade and some of them don't, and it's as if they are memories from lots and lots of people like me, I mean. I see Ashla through everybody's eyes. The Glen is the same Glen in the Talamasca file. I know it. Dunleaf. I can hear Ashla say it." "Speak loud," said Mary Jane, "so I can hear you." "This is about the stones again. We're not in the Glen yet. We're near the river, and the men are dragging the stones out onto the rolling logs. I tell you that there are no accidents in this world. Nature is sufficiently random and lush for things to happen almost inevitably. This may not make sense at first, but what I am saying is this: that out of all the chaos and pain of resistant and defiant witches has come the moment when this family must become a family of humans and Taltos. The strangest feelings come over me. I have to go there, to see that place, and the Glen. The circle is smaller, but it's ours, too. Ashla has consecrated both circles, and the stars overhead are in the winter configuration. Ashla wants the dark woods to shelter us, to lie between us and the hostile world. I am tired. Sleepy. "Don't let go of the wheel," said Mary Jane. "Describe this man, Ashla, again. Is he always the same? I mean, in both circles and both times?" "I think I'm going to try. I keep hearing the music. We have to dance when we get there." "Where?" "First Street. Anywhere. The Glen. The plains. We have to dance in a circle. I'll show you. I'll sing the songs. You know, something terrible has happened more than once to my people. Death and suffering, they have become the norm. Only the very skilled avoid them. The very skilled see human beings for what they are. The rest of us are blinded." "Is he the only one with a name?" "No, just the one whose name everyone knows. Everyone. Like a magnet drawing everyone's emotions." "I don't want to take it easy," said Mona. "When we get there, you can write it all out again. You can have peace and quiet. 2 whole days before they come." "And who will I be by that time?" "I know who you are," said Mona. "I knew who you were when you were in me. You're me and Michael and something else, something powerful and wondrous, and part of all the other witches, too." "Talk, honey," said Mary Jane. Tell us about him and everybody making the little chalk dolls. I want to hear about that, burying the dolls at the foot of the stones. You remember what you said?" "I think I do. They were dolls with breasts and penises." "Well, you never mentioned that before." "They were sacred dolls, but there must be a purpose to this, a redemption for this pain. I want the memories to let go, but not before I take everything of value from them. Mary Jane, would you please, Honey Bunch, grab a Kleenex there and wipe my eyes? I am saying this for the record. Pay attention. This is stream of consciousness. We are taking the long stone to the plains. Everybody is going to dance and sing around it for a long time before they begin to make the scaffolding out of logs by which we'll make it stand upright. Everyone has been carving their dolls. You can't tell the difference. Each doll looks somehow like every one of them. I am sleepy. I am hungry, too. I want to dance. Ashla is calling everyone to attention." 15 more minutes and we pull in the back gate," said Mary Jane. "So just keep your teary little peepers open." "Don't say a word to the guards," said Mona. "I'll handle them. What else do you remember?" "They're bringing the stone to the plain. What's the name of the plain?" "Say it in their language." "Ashla calls it simply the flat land, and the safe land, or the grassland. To say it right, I have to speak it very, very fast. To you it will sound like whistling. But everyone knows those stones. I know everyone does. My father knows them, has seen them. God, do you suppose there is another of me anywhere in this whole world? Don't you think there has to be another me besides those buried under the tree? I can't be the only one alive." "Settle down, honey," said Mary Jane. "There's a lot of time to find out." We are your family, said Mona. Remember that, whatever else you are Morrigan Mayfair, designated by me to be heir to the legacy, and we have a birth certificate, a baptismal certificate, and 15 Polaroid photographs with my solemn word on a sticker label pasted to the back of each of them. Somehow or other that sounds insufficient, said Morrigan, crying now, making a pout like a baby, the tears making her blink. Hopelessly contrived, possibly legally irrelevant. The car moved on, in its own lane, but they had come into Metairie. The traffic was getting heavy. Perhaps a videotape is required. What do you think, Mother? But nothing in the end will suffice, will it, but love? Why do we speak of legal things at all? Because they're important. But, Mother, if they don't love Morrigan, we'll do a videotape at the street soon as we get there. And you will have your love, mark my words. I'll get it for you. I won't let anything go wrong this time. What makes you think that, given all your reservations and fears and desires to hide from prying eyes? I love you. That's why I think it. The tears were springing from Morrigan's eyes as if from a rain-spout. Mona could hardly bear it. They will not have to use a gun if they don't love me, Morrigan said. Unspeakable pain, my child, this. Like hell, said Mona, trying to sound very calm, very controlled, very much the woman. Our love is enough, and you know it. If you have to forget them, you do it. We are enough. Don't you dare say we're not enough for now. You hear me? She stared at this graceful gazelle, who was driving and crying at the same time, passing every laggard in her path. This is my daughter. Mine has always been monstrous ambition, monstrous intelligence, monstrous courage, and now a monstrous daughter. But what is her nature, besides brilliant, impulsive, loving, enthusiastic, supersensitive to hurts and slights, and given to torrents of fancy and ecstasy? What will she do? What does it mean to remember ancient things? Does it mean you possess them and know from them? What can come of this? You know, I don't really care, she thought. I mean, not now, not when it's beginning, not when it's so exciting. She saw her tall girl struck, the body crumple, her own hands out to shield her, taking the head to her breast. Don't you dare hurt her. It was all so different now. All right, Mary Jane interjected. Let me drive. This is really getting crowded. You are out of your mind, Mary Jane, cried Morrigan, shifting forward in the seat and pressing on the accelerator to pass the car threatening on the left. She lifted her chin and took a swat at her tears with the back of her hand. I am steering this car home. I wouldn't miss this for anything. 30. What was it like in the cave, I wondered? The voices of hell I had no desire to hear. But what about the singing of heaven? I thought it over, and then decided to pass by. I had a long journey ahead of me. It was too early for rest. I wanted to be away from here. I was about to set off and go around this part of the slope when a voice called to me. It was a woman's voice, very soft and seemingly without a source, and I heard it say, Hustler, I've been waiting for you. I turned, looking this way and that. The darkness was unnerving. The little people, I thought, one of their women, determined to seduce me. Again I determined to be on my way, but the call came again, soft as a kiss. Ashlar, king of the Nif, I am waiting for you. I looked at the little hovel, with its light flickering in the dimness, and there I saw a woman standing. Her hair was red, and her skin very pale. She was human, and a witch, and she carried the very faint scent of a witch, which could mean, but might not, that she had the blood of the Taltos in her. I should have gone on. I knew it. Witches were always trouble. But this woman was very beautiful, and in the shadows my eyes played tricks on me, so that she looked somewhat like our lost Janet. As she came towards me, I saw that she had Janet's severe green eyes and straight nose, and a mouth that might have been carved from marble. She had the same small and very round breast, and a long, graceful neck. Add to this her beautiful red hair, which has ever been a lure and a delight to the Taltos. "What do you want of me?" I said. "Come lie with me," she said. "Come into my house. I invite you." "You're a fool," I said. "You know what I am. I lie with you and you'll die." "No," she said, "not I." And she laughed, as so many witches had before her. "I shall bear the giant by you." I shook my head. "Go your way, and be thankful I'm not easily tempted. You're beautiful. Another Taltos might help himself. Who is there to protect you?" "Come," she said. "Come into my house." She drew closer, and in the few feeble rays of light that broke through the branches, the long, very golden light of the last of the day, I saw her beautiful white teeth, and how her breasts looked beneath her fine lace blouse, and above her painfully tight leather girdle. Well, it wouldn't hurt just to lie with her, just to put my lips on her breast, I thought. But then, she was a witch. Why do I allow myself to even think of this? "Aslar," she said, "we all know your tale. We know you are the king who betrayed your kind. Don't you want to ask the spirits of the cave how you might be forgiven?" "Forgiven? Only Christ can forgive me my sins, child," I said. "I'm going." "What power has Christ to change the curse that Janet has laid upon you?" "Don't taunt me any more," I said. I wanted her, and the angrier I became, the less I cared about her. "Come with me," she said. "Drink the brew that I have by the fire, and then go into the cave, and you will see the spirits who know all things, King Aslar." She came up to the horse and laid her hand on mine, and I felt the desire rising in me. She had a witch's penetrating eyes, and the soul of Janet seemed to look out of them. I had not even made up my mind when she'd helped me from my horse, and we were walking together through the thick bracken and elderberry. The little hut was a rank and frightening place. It had no windows. Above the fire, a kettle hung on a long skewer, but the bed was clean and laid with skillfully embroidered linen. "Fit for a king," she said. I looked about, and I saw a dark open doorway opposite that by which we'd come in. "That is the secret way to the cave," she said. She kissed my hand suddenly, and pulling me down onto the bed, she went to the kettle and filled a crude earthen cup with the broth inside it. "Drink it, your majesty," she said, "and the spirits of the cave will see you and hear you." Or I will see them and hear them, I thought, for God only knows what she had put in it. The herbs and oils which made witches mad and likely to dance like Taltos under the moon. I knew their tricks. "Drink. It's sweet," she said. "Yes," I replied. "I can smell the honey." And while I was looking into the cup, and resolving not to take a drop, I saw her smile, and as I smiled back, I realized I was lifting the cup, and suddenly I drank a deep swallow of it. I closed my eyes. "What is," I whispered, "what if there is magic in it?" I was faintly amused,
and already dream. Now lie with me, she said. For your sake, no, I replied. But she was taking off my sword, and I let her do it. Getting up long enough only to bolt her door, I fell back on the bed and pushed her down beneath me. I dragged her blouse loose from her breast and thought I would weep at the mere sight of them. Ah, the Taltos milk, how I wanted it. She was not a mother, with which we would have no milk, Taltos or human, but the breast, the sweet breast. How I wanted to suckle them, to bite the nipples and pull at them and lick at them with my tongue. Well, that won't do her any harm, I thought, and when she is moist and hot with desire, I'll place my fingers between her hidden hairy lips and make her shiver. At once I began to suckle her. I began to kiss her and nuzzle against her. Her skin was firm and young and smelled young, and I loved the sound of her soft sighs, and the way her white belly felt to my cheek, and the way her nether hair looked when I pulled down her skirt and found it red like the hair of her head, flaming and softly curling. Beautiful, beautiful witch, I whispered. King Ashlar, she said. I sucked hard on her breast, letting my cock suffer, thinking, no, I will not kill her. She is a fool, but she does not deserve to die for it. But she pulled my cock between her legs. She pressed its tip against her hair, and quite suddenly, as many a male has done, I decided that if she really wanted it so, I would do as she asked of me. I came in her hard, with as little care as I would have had for a Taltos, riding her and loving it. She flushed and wept and cried out to spirits whose names I didn't know. Immediately it was over. Sleepily she looked at me from the pillow, a triumphant smile on her lips. Dream, she said, and go into the cave. And she closed her eyes to sleep. I downed the rest of the cup. Why not? I had gone this far. What if there was something in that remote darkness, one last secret my own land of Dunleaf had to give me? God knew the future held trials, pain, and probably disillusionment. I climbed off the bed, put my sword back on, buckling everything properly so that I was ready should I meet with trouble, and then, taking a crude lump of wax with a wick, which she kept at hand, I lighted the wick and I entered the cave by this secret doorway. I went up and up in the darkness, feeling my way along the earthen wall, and finally I came to a cool and open place. And from there, very far off, you could see a bit of light stealing in from the outside world. I was above the cave's main entrance. I went on up. The light went before me. With a start, I came to a halt. I saw skulls gazing back at me. Rows and rows of skulls. Some of them so old they were no more than powder. This had been a burial cave, I reasoned, of those people that save only the heads of the dead and believe that the spirits will talk through those heads if properly addressed. I told myself not to be foolishly frightened. At the same time, I felt curiously weakened. It is the broth you drank, I whispered. Sit down and rest. And I did, leaning against the wall to my left and looking into the big chamber with its many masks of death grinning back at me. The crude candle rolled out of my hand, but did not go out. It came to rest in the mud, and when I tried to reach for it, I couldn't. Then slowly I looked up, and I saw my lost Janet. She was coming towards me through the chamber of the skulls, moving slowly as if she were not real, but a figure in a dream. But I am awake, I said aloud. I saw her nod and smile. She stepped before the feeble little candle. She wore the same rose-coloured robe that she had the day they had burnt her. And then I saw to my horror that the silk had been eaten away by fire, and that her white skin showed through the jagged tears in it, and her long blonde hair, it was burnt off and blackened on the ends, and ashes smudged her cheeks and her bare feet and her hands. Yet she was there, alive, and near to me. "What is it, Janet?" I said. "What would you say to me now?" "Ah, but what do you say to me, my beloved thing? I followed you from the great circle in the Southland up to Dunleith, and you destroyed me. Don't curse me, fair spirit," I said. I climbed to my knees. "Give me that which will help all of us. I sought the path of love. It was the path to ruin." A change came over her face, a look of puzzlement and then awareness. She lost her simple smile, and taking my hand, she spoke these words as if they were our secret. "Would you find another paradise, my lord?" she asked. "Would you build another monument such as you left on the plain for all time? Or would you rather find a dance so simple and full of grace that all the peoples of the world could do it?" "The dance, Janet, I would, and ours would be one great living circle." "And would you make a song so sweet that no man or woman of any breed could ever resist it?" "Yes," I said, "and sing we would forever." Her face brightened and her lips parted, and with a look of faint amazement she spoke again. "Then take the curse I give you." I began to cry. She gestured for me to be still, but was patient. Then she spoke this poem, or song, in the soft, rapid voice of the Taltos. "Your quest is doomed, your passage long, your winter just beginning. These bitter times shall fade to mist, and memory lose its meaning. But when at last her arms you see, outstretched in bold forgiveness, shrink not from what the earth would do when rain and winds do chill it. The seed shall sprout, the leaves unfurl, the boughs shall give forth blossoms, that once the nettles tried to kill, and strong men sought to trample. The dance, the circle, and the song shall be the key to heaven, as ways that once the mighty scorned shall be their final blessing." The cave grew dim. The little candle was dying, and with a subtle farewell gesture of her hand, she smiled again and disappeared completely. It seemed the words she'd spoken were carved in my mind, as if engraved on the flat stones of the circle. And I saw them and fixed them for all time, even as the last reverberation of her voice left me. The cave was dark. I cried out and groped in vain for the candle. But quickly climbing to my feet, I saw that my beacon was the fire burning in a little hut far back down the tunnel by which I'd entered. Wiping at my eyes, overcome with love for Janet and a terrible confusion of sweetness and pain, I hurried into the small warm room and saw the red-haired witch there on her pillow. For one moment it was Janet, and not this gentle spirit who had just looked at me with loving eyes and spoken verses that promised some remission. It was the burnt one, the suffering and dying woman, her hair full of small flames, her bones smouldering. In agony she arched her back and tried to reach for me, and as I cried out and reached to snatch her from her own flames, it was the witch again, the red-haired one who had brought me into her bed and given me the potion. Dead, quiet forever in death, the blood staining her gathered skirts, her little hut a tomb,
her fire a little light. I made the sign of the cross. I ran out of the place. But nowhere in the dark wood could I find my horse, and within moments I heard the laughter of the little people. I was at my wits' end, frightened by the vision, uttering prayers and curses. Fiercely I turned on them, challenging them to come out, to fight, and was in a moment surrounded. With my sword I struck down two and put the others to flight, but not before they had torn and dragged from me my green tunic, ripped away my leather girdle, and stolen my few belongings. My horse, too, they had taken. A vagabond, with nothing left to me but a sword, I did not go after them. I made for the high road by instinct, and by the stars, which a Taltos can always do, and as the moon rose, I was walking south, away from my homeland. I didn't look back on Dunleith. I did go on to the Summerland, as it was called, to Glastonbury, and I did stand on the sacred hill where Joseph had planted the hawthorn. I washed my hands in Chalice Well. I drank from it. I crossed Europe to find Pope Gregory in the ruins of Rome. I did go on to Byzantium, and finally to the Holy Land. But long before my journey took me even to Pope Gregory's palace amid the squalid ruins of Rome's great pagan monuments, my quest had changed, really. I was not a priest anymore. I was a wanderer, a seeker, a scholar. I could tell you 1,000 stories of those times, including the tale of how I finally came to know the fathers of the Talamasca. But I cannot claim to know their history. I know of them what you know, and what has been confirmed now that Gordon and his cohorts have been discovered. In Europe I saw Taltos now and then, both women and men. I thought that I always would, that it would always be a simple thing, sooner or later, to find one of my own kind, and to talk for the night by a friendly fire of the lost land, of the plain, of the things we all remembered. There is one last bit of intelligence I wish to communicate to you. In the year 1228 I finally returned to Dunleith. It had been too long since I had laid eyes on a single Taltos. I was beginning to feel a fear on this account, and Janet's curse and her poetry were ever in my mind. I came as a lone Scotsman wandering through the land, eager to talk to the bards of the Highlands about their old stories and legends. My heart broke when I saw that the old Saxon church was gone, and a great cathedral now stood upon the very spot, at the entrance of a great market town. I had hoped to see the old church, but who could not be impressed by this mighty structure, and the great glowering castle of the Earls of Dunleith that guarded the whole valley? Bending my back and pulling my hood up high to disguise my height, I leaned on my cane as I went down to give thanks that my tower still stood in the glen, along with many of the stone towers built by my people. I cried tears of gratitude again when I discovered the circle of stones far from the ramparts, standing as it always had in the high grass, imperishable emblems of the dancers who had once gathered there. The great shock came, however, when I entered the cathedral, and, dipping my hand into the water fount, looked up to see the stained glass window of St. Ashlar. There was the very image of myself in the glass, clothed in a priest's robe, with long flowing hair such as I had worn in those days, and peering down at my own true self with dark eyes so like my own they frightened me. Stunned, I read the prayer inscribed in Latin. St. Ashlar, beloved of Christ, and the Holy Virgin Mary, who will come again, heal the sick, comfort the afflicted, ease the pangs of those who must die, save us from everlasting darkness, drive out the demons from the valley, be our guide into the light. For a long time I was overcome with tears. I could not understand how this could have happened. Remembering to play the cripple still, I went to the high altar to say my prayers, and then to the tavern. There I paid the bard to play all the old songs he knew, and none of them were familiar to me. The Pict language had died out. No one knew the writing on the crosses in the churchyard. But this saint, what could the man tell me about him? I asked. Was I truly Scot? The bard asked. Had I never heard of the great pagan King Ashlar of the Picts, who had converted this entire valley to Christianity? Had I never heard of the magic spring through which he worked his miracles? I had only to go down the hill to see it. Ashlar the Great had built the first Christian church on this spot in the year 586, and then set out for Rome on his first pilgrimage, being murdered by brigands before he had even left the valley. Within the shrine, his holy relics lay, the remnants of his bloody cloak, his leather belt, his crucifix, and a letter to the saint himself from none other than St. Columba. In the scriptorium I might see a psalter which Ashlar himself had written in the style of the great monastery at Iona. Ah, I understand it all, I said. But what is the meaning of this strange prayer, and the words, who will come again? Ah, that. Well now, that's a story. Go to Mass tomorrow morning and look well at the priest who celebrates. You will see a young man of immense height, almost as tall as yourself, and such men are not so uncommon here. But this one is Ashlar come again, they say, and they tell the most fantastic story of his birth, how he came from his mother speaking and singing, and ready to serve God, seeing visions of the great saint and the holy battle of Dunleith, and the pagan witch Janet burnt up in the fire as the town converted in spite of her. This is so? I asked in quiet awe. How could it be? A wild Taltos born to humans who had no idea they carried the seed in their blood? No, it could not have been. What humans could make the Taltos together? It must have been a hybrid, sired by some mysterious giant who had come in the night and coupled with a woman cursed with the witches' gifts, leaving her with his monster offspring. It has happened 3 times before in our history, said the bard. Sometimes the mother does not even know she's with child. Other times she is in her 3rd or her 4th month. No one knows when the creature inside her shall start to grow and become the image of the saint, come again to his people. And who were the fathers of these children? Upstanding men of the clan of Dunleith, that's who they were, for St. Ashlar was the founder of their family. But you know there are so many strange tales in these woods. Each clan has its secrets. We're not to speak of it here. But now and then such a giant child is born who knows nothing of the saint. I have seen one of these with my own eyes, standing a head taller than his father, moments after he left his mother to die at the hearthside. A frantic thing, crying in fear, and possessed of no visions from God, but wailing for the pagan circle of stones. Poor soul. They called it a witch, a monster. And do you know what they do with such creatures? They burn them. Yes, came his answer. It's a terrible thing to see, especially if the poor creature is a woman, for then she is judged to be the devil's child without trial, for she cannot possibly be Ashlar. But these are the Highlands, and our ways have always been very mysterious. Have you yourself ever laid eyes on the female thing? I asked. No, he said, never.
But there are some who say they have known those who have seen it. There is talk among the sorcerers and those who cling to the pagan ways. People dream that they will bring the female and the male together. But we should not speak of these things. We suffer those witches to live because now and then they can cure, but no one believes their stories or thinks them proper for the ears of Christian people. Ah, yes, I said. I can well imagine. I thanked him. I did not wait for morning mass to see the strange, tall priest. I caught his scent as soon as I approached the rectory, and when he came to the door, having caught mine, we stood staring at one another. I rose to my full height, and of course he had done nothing to disguise his own. We merely stood there, facing one another. In him I saw the old gentleness, the eyes almost timid, and the lips soft, and the skin as fresh and free of blemish as that of a baby. Had he really been born of two human beings? Two powerful witches, perhaps. Did he believe his destiny? Born remembering, yes. Born knowing, yes. And thank God for him, it had been the right time that he remembered, and the right battle and the right place. And now he followed the old profession they had marked for us hundreds of years ago. He came towards me. He wanted to speak. Perhaps he could not believe his eyes, that he was looking upon one exactly like him. Father, I asked in Latin, so that he was most likely to answer, was it really from a human mother and father you came? How else? He asked, quite clearly terrified. Go, if you will, to my parents themselves. Ask them. He grew pale and was trembling. Father, I said, where is your like among women? There is no such thing, he declared. But now he could scarcely keep himself from running away from me. Brother, where have you come from? He asked. Here, seek God's forgiveness for your sins, whatever they are. You have never seen a woman of our kind? He shook his head. Brother, I am the chosen of God, he explained. The chosen of St. Ashlar. He bowed his head humbly, and I saw a blush come to his cheeks, for obviously he'd committed a sin of pride in announcing this. Farewell, then, I said, and I left him. I left the town, and I went again to the stones. I sang an old song, letting myself rock back and forth in the wind, and then I made for the forest. Dawn was just rising behind me when I climbed the wooded hills to find the old cave. It was a desolate spot, dark as it had been 500 years before, with no sign now of the witch's hovel. In the early light, cold and bitter as that of a winter's eve, I heard a voice calling. Ashlar! I turned around and I looked at the dark woods. Ashlar, the cursed, I see you. It's you, Drum, I cried, and then I heard his mean laughter. The little people were there, garbed in green so that they would blend with the leaves and the bracken. I saw their cruel little faces. There's no tall woman here for you, Ashlar, cried Drum, nor will there ever be. No men of your ilk, but a mewling priest born of witches, who falls to his knees when he hears our pipe. Here, come, take a little bride, a sweet morsel of wrinkled flesh, and see what you beget, and be grateful for what God gave you. They had begun to beat their drums. I heard the whining of their song, discordant, ghastly, yet strangely familiar. Then came the pipe. It was the old songs we had sung, the songs we taught them. Who knows? Ashlar the cursed?
he cried out. But your daughter by one of us this morn might be a female. Come with us. We have wee women aplenty to amuse you. Think, a daughter, your royal majesty. And once again, the tall people would rule the hills. I turned and ran through the trees, not stopping till I had cleared the path and come once more to the high road. Of course, Aiken Drum spoke the truth. I had found no female of my kind in all of Scotland, and that was what I'd come to seek, and what I would seek for another millennium. I did not believe then, on that cold morning, that I would never lay eyes again upon a young or fertile female Taltos. Oh, how many times in the early centuries had I seen my female counterparts and turned away from them, cautious, withdrawn. I would not have fathered a young Taltos to suffer the confusion of this strange world for all the sweet embraces of the lost land. And now, where were they, these fragrant darlings? The old, the white of hair, the sweet of breath, the scentless, these I had seen many a time, and would see again, creatures wild and lost, or wrapped in a sorceress's dreams. They had given me only chaste kisses. In dark city streets, once I caught the powerful scent, only to be maddened, unable ever to find soft folds of hot and secret flesh from which it emanated. Many a human witch I've lured to bed, sometimes warning her of the dangers of my embrace, and sometimes not, when I believed her strong and able to bear my offspring. Across the world I've gone, by every means, to track the mysterious, ageless woman of remarkable height, with memories of long ago, who greets men who come to her with sweet smiles, and never bears their children. She is human, or she is not there at all. I had come too late, or to the wrong place, or plague took the beauty many years ago. War laid waste that town, or no one knows the story. Would it always be so? Tales abound of giants in the earth, of the tall, the fair, the gifted. Surely they are not all gone. What became of those who fled the glen? Are no wild female Taltos born into the world of human parents? Surely somewhere, in the deep forests of Scotland, or the jungles of Peru, or the snowy wastes of Russia, there lives a family of Taltos, a clan in its warm and well-defended tower. The woman and the man have their books, their memories to share, their games to play, their bed in which to kiss and play, though the act of coitus must, as always, be approached with reverence. My people can't be gone. The world is huge. The world is endless. Surely I am not the last. Surely that has not been the meaning of Janet's terrible words, that I should wander through time, mateless forever. Now you know my story. I could tell many tales. I could tell of my journeys through many lands, my years in various occupations. I could tell of the few male Taltos I met over the years, of the stories I heard of our lost people who had once lived in this or that fabled village. The story you tell is the story you choose to tell. And this is the story we share, Rowan and Michael. You know now how the clan of Dunleith came into being. You know how the blood of the Taltos came to be in the blood of humans. You know the tale of the first woman ever burnt in the beautiful valley, and the sad account of the place to which the Taltos brought such misery, not once, but again and again. If all our stories are history. Janet, Lasher, Suzanne, her descendants,
even to Immerse. And you see now that when you raised your gun, when you lifted it, Rowan, and you fired the shot that brought down this child, the girl who had given you her milk, it was no small act of which you need ever be ashamed. But destiny, you have saved us both. You have saved us all, perhaps. You have saved me from the most terrible dilemma I could ever know, and one which I may be not meant to know. Whatever the case, don't weep for Immerse. Don't weep for a race of strange, soft-eyed people, long ago driven from the earth by a stronger species. This is the way of the earth, and we are both of it. What other strange, unnamed creatures live within the cities and jungles of our planet? I have glimpsed many things. I have heard many stories. The rain and wind kill the earth, to use Janet's words. What next shall spring from some hidden garden? Could we now live together, the Taltos, the human, in the same world? How would such be possible? This is a world where human races battle endlessly, where people of one faith still slaughter people of another. Religious wars rage from Sri Lanka to Bosnia, from Jerusalem to American cities and towns where Christians still, in the name of Jesus Christ, bring death in his name to their enemies, to their own, even to little children. Tribe, race, clan, family. Deep within us all are the seeds of hate for what is different. We do not have to be taught these things. We have to be taught not to give in to them. They are in our blood, but in our minds is the charity and the love to overcome them. And how would my gentle people fare today, if they did come back, as foolish now as they were then, unable to meet the ferocity of men, yet frightening even the most innocent humans with their bold eroticism? Would we choose tropical islands on which to play our sensuous games, to do our dances and fall into our spells of dancing and singing? Or would ours be a realm of electronic pastimes, of computers, films, games of virtual reality, or sublime mathematical puzzles, studies suited to our minds with their love of detail and their inability to sustain irrational states such as wrath or hatred? Would we fall in love with quantum physics the way we once fell in love with weaving? I can see our kind up night and day, tracing the positive particles through magnetic fields on computer screens. Who knows what advances we might make, given those toys to preoccupy us? My brain is twice the size of the human brain. I do not age by any known clock. My capacity to learn modern science and modern medicine cannot be imagined. And what if there rose among us but one ambitious male or female, one lasher, if you will, who would the supremacy of the race restore? What then might happen? Within the space of one night, a pair of Taltos could breed a battalion of adults ready to invade the citadels of human power, ready to destroy the weapons which humans know how to use so much better, ready to take the food, the drink, the resources of this brimming world and deny it to those less gentle, less kind, less patient, in retribution for their eons of bloody dominance. Of course, I do not wish to learn these things. I have not spent my centuries studying the physical world or the uses of power. But when I choose to score some victory for myself, this company you see around you, the world falls back from me as if its obstacles were made of paper. My empire, my world, it is made of toys and money. But how much more easily it could be made of medicines to quiet the human male, to dilute the testosterone in his veins and silence his battle cries forever. And imagine, if you will, a Taltos with true zeal, not a dreamer who has spent his brief years in misted lands, nourished on pagan poetry, but a visionary who, true to the very principles of Christ, decided that violence should be annihilated, that peace on earth was worth any sacrifice. Imagine the legions of newborns who could be committed to this cause, the armies bred to preach love in every hamlet and vale, and stamp out those, quite literally, who spoke against it. What am I, finally? A repository for genes that could make the world crumble? And what are you, my Mayfair witches? Have you carried those same genes down through the centuries, so that we may finally end the kingdom of Christ with our sons and our daughters? The Bible names this one, does it not? The beast, the demon, the Antichrist. Who has the courage for such glory? Foolish old poets who live in towers still, and dream of rituals on Glastonbury Tor to make the world new again. And even for that mad old man, that doddering fool, was murder not the first requisite of his vision? I have shed blood. It is on my hands now for vengeance's sake, a pathetic way to heal a wound, but one to which we turn again and again in our wretchedness. The Talamasca is whole again, not worth the price, but done, and our secrets are safe for the present. We are friends, you and I pray, and we will never hurt each other. I can reach for your hand in the dark. You can call out to me, and I'll answer. But what if something new could happen? Something wholly new? I think I see it. I think I imagine, but then it escapes me. I don't have the answer. I know I shall never trouble your red-haired witch, Mona. I shall never trouble any of your powerful women. Many centuries have passed since lust or hope has pricked me into that adventure. I am alone, and if I am cursed, I've forgotten it. I like my empire of small, beautiful things. I like the playthings that I offer to the world. The dolls of 1,000 faces are my children. In a small way, they are my dance, my circle, my song. Emblems of eternal play. The work, perhaps, of heaven. 31. And the dream repeats itself. She climbs out of bed, runs down the stairs. Emma left. The shovel is under the tree. Who would ever bother to move it? She digs and digs, and there is her girl, with the long slack hair and the big blue eyes. Mother, come on, my darling. They're down in the hole together. Rowan holds her, rocking her. Oh, I'm so sorry I killed you. It's all right, Mother dear, she says. It was a war, Michael says. And in a war, people are killed, and then afterwards. She woke, gasping. The room was quiet beneath a faint drone of heat from the small vents along the floor. Michael slept beside her, his knuckles touching her hip as she sat there, hands clasped to her mouth, looking down at him. No, don't wake him. Don't put him through the misery again. But she knew. When all the talk was over and done with, when they'd had their dinner and their long walk through the snowy streets, when they'd talked till dawn and breakfasted and talked some more and vowed their eternal friendship, she knew. She should never, never have killed her girl. There was no reason for it. How could that doe-eyed creature who had comforted her so in that kindly voice, milk spilling from her breast, the taste
and the milk. How could that trembling creature have hurt anyone? What logic had made her lift the gun? What logic had made her pull the trigger? Child of rape, child of aberration, child of nightmare, but child still. She climbed out of the bed, finding her slippers in the dark, and reaching for a long white negligee on the chair, another one of these strange garments which filled her suitcase, full of the perfume of another woman. Killed her, killed her, killed her, this tender and trusting thing, full of knowledge of long-ago lands, of valley and glen and plain, and who knew what mysteries? Her comfort in the dark when she'd been tied to the bed. My Emily. A pale white window was hung in the darkness at the far end of the hallway, a great rectangle of glowing night sky, light spilling on the long path of colored marble. Through that light she moved, the negligee ballooning out, her feet making a soft skittering tap on the floor, her hand out for the button of the elevator. Take me down, down, down to the dolls. Take me out of here. If I look from that window, I'll jump. I'll open the glass and I'll look out over the endless lights of the largest city in the world, and I'll climb up and put my arms out, and then I'll drop down into the ice-cold darkness. Down, down, down with you, my daughter. All the images of his tale went through her mind, the sonorous timbre of his voice, his gentle eyes as he spoke. And she is now debris beneath the roots of the oak, something erased from the world without a jot of ink upon a piece of paper, without a hymn sung. The doors closed. The wind sounded in the shaft, that faint whistling, like wind in mountains, perhaps, and as the cab descended, a howling as if she were in a giant chimney. She wanted to crumple and fall on the floor, to go limp without will or purpose or fight any more, just to sink into the darkness. No more words to say, no more thoughts, no more to know or to learn. I should have taken her hand. I should have held her. So easy it would have been to keep her tender against my breast, my darling, my Emily. And all those dreams that sent you out the door with me, of cells within cells, the like of which no human had ever seen, of secrets gleaned from every layer and fiber gently plied from willing hands, willing arms, willing lips pressed to sterile glass, and droplets of blood given with the smallest frown, of fluids and maps and schemes and x-rays made without a pinch of hurt, all to tell a new tale, a new miracle, a new beginning. All that with her would have been possible. A drowsy feminine thing that would not have hurt any mortal being, so easy to control, so easy to care for. The doors opened. The dolls have been waiting. The gold light of the city comes through 100 high windows, caught and suspended in squares and rectangles of gleaming glass, and the dolls wait and watch with hands uplifted, tiny mouths ever on the verge of greeting, little fingers hovering in the stillness. Silently she walks through the dolls, corridor after corridor of dolls, eyes like pitch-black holes in space, or gleaming buttons in a glint of light. Dolls are quiet, dolls are patient, dolls are attentive. We've come back to the Brule, the queen of the dolls, the big, cold, bisque princess with her almond eyes and her cheeks so rosy and round, her eyebrows caught forever in that quizzical look, trying vainly to understand what? The endless parade of all these moving beings who look at her. Come to life. Just for a moment, come to life. Be mine. Be warm. Be alive. Out from under the tree in the dark. Walk again, as if death were a part of the tale you could have erased, as if those fatal moments could be omitted forever. No stumbling in this wilderness. No false steps. Hold you in my arms. Her hands were splayed out on the cold glass of the face, her forehead pressed against it. The light made two crescent moons in her eyes. The long mohair tresses lay flat and heavy against the silk of her dress, as if they were moist with the dampness of the earth, the dampness of the grave, perhaps. Where was the key? Had he worn it on a chain around his neck? She couldn't remember. She longed to open the door, to take the doll in her arms, to hold it tight for one moment against her breast. What happens when grief is this mad? When grief has blotted out all other thoughts, feelings, hopes, dreams, wonder. Finally, exhaustion comes. The body says, return to sleep. Lie down now to rest, not torment. Nothing's changed. The dolls stare as the dolls will always stare, and the earth eats at what is buried inside of it, as it always has. But a kind weariness overtakes the soul, and it seems possible, just possible, to wait to weep, to wait to suffer, to wait to die and lie down with them, to have it finished, because only then is all guilt gone, washed away, when you are as dead as they are. He was there. He was standing before the glass. You couldn't mistake him for anyone else. There is no one else that tall, and even if it weren't for that, she knew his face too well now, the line of his profile. He'd heard her in the dark, walking back down the corridor, but he didn't move. He was just leaning there against the window frame and watching the light gather outside, watching the blackness fade and turn to milk, and the stars dissolve as though melted in it. What did he think? That she'd come to seek him out? She felt shattered inside, weak, unable to reason what to do, needing perhaps to walk across the floor, to stand beside him and look down on the smoky gloom of early roofs and towers, on lights twinkling along hazy streets, and smoke rising and curling from 100 stacks and chimneys. She did this. She stood beside him. "We love each other now," she said. "Don't we?" His face was so sad. It hurt her. It was a fresh hurt, touching her right in the midst of the old pain, something immediate that could bring the tears where before there had only been something as black and empty as horror. "Yes, we do. We love each other," she said, "with our whole hearts." "And we will have that," he said. "Won't we?" "Yes, always, for as long as we live. We are friends, and we will always be, and nothing will ever break the promises between us. And I'll know you're there. It's as simple as that. And when you don't want to be alone anymore, come. Come and be with us." He turned for the first time, as if he had not really wanted to look at her. The sky was paling so fast, the room just filling up and opening wide, and his face was weary and only slightly less than perfect. One kiss, one chaste and silent kiss, and no more, just a tight clasp of fingers. And then she was gone, drowsy, aching, glad of the day spilling down over the soft bed. Now I can sleep. Daylight at last. Now I can sleep, tumbling under the soft covers, next to Michael again. 32. It was too cold to be out, but winter would not let go its hold upon New York. And if the little man wanted to meet at the trattoria, so be it. Ash didn't mind the walk. He did not want to be alone in his lonely tower rooms, and he was fairly certain that Samuel was on his way, and could not be persuaded to return. He enjoyed the crowds on 7th Avenue, rushing in the early dusk, bright shop windows full of lavishly colored oriental porcelains, ornate clocks, bronze statues, and rugs of wool and silk, all the gift merchandise sold in this part of Midtown. Couples were hurrying to dinner so that they might make the curtain at Carnegie Hall for a young violinist who was causing a worldwide sensation. Lines at the ticket office were long. The fancy boutiques had not yet closed, and though the snow fell in tiny little flakes, it could not possibly cover either asphalt or sidewalk, due to the continuous thunder of human feet. No, this is not a bad time to be walking. This is a bad time for trying to forget that you have just embraced your friends, Michael and Rowan, for the last time until you hear from them. Of course, they don't know that that is the rule of the game, the gesture his heart and his pride would require, but more than likely they would not have been surprised. They had spent 4 days, all told, with him, and he was as unsure of their love now as he had been the very first moment in London when he had laid eyes on them. No, he did not want to be alone. Only problem was, he should have dressed for anonymity and the freezing wind, but he had dressed for neither. People stared at a 7-foot-tall man with dark, wavy hair, who wore a violet silk blazer in such weather, and the scarf was yellow. How mad of him to have thrown on these decidedly private realm clothes, and then rushed out into the street wearing them. But he had changed before Remick gave him the news. Samuel had packed and gone. Samuel would meet him at the trattoria. Samuel had left behind the bulldog, that it might be his New York dog, if Ash didn't mind. Why would Ash mind a dog that both drooled and snored? But then Remick and the young Leslie undoubtedly would be the ones to endure the brunt of this. The young Leslie was now a permanent fixture in the tower offices and rooms, much to her glee. Samuel would get another dog in, and for England. The trattoria was already packed. He could see this through the glass. Patrons shoulder to shoulder along its winding bar, and at its innumerable little tables. But there was Samuel, as promised, puffing on a small damp cigarette. He murdered them the way Michael did, and drinking whiskey from a heavy little glass, and watching for him. Ash tapped on the window. The little man took him in, head to toe, and shook his head. The little man himself was spruce in his new style, tweed with waistcoat, brand-new shirt, shoes shined like mirrors. There was even a pair of brown leather gloves lying like 2 ghost hands, all collapsed and mashed on the table. It was impossible to know what feelings were concealed behind the folds and wrinkles of Samuel's flesh, but the neatness and style of the overall figure argued for something other than the bleary, drunken, grumbling melodrama of the last 48 hours. That Michael had found Samuel so amusing was a blessing. Indeed, one night they had drunk each other under the table, telling jokes, while Rowan and Ash had only smiled indulgently, to be left at last with the awful tension of knowing that if they went to bed, more would be lost than gained. Unless Ash thought of himself, and only himself entirely. Not in Ash's nature. Not in my nature to be alone either, he thought. There was a leather portmanteau beside Samuel's glass. Leaving. Ash pushed very gently past those entering and exiting, giving a little nod and a point of the finger to Samuel to let the harried doorman know he was expected. The cold died away at once, and with the loud crash of voices and pots and pans, dishes and shuffling feet, there came the warm air like a fluid oozing around him. Inevitably heads turned. But the marvelous thing about any restaurant crowd in New York was that table partners were twice as animated as anywhere else, and always so seriously focused on each other. All meetings seemed crucial, courses devoured in a rush, faces evincing infatuation, if not with one's partner, then certainly with the evening's ever-quickening momentum. Surely they saw the tall man in the outrageous violet silk take the chair opposite the smallest man in the place, a chunky little fellow in heavy clothes. But they saw it out of the corner of the eye,
or with a movement of the neck swift enough to injure the spinal cord, and they did not miss a beat of their own conversations. The table was right before the front glass, but then people on the street were even more skilled at secret observation than the people in the warm safety zone of the restaurant. "Go ahead and say it," said Ash under his breath. "You are leaving. You are going back to England." "You knew I would. I don't want to be over here. I always think it's going to be wonderful, and then I get tired. And I have to go home. I have to go back to the glen before those fools from the Talamasca start invading it." "They won't do that," Ash said. "I hope you'd stay for a little while." He marveled at the control he managed to maintain over his own voice. "That we talk about things. You cried when you said goodbye to your human friends, didn't you?" "Now, why do you ask me that?" said Ash. "You are determined that we part with Crossworth. Why did you trust them, the two witches? Here, the waiter's talking to you. Eat something." Ash pointed to something on the menu, the standard pasta he always ordered in such places, and waited for the man to disappear before resuming. "If you hadn't been drunk, Samuel, if you hadn't seen everything through a tiresome haze, you would know the answer to that question. Mayfair witches. I know what they are. Yuri told me all about them. Yuri talked in a fever a lot of the time. Ah, don't be stupid again. Don't expect these people to love you." "Your words don't make sense," said Ash. "They never did. They're just a sort of noise I've grown used to hearing when I'm in your presence." The waiter set down the mineral water, the milk, the glasses. "You're out of sorts, Ash," said Samuel, gesturing for another glass of whiskey, and it was pure whiskey, Ash could tell by the smell. "And it's not my fault." Samuel slumped back in the chair. "Look, my friend, I'm only trying to warn you. Let me put it this way, if you prefer. Don't love those two. You know, if you insist upon this lecture, I just may lose my temper." The little man laughed outright. It was a low, rumbly laugh, but the folds over his eyes even showed his sudden bemusement. "Now that might keep me in New York another hour or two," he said, "if I thought I was really going to see that." Ash didn't respond. It was too terribly important not to say anything he didn't mean. Not now, not to Samuel, not to anyone. He had believed that all his long life, but periodically he was brutally reminded of it. After a moment he said, "Untrue as I love." It was said with only the softest note of reproach. "I'll be glad when you're gone. I mean, I'll be glad when this unpleasant conversation is over." "Ash, you should never have drawn so close to them, never told them all you did. And then the gypsy, letting him just go back to the Talamasca." "Yuri? And what did you want me to do? How could I stop Yuri from going back to the Talamasca?" "You could have lured him to New York, put him to work for you in some way. He was a man with a broken life, but you sent him home to write volumes on what happened. Hell, he could have been your companion." "That was not right for him. He had to go home." "Of course it was right. And he was right for you, an outcast, a gypsy, the son of a whore." "Please don't make your speech as offensive and vulgar as you possibly can. You frighten me. Look, it was Yuri's choice. If he had not wanted to go back, he would have said so. His life was the order. He had to go back, at least to heal all the wounds. And after that, he wouldn't have been happy here in my world. Dolls are pure magic to those who love them and understand them. To others, they are less than toys. Yuri is a man of coarse, spiritual distinctions, not subtle ones." "That sounds good," said Samuel, "but it's stupid." He watched the waiter set the fresh drink before him. "Your world is full of things that Yuri might have done. You could have turned him loose to build more parks, plant more trees, all these grandiose schemes of yours. What were you telling your witches? That you were going to build parks in the sky so that everyone could see what you see from your marble chamber? You could have kept that kid busy all his life, and you would have had his companionship. I wish you would stop. This didn't happen. It simply did not happen. But what happened is that you want the friendship of those witches, a man and woman married to each other with a great clan around them, people who are a priori committed to a family way of living that is intensely human. What can I do to make you stop? Nothing. Drink the milk. I know you want it. You're ashamed to drink it in front of me, afraid I might say something like, Ashler, drink your milk, which you now have. Even though I have not touched the milk, you realize. Ah, this is the point. You love those two, the witches, and it is incumbent upon those two, as I see it, to forget all this nightmare of Taltos and the Glen, and murdering little fools who infiltrated the Talamasca. It is essential to the sanity of that man and woman that they go home and build the life the Mayfair family expects them to build. And I hate it when you love those who will only turn their backs on you, and those two have to do it. Ash didn't answer. They are surrounded by hundreds of people for whom they must make this part of their lives a lie. Samuel continued to expostulate. They will want to forget you exist. They will not want the great realm of their day-to-day life lost in the glare of your presence. I see. I don't like it when you suffer. Is that so? Yes. I like to open magazines and newspapers and read about your little corporate triumph. And see your smiling face above flippant little lists of the world's 10 most eccentric billionaires or New York's most eligible bachelors. And now I know you will break your heart wondering if these witches are your true friends, if you can call them when your heart aches, if you can depend on them for the knowledge of yourself that every being requires. Please, Samuel. This put a silence to the lecture. The little man sighed. He drank some of the fresh drink, about half, and licked his heavy, crooked lower lip with an amazingly pink tongue. Hell, Ash, I don't want to. I seen when you called me, Samuel. You regret that now? I don't think in that way. Besides, how could I regret it? Forget it all, Ash. Seriously, forget it. Forget that Taltos came to the Glen. Forget you know these witches. Forget you need anyone to love you for what you are. That's impossible. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of what you will do now. The pattern's all too familiar. What pattern is that? Asked Ash quietly. You'll destroy all this, the company, the corporation, the toys without limit or dolls for the millions, whatever it's called. You'll sink into apathy. You'll just let it go. You'll walk out and far away, and the things you've built and the things you've made will just slowly fall apart without you. You've done it before, and then you'll be lost, just the way I'm lost, on some cold winter evening. And why you always chose the dead of winter, I don't know. You'll come to the Glen again looking for me. This is more important to me, Samuel, he said. It's important for many reasons. Parks, trees, gardens, children, sang the little man. Ash didn't reply. Think about all those who depend on you, Ash, said Samuel, continuing the same sermon for the same congregation. Think of all these people who make and sell and buy and love the things you manufacture. That can substitute for sanity, I think, having other warm beings of intellect and feeling dependent upon us. You think I'm right? It doesn't substitute for sanity, Samuel, said Ash. It substitutes for happiness. All right, that's fine then. But don't wait for your witches to come to you again, and for God's sake, never seek them on their own turf. You'll see fear in their eyes if they ever see you standing in their garden. You're so sure of all this? Yes, I'm sure. Ash, you told them everything. Why did you do that? Perhaps if you had not, they wouldn't fear you. You don't know what you're saying. And Yuri and the Talamasca, how they will plague you now. They will not. But those witches, they are not your friends. So you keep saying. I know they are not. I know their curiosity and awe will soon change to fear. Ash, it's an old cliché. They're only human. Ash bowed his head and looked away, out the window at the blowing snow, at shoulders hunkered against the wind. Ashlar, I know, Samuel said, because I am an outcast, and you are an outcast. And look out there at the multitudes of humans passing on the street, and think how each one condemns so many others as outcasts, as other, as not human. Ye are monsters, my friends. That's what we'll always be. It's their day. That we're alive at all is enough to worry about. He downed the rest of the drink. And so you go home to your friends in the glen. I hate them, and you know it. But the glen we won't have for long. I go back for sentimental reasons. Oh, it's not just the Talamasca, and that 16 genteel scholars will come with tape recorders, begging me to recite all I know over lunch at the inn. It's all those archaeologists digging up St. Ashlar's Cathedral. The modern world has found the place. And why? Because of your damned witches. You can't lay that on me or on them, and you know it. Eventually we'll have to find some more remote place, some other curse or legend to protect us. But they're not my friends. Don't think they are. They don't. Ash only nodded. Food had come. A large salad for the little man, the pasta for Ash. The wine was being poured in the glasses. It smelled like something gone utterly wrong. I'm too drunk to eat, Samuel said. I understand if you go, Ash said softly. That is, if you're bound to go, then perhaps you should do it. They sat in silence for a moment. Then the little man lifted his fork and began to devour the salad, shoveling it into his mouth as bits and pieces fell to the plate despite his most diligent effort. Loudly he scraped up every last bit of olive, cheese, and lettuce on the plate, and then drank a big gulp of the mineral water. "No, I can drink some more," he said. Ash made a sound that would have been a laugh if he had not been so sad. Samuel slid off the chair and onto his feet. He picked up the leather portmanteau. He sauntered over to Ash and crooked his arm around Ash's neck. Ash kissed his cheek quickly, faintly repelled by the leathery texture of the skin, but determined at all costs to hide it. "Will you come back soon?" Ash asked. "No, but we'll see each other," said Samuel. "Take care of my dog. His feelings are hurt very easily." "I'll remember that." "And pitch yourself into your work." "Anything else?" "I love you." And with that, Samuel pushed and swaggered his way through the press of those being seated and those rising to go, and all the backs and elbows clumped against him. He went out the front door and along the front window. The snow was already catching in his hair and on his bushy eyebrows, and making dark wet spots on his shoulders. He lifted his hand in farewell, and then he passed out of the frame, and the crowd became the crowd again. Ash lifted the glass of milk and slowly drank all of it. Then he put some bills beneath his plate, stared at the food as if telling it goodbye, and went out himself, walking into the wind on 7th Avenue. When he reached his bedroom high above the street, Remick was waiting for him. "You're cold, sir, much too cold." "Am I?" Ash murmured. Patiently he let Remick take away the silk blazer and the outrageous scarf.
He put on the flannel smoking jacket of satin-lined wool, and taking the towel Remick gave to him, he wiped the dampness from his hair and his face. "Sit down, sir. Let me take off your wet shoes." "If you say so." The chair felt so soft, he could not imagine climbing out of it later on to go to bed. "And all the rooms are empty. Rowan and Michael are gone. We will not be walking downtown tonight, talking eagerly together." "Your friends arrived safely in New Orleans, sir," Remick said, peeling off the wet socks and then quickly putting on fresh dry socks so deftly that his fingers barely grazed Ash's flesh. "The call came right after you left for dinner. The plane is on its way back. It should be landing in about 20 minutes. Ash nodded. The leather slippers were lined with fur. He did not know whether they were old or new. He couldn't remember. Suddenly all the little details seemed to have fled. His mind was horrifyingly empty and still, and he felt the loneliness and the stillness of the rooms completely. Remick moved at the closet doors like a ghost. "We hire those who are unobtrusive," Ash thought, "and then they can't comfort us. What we tolerate cannot save us." "Where's the young Leslie, Remick? Is she about?" "Yes, sir, with a million questions, it seems. But you look so very tired." "Send her in. I need to work. I need to have my mind on something." He walked down the corridor and into the first of his offices, the private office, the one where papers were stacked here and there and a file cabinet stood open, the one no one was allowed to clean, the one that was insufferably cluttered. Leslie appeared within seconds, face brimming with excitement, dedication, devotion, and inexhaustible energy. "Mr. Ash, there's the International Doll Expo next week, and a woman from Japan just called, said you definitely wanted to see her work. You told her so yourself last time you were in Tokyo, and there were about 20 different appointments missed while you were gone. I've got the entire list." "Sit down, then, and we'll get to it." He took his position behind the desk, making a small note that the clock said 6:45 p.m., and that he would not look at it, not even steal a glance, until he was certain that the time would be past midnight. "Leslie, put all that aside. Here are some ideas. I want you to number them. The order is not important. What's important is that you give me the whole list every day without fail, with notes on the progress we've made regarding each and every idea, and a large mark of no progress on those I allow to remain inactive." "Yes, sir." "Singing dolls. Perfect first a quartet. 4 dolls that sing in harmony." "Oh, that's a wonderful idea, Mr. Ash. Prototypes should reflect some aim at being cost-effective. However, that is not the most important point. The dolls must sound good and sing even after they are hurled to the floor." "Yes, sir. Hurled to the floor. And a tower museum. I want a list of the top 25 available penthouses in Midtown, purchase price, lease price, every pertinent detail. I want a museum in the sky so that people can go out and look at the view on a glass-enclosed gallery." "And what will the museum hold, sir? Dolls?" "Dolls on a certain theme. The exact same assignment is to be given to 2,000 doll artists. Make your interpretation in 3 connected figures of the family of humankind. No, 4 figures. 1 can be a child. Yes, the description will be exact. I need to be reminded. For now, get the best building." "Yes, sir. Got it. Yes," she said, engraving her pad with the fine point pen. "And on the singing dolls, everyone should be advised that eventually there will be an entire choir. A child or a doll collector could conceivably over the years acquire the entire choir, or chorus, or whatever name is best, you follow me?" "Yes, sir." "And I don't want to see any mechanical plans. This is electronic, computer chip, state-of-the-art, and there should be some way for the voice of one doll to work some responsive change in the voice of another, but those are details. Write it up. Materials, sir? Porcelain? No, not porcelain. Never. I don't want them to break. Remember, they should not break, ever." "Sorry, sir." "And I'll design the faces. I need pictures from all over. I want everyone's work. If there is an old woman in a village in the Pyrenees making dolls, I want to see pictures. And India. Why do we have no dolls from India? Do you know how often I have asked this question? Why don't I get answers? Write this memo to the Vice President, to the marketing people. Post it. India. Who are the art doll makers of India? I think I will go to India. Yes, find a time for me to go. I'll find the people who are making dolls if no one else has the sense. The snow had begun to fall heavily outside, very white near the glass. All the rest was once again blackness. Tiny random sounds came from the streets below. Or was it from the pipes? Or the snow falling on the roof above? Or just the glass and steel of the building breathing as inevitably as wood breathes? The building, for all its dozens of stories, swaying ever so slightly in the wind, like a giant tree in the forest. On and on he talked, watching her fierce little hand move with the fine-point pen, about the replicas of monuments, the small plastic version of Chartres Cathedral which the children could enter, the importance of scale, ratios, and what if there were a park with a great circle of stones there? Oh, and yes, a special assignment, something I want you to do tomorrow, perhaps, or the day after. No, later. You do this. You're to go down to the private museum. Yes, sir. The Brew. Are you familiar with the Brew? The big French doll? My princess? The Brew, sir? Yes, sir. Oh, that doll. Brew, JNE 14, 36 inches in height, wig, shoes, dress, split, etc. All original. Exhibit number 1. Yes, sir, I know exactly. Is to be packed by you and no one else, with appropriate assistance, and then properly insured, and see to that yourself, and then shipped. Shipped to... But to whom? Was it presumptuous to send it directly to the unborn child? No, it should go to Rowan Mayfair, shouldn't it? Of course it should. And for Michael, some other memento, just as precious in its own way, something carefully crafted of wood, one of the very, very old toys. The knight on its horse. Yes, all made of wood, that one, with the original paint clinging to it. But no, that was not the right gift, not for Michael. There was one gift, one precious gift, something as fine as the Brew, and something he wanted to put in Michael's hands. He rose from the desk, bidding the young Leslie to keep her chair, and moved across the spacious sitting area and down the hall to his bedroom. He had placed it beneath the bed, the simple signal to Remick that it was precious and must not be touched by the most well-meaning of servants. He dropped to his knees, felt for it, then slipped it out, the light blazing beautiful on the jeweled cover. The moment of long ago was right there, the pain, the humiliation, Ninian laughing at him, telling him what a terrible blasphemy he had done to put their tale into sacred style with sacred language. For a long moment he sat, cross-legged, shoulder against the side of the bed. He held the book. Yes, for Michael. Michael, the boy who loved books. Michael. Michael would never be able to read it, perhaps. It did not matter. Michael would keep it. And it was rather like giving it to Rowan, too. He would understand that. When he came back into the inner office, he had the book wrapped in a large white towel. This book, for Michael Curry, and the Brew for Rowan Mayfair. The Brew, sir? The princess? Yes, that one. The packing is terribly important. And they want you to take these gifts down yourself. The fact that the Brew might break, it's unthinkable. Neither present must be lost. Now let's get on to other things. Send out for food if you're hungry. I have a memo here that the prima ballerina is out of stock worldwide. Tell me this is a lie. It isn't. Take dictation. This is the first of 7 faxes pertaining to the prima ballerina. And on they went down the list. And when he did finally look at the clock again, with any serious intent, it was well past midnight. Indeed, the hour had dwindled to 1. The snow still fell. Little Leslie's face had turned the color of paper. He was tired enough to sleep. He fell into the large, soft, empty bed, vaguely conscious that the young Leslie was still hovering about, asking questions he could no longer hear that well, extending her invitation. "Good night, darling," he said. Remick opened the window just a little bit, the way he'd been instructed to, and the wind made a fierce howl that blotted out all sounds, all time, any conceivable lesser noise rising up the narrow margins between the dark and mournful buildings. A bit of icy air touched his cheek, making the warmth of the heavy covers all the more delicious. Don't dream of witches. Don't think of their red hair. Don't think of Rowan in your arms. Don't think of Michael with the book in his hand, cherishing it as no one else ever did, except those evil brethren who betrayed Leitner. Don't think of the three of you sitting together at their hearth. Don't go back to the glen. Not now. Not for a long, long time. Don't walk among circles of stone. Don't visit caves. Don't succumb to the temptation of mortal beauties who may die at your touch. Don't call them. Don't beg to hear a coldness, estrangement, evasion in their voices. And by the time the door was closed, he was slumbering. The Bro, the street in Paris, the woman in the store, the doll in its box, the big paperweight eyes looking up at him. The sudden thought beneath the street lamp that a point had come in history where money could make possible all manner of miracles, that the pursuit of money even for one single individual could have great spiritual repercussions for thousands, that in a realm of manufacture and mass production, the acquisition of wealth could be utterly creative. In a shop on Fifth Avenue, only steps from his door, he had stopped to look at the Book of Kells, the perfect reproduction which anyone could own now, and leaf through and love the precious book that had taken so many to create at Iona. For the man who loves books is what he would write on the card to Michael. He saw Michael smiling at him, hands in his pockets, just the way Samuel shoved his hands in his pockets. Michael asleep on the floor, and Samuel standing over him, saying drunkenly, "Why didn't God make me into this?" It had been too sad for laughing. And that strange statement Michael had made, as they stood near the fence in Washington Square, all of them so cold. Why do people do these things? Stand outdoors in snow. And Michael had said, "I always believed in the normal. I thought being poor was abnormal. I thought when you could choose what you wanted, that was normal." Snow, traffic, the night prowlers of the village, Michael's eyes when he looked at Rowan. And she, remote, quiet, the words for her so much harder than for him. This isn't a dream. This is worry. This is going back over it and making it come to life again and holding tight. What's it like when they lie together? Is her face a sculpture of ice? Is he the satyr of the wood? Witch touching witch, witch upon witch. Will the brew see these things from a marble mantle? Something about the way you held it. That's all he would write on the card to Rowan. And there would be the blue-eyed Brew staring up from the tissue. Make the tissue the color of her eyes. Remember to tell. And it would be Rowan's decision, and Michael's decision, whether or not to keep those cherished gifts close, as he had done decade after decade, like idols with which one prays, or to pass them on to Michael and Mona's babies. And maybe the big paperweight eyes of the gorgeous Brood JNE 14 would gaze upon that little child, and would they see the witch's blood as he might, if ever he dared to journey there, sometime after the baby had come into this world, as they say, if he dared, just to spy upon them all,
the family of witch-kind, from the fabled garden where once the ghost of Lasher walked, and his remains were committed to the earth. From that garden which could hide another phantom, could it not, peering through a small, unnoticed winter window. 33. Pierce had collected them from the airport, far too polite to inquire about the owner of the plane or where they had been, and only too eager to take them to the site of the new medical center. It was so warm as to be stifling, Michael thought. My kind of town. So glad to be back, and yet so utterly uncertain of anything, whether grass will continue to grow, whether Rowan will become warm and trusting again in his arms, whether he could stay away from the tall man in New York with whom he had known the most extraordinary friendship. And the past. The past was not fun anymore. It never would be. But something inherited with its burdens, its curses, its secrets. Take your eyes off the bodies of the dead. Forget the old man crumpling to the floor. And Aaron, where has Aaron gone? Did his spirit rise into the light? Were all things clear finally and forgiven? To forgive is such a gift to us. They got out at the edge of the huge rectangle of churned earth. Signs read Mayfair Medical with a dozen names and dates, and something too small for his aging eyes to read. He wondered if they'd stop being so blue when they couldn't really see anymore. Did that happen? Or would he have that last claim to fame, even when he couldn't see the girls giving him a second look, or Rowan melting slightly, lips curled at the edges? He tried to focus on the construction site, to realize what his mind told him. The progress had been amazing, that some 100 men were working out here in these 4 blocks, that Mayfair Medical had truly begun. Were those tears in Rowan's eyes? Yes, the smooth lady with the bobbed hair and the slim-tailored suit of supple cloth was crying silently. He moved closer. What the hell was all this distance about? All this respecting of one another's privacy, feelings? He hugged her tight, and finding the softest part of her neck, placed his kisses there, until he felt her rustling against him, bending slightly, and a nice quiver running through her hands as she clasped his head and said, "You went on with it, all of you. I could never have expected such a thing." Her eyes moved to Pierce, shy Pierce, who was blushing now under these compliments. "It's a dream you gave to us, Rowan, and now it's our dream, too. And since all our dreams are coming true, since you're here and with us again, well, this one also will be realized." "Now that's a loyalist speech, with pacing and just enough force," Michael said. Was he jealous of this young kid? Women did tend to dote when their eyes fell upon Pierce Mayfair. If only Mona could see it, see, perhaps, that he was the one for her, especially now that in the wake of Gifford's death, her son had drifted away from his fiancé, Clancy. More and more, Pierce came to sit some distance from Mona and stare. Maybe a little interest in Mona was brewing. Michael reached for Rowan's cheek. "Kiss me." "This is a vulgar display," she purred, "and you know it. All those workmen are staring at us." "I hope so," he said. "Let's go home," she whispered. "Here, how's Mona? You've got an update?" Michael asked. They climbed into the car. He had forgotten what it meant to ride in normal automobiles, live in normal houses, have normal dreams. Ash's voice sang to him in his sleep. He heard the musical whisper in his ear even now. And would they ever truly see Ash again? Or would Ash vanish behind all those bronze doors, shutting them out, insulated by his company, his billions, remembering them only perhaps with occasional notes, though they might call, come to New York, press his bell in the very dead of night. I need him. Ah, Mona, yes, said Pierce. Well, she's acting strange. When Dad talks to her, she sounds like she's high as a kite, but she's okay. She's hanging around with Mara Jane, and yesterday a team started work on Front Row. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Michael said. So they are going to save that place. Well, it had to be done, obviously, since neither Mara Jane nor Dolly Jean will stand to see it demolished. Oh, I think Dolly Jean is with them, too. Now, Dolly Jean looks like a withered apple, but they say she is very quick. I'm glad she's there, he said. I like old people. Rowan laughed softly, resting her head on his shoulder. Maybe we'll ask Aunt Viv to come over, he said. And how is Bee? What is happening with Bee? Well, now, said Pierce, with a little tilt of his head. Ancient Evelyn has worked the miracle there, simply by coming home from the hospital and needing care. And guess who was dashed up to Amelia to feed her soft-boiled eggs and make her talk, and make her grip tight with both hands? Dad says it's the perfect antidote for grief. I wonder if Mother's spirit isn't there. All the news is good news now, Rowan said with a wan smile, her voice deep as always. And the girls will be in the house, and Silence will have to wait, and the spirits recede into the walls. You think they're still there? Pierce asked with touching innocence. God bless the Mayfairs who have never seen and don't really believe. No, son, Michael said. It's just a big, beautiful house, and it's waiting for us and for new generations to come. For Mayfairs yet unborn, whispered Rowan. They had just turned onto St. Charles Avenue, the heavenly corridor of greens, oaks in blinding spring leaf, sun mellow, traffic slow, flash of one lovely house after another. My town, home, everything all right. Rowan's hand in mine. Ah, and Amelia Street, look, he said. How dapper the Mayfair house looked in the San Francisco style, with its fresh coat of peach with white trim and green shutters, and all the weeds gone. He almost wanted to stop, to see Evelyn and Bee, but he knew he had to see Mona first. He had to see the mother and child rolled into one. And he had to be with his wife, talking quietly in the big bedroom upstairs about all that had happened, the tales they'd heard, the strange things they'd seen and might never tell anyone, except Mona. And tomorrow he would go out to the mausoleum where Aaron was buried, and he'd do the Irish trick of just talking to Aaron, out loud, as if Aaron were answering, and if anybody didn't like it, well, they could just get out of there, couldn't they? Oh, his family had always done that. His father going out to St. Joseph's Cemetery and talking to his grandmother and grandfather any time he felt like it. And Uncle Seamus, when he was so sick, saying to his wife, "You can still talk to me after I'm gone. The only difference is I won't be answering you." Once again the lights changed, darkening, and the trees expanded, crowding out the sky and breaking it into tiny glowing fragments. The Garden District, First Street. And wonder of wonders, the house on the corner of Chestnut, amid its spring banana trees and ferns and azaleas in bloom, waiting for them. "Pierce, you must come in." "No, they're waiting for me downtown. You rest. Call us when you need us." He had already slipped out to lend a manly hand as Rowan climbed from the car. And then his key was in the gate, and he was waving goodbye to them. A uniformed guard walked along the side fence, disappearing discreetly around the end of the house. The silence was sealed, the car slipping off in light and shadow, noiseless, removed, the dying afternoon burnished and warm, and without the slightest resistance. The scent of the sweet olive hung over the whole yard. And tonight he'd smell the jasmine again. Ash had said that fragrance was the sharpest trigger of memory, a transport into forgotten worlds. And he had been so right. And what did it do to you to be taken away from all the fragrances you needed to breathe? He opened the front door for his wife and felt a sudden impulse to carry her over the threshold. Hell, why not? She gave a little unrestrained cry of delight, clutching his neck as he scooped her up. The thing about gestures like this was not to drop the lady in question. And now, my dear, we are home. He growled against her soft neck again, forcing her head back as he kissed her beneath her chin. And the smell of the sweet olives gives way to Eugenia's ever-present wax, and the scent of the old wood and something musty and expensive and delicious to breathe. Amen, she said. As he went to put her down, she clung to him for a moment. Ah, that was nice. And his aging, battered heart had not begun to pound. She would hear it, wouldn't she, with the doctor's ears? No, he stood hale and quiet, holding her against him, smelling her clean, soft hair, and gazing down the polished hall, past the great soaring white doorway, at the distant murals of the dining room, touched still by the afternoon sun. Home. Here. Now, as it has never, never been for either of us. At last she slipped from him, landing on her feet. The tiniest frown came to her forehead. Oh, it's nothing, she said. Only certain memories will die hard, you know. But then I think of Ash, and that is something to contemplate rather than all the sad things. He wanted to answer. He wanted to say something about his own love for Ash, and something else that was almost torturing him. It would be better to leave it alone. That's what others would advise if ever he asked them. But he couldn't. He looked into her eyes, opening his own very wide, perhaps wide enough to look angry when he didn't mean to at all. Rowan, my love, he said, I know you could have stayed with him. I know you made a choice. You're my man, she said with a soft explosion of breath. My man, Michael. Nice to carry her up the stairs, but he'd never make it. Not all 29 steps, and where were the young ladies? And Granny, the resurrected one? No, they could not shut themselves away now, unless by some luck the entire tribe had gone out for an early dinner. Closing his eyes, he kissed her again. Nobody could stop him from doing that at least a dozen times. Kiss. And when he looked up again, he saw the red-haired beauty at the end of the hall. Two, in fact, one very, very tall, and that mischievous Mary Jane, blonde braids on top of her head again. Three of the most gorgeous necks in the universe. Young girls like that are swans. But who was this new beauty who stood incredibly tall and looked... Why, he looked exactly like Mona. Rowan turned, staring back down the hall. The three Graces, they were, against the dining-room door, and Mona's face seemed to occupy two different places. This wasn't resemblance, it was duplication. And why did they stand so still, all of them in their cotton dresses, merely staring as if from a painting? He heard Rowan gasp. He saw Mona break into a run and then rush toward him across the polished floor. No, you can't do anything, you can't. You have to listen. Dear God, Rowan said, her weight falling heavily against him, her body shaking. She's my child, Mona said. My child and Michael's, and you won't hurt her. Suddenly it struck him, as things often do, in a rush of different stages, all clattering together to take his breath away. The baby is this young woman. The giant helix produced this. This is a Taltos as surely as Ash is a Taltos, as surely as those two under the tree are Taltos. Rowan is going to faint. She's going to go down, and the pain in my chest is killing me. He clutched for the newel post. Tell me now, neither of you will hurt her. Hurt her? How could I do that? Michael said. And then Rowan began to cry, blubbering hopelessly against her clasped hands. Oh, God! The tall girl had taken a shaky step, and then another. And now would that helpless voice come out, the child voice he'd heard from the other before the shot was fired? He felt dizzy. The sun was dying as if on cue, the house returning to its natural darkness. "Michael, sit down there on the step," said Mona. "Dear God, he's sick," said Mary Jane. And Rowan, snapping to, wrapped her long wet fingers around his neck. And the tall one said, "Well, I know this is a dreadful shock for you both, and Mother and Mary Jane have worried for days, but I myself am relieved to see you at last and force a decision as to whether I can remain beneath this roof, as they say, your child as well as Mona's child. As you can see here, she has placed the emerald around my neck, but I bow to your decision." Rowan was speechless. So was he. It would have been Mona's voice, except it sounded older and a little less strong, as though chastened already by the world. He looked up to see her standing there, big spill of vivid red locks, woman's breasts and long curved legs. And her eyes like green fire. "Father," she whispered, dropping to her knees. Her long fingers shot out and clasped his face. He closed his eyes. "Rowan," she said, "love me, please, and then maybe he will." Rowan cried, her fingers tightening on his neck. His heart was thudding in his ears, thudding as if it were growing bigger and bigger. "Morrigan is my name," he said. "She's mine, my child," Mona said, "and yours, Michael. And I think it's time that you let me speak," said Morrigan, "that I take the burden of decision from both of you." "Honey, slow down," he said. He blinked his eyes slowly, trying to clear his vision. But something had disturbed this long nymph. Something had made her draw back her hands and then sniff at her fingers. Her eyes flashed to Rowan, and then to him. She rose, rushing close to Rowan, before Rowan could possibly move away, sniffing at Rowan's cheek, and then standing back. "What is that scent?" she said. "What is it? I know that scent." "Listen to me," Rowan said. "We'll talk. That's what you said. Now come." She moved forward, releasing him to die of a heart attack entirely by himself, and she put her arms around the girl's waist, the girl staring down at her with comically frightened eyes. "The scent's all over you." "What do you think it is?" Mona asked. "What could it be?" "A male," the girl whispered. "They've been with him, these two." "No, he's dead," said Mona. "You're picking it up again from the floorboards, from the walls." "Oh, no," she whispered. "This is a living male." Suddenly she grabbed Rowan by the shoulders. Mona and Mary Jane sped to her side, gently tugging her arms away. Michael was on his feet. God, the creature was the same height as he was. Mona's face, but not Mona. No, not Mona at all. "The smell is driving me mad," she whispered. "You keep this secret from me? Why?" "Give them time to explain," Mona pleaded. "Morrigan, stop it. Listen to me." And then she had the girl's hands in hers, holding them tight. And Mary Jane was standing on tiptoe. "Now you just simmer down, Long Tall Sally, and let them tell us the scoop." "You don't understand," Morrigan said, voice suddenly thick and tears gathering in her huge green eyes as she looked again to Michael, to Rowan. "There's a male, don't you see? There's a male of me. Mother, you can smell the scent. Mother, tell the truth." It was a scream. "Mother, please, I can't stand it." And her sobs came like something tumbling downstairs, her face clenched in pain, her tall, angular body wobbling and bending gently as she let the other two embrace her and keep her from falling. "Let us take her now," said Mary Jane. "Just don't do anything. You have to swear," Mona pleaded. "And we'll meet and we'll talk, and we'll—
Help me!
The stricken girl whispered.
Help me! Where is he?
Rowan pushed Michael towards the elevator, pulling open the old wooden door. Get in. And the last thing he saw, as he leaned against the back wall of the elevator, was those pretty cotton dresses as the three of them fled up the stairs together. He lay on the bed. Now, don't think of it now. Don't think, Rowan said. The wet rag felt exactly like a wet rag. He didn't like it. I'm not going to die, he said quietly. And what an effort, the words. Was it defeat again? Was it a great ghastly defeat, and the scaffolding of the normal world buckling beneath its weight, and the future forecast once more in the colors of death and Lent? Or was it something that they could embrace and contain, something that they could somehow accept without the mind shattering? What do we do? She whispered. You are asking me this, you? What do we do? He rolled over on his side. The pain was a little less. He was sweating all over and despised it, the feel of it, the inevitable smell. And where were they, the three beauties? I don't know what we do, he answered. She sat still on the side of the bed, her shoulders slightly hunched, her hair falling down against her cheek, her eyes gazing off. Will he know what to do? Michael asked. Her head turned as if pulled sharply by a string. Him? You can't tell him. You can't expect him to learn something like that and not go as crazy as she's gone. Do you want that to happen? Do you want him to come? Nobody and nothing will stand between them. And what happens then? He asked, trying to make his voice sound strong, firm, when the firmest thing he knew to do was to ask questions. What happens? I don't know. I don't know any more than you do. Dear God, there are two of them, and they are alive, and they're not— What? Not some evil that stole its way in, some lying, deceiving thing that nourished alienation, madness. They're not that. Keep talking, he said. Keep saying those things. Not evil. No, not evil. Only another form of natural. She stared off, her voice dropping low, her hand resting warmly on his arm. If only he wasn't so tired. And Mona, for how long had she been alone with this creature, this firstborn thing? This long-necked heron of a girl with Mona's features stamped on her face. And Mary Jane, the two witches together. And all the time they had been so dedicated to their task, to save Yuri, to weed out the traitors, to comfort Ash, the tall being who was no one's enemy and never had been and never would be. What can we do? She whispered. What right have we to do anything? He turned his head, trying to see her clearly. He sat up, slowly, feeling the bite beneath his ribs, small now, unimportant. He wondered vaguely how long one could hang on with a heart that winced so quickly, so easily. Hell, not easily. It had taken Morrigan, hadn't it? His daughter Morrigan. His daughter crying somewhere in the house with her child mother Mona. Rowan, he said. Rowan, what if this is Lashlow's triumph? What if this was the plan all along? How can we know that? She whispered. Her fingers had gone to her lips, the sure sign that she was in mental pain and trying to think her way through it. I can't kill again, she said, so soft it was like a sigh. No, not that, no, I don't mean that.
I can't do that. I know. You didn't kill Immerse. I did. That's not what we have to think about now. What we have to think about is, do we handle this alone? Do we try? Do we bring together others? As if she were an invading organism, Rowan murmured, eyes wide, and the other cells came to surround her, contain her. They can do that without hurting her. He was so tired, and almost sick. In a minute he was going to throw up, but he couldn't leave her now. He refused to be ignominiously sick. Rowan, the family first. All the family. Frightened people. No, not Pierce and Ryan and Bea and Lauren. Not alone, Rowan. We can't make the right choices alone. And the girls are swept off their feet. The girls are walking the dark paths of magic and transformation. She belongs to the girls. I know. Rowan sighed. The way that he once belonged to me. The spirit who came to me, full of lies. Oh, I wish in some horrible, cowardly way. What? She shook her head. There was a sound at the door. It popped a few inches, then rode back. Mona stood there, her face faintly streaked from crying, too, her eyes full of weariness. You won't hurt her? No, he said. When did it happen? Just a few days ago. Listen, you've got to come. We've got to talk. She can't run away. She can't survive out there on her own. She thinks she can, but she can't. I'm not asking you to tell her if there's really a male somewhere. Just come. Accept my child. Listen. We will, said Rowan. Mona nodded. You're not well. You need to rest, said Rowan. It was the birth, but I'm all right. She needs the milk all the time. Then she won't run away, said Rowan. Perhaps not, said Mona. Do you see, both of you, that you love her? Yes, said Rowan. I see. Mona slowly nodded her head. Come down. In an hour. I think by then she'll be all right. We bought her lots of pretty dresses. She likes those. She insists we dress up, too. Maybe I'll brush her hair back and put a ribbon in it the way I used to do in mine. She's smart. She's very smart, and she sees... Sees what? Mona hesitated, and then her answer came, small and without conviction. She sees the future. The door closed. He realized he was looking at the pale rectangular panes of the window. The light was waning fast, the twilight of spring so quick. The cicadas had begun outside. Did she hear all that? Did it comfort her? Where was she now? This, his daughter? He groped for the lamp. No, don't, Rowan said. She was a silhouette now, a line of gleaming light defining her profile. The room closed, and then grew vast in the darkness. I want to think. I want to think out loud in the darkness. Yes, I understand, he said. She turned, and very slowly, with highly effective movements, she slipped the pillows behind him so that he could lean back, and, hating himself, he let her do it. He rested. He pulled a deep breath of air into his lungs. The window was glazed and white, and when the trees moved, it was like the darkness outside trying to peer in. It was like the trees listening. Rowan talked. I tell myself we all run the risk of horror. Any child can be a monster, a bringer of death. What would you do if it were a baby? A tiny pink thing like they ought to be? And a witch came and laid her hands on it and said, it will grow up to wage war.
It will grow up to make bombs. It will grow up to sacrifice the lives of thousands, millions. Would you choke it? I mean, if you really believed? Or would you say, no? I'm thinking, he said. I'm thinking of things that make a kind of sense. That she's newborn. That she must listen. That those who surround her have to be teachers. And as the years pass, as she grows older, then... And what if Ash were to die without ever knowing? Rowan asked. Do you remember his words? What was it, Michael? The dance, the circle, and the song. Or do you believe the prediction in the cave? If you do believe it, and I don't know that I do, but if you do, what then? We spend our lives keeping them apart? The room was completely dark. Pale white streaks of light fell tentatively across the ceiling. The furnishings, the fireplace, the walls themselves had disappeared, and the trees outside still held their color, their detail, because the street lights were shining up at them. The sky was the leftover sky, and the color of rosy flesh, as sometimes happens. We'll go down, he said, and then we'll listen, and then perhaps, we'll call the entire family. Tell them all to come as they did when you were lying in this bed, when we thought you were going to die. All of them. We need them. Lauren and Paige and Ryan, yes, Ryan, and Pierce, and Ancient Evelyn. Perhaps, she said. Know what will happen? They will look at her, in her undeniable innocence and youth, and then they'll look to us wondering, is it true? Is it so? And begging for us to choose some path. He slid gently off the bed, fearing nausea, making his way through the dark easily from bedpost to bedpost, and then into the narrow white marble bathroom. A memory came back, the first time they had come into this part of the house, he and the Rowan he meant to marry. And there had been small bits of a broken statue lying here, on the white tiles that now appeared in the soft, colorless drench of the light. The Virgin's veiled head snapped unevenly at the neck, one small plaster hand. What had it been? An omen? Dear God, if Ash found her, and she found him, dear God, but that is their decision, is it not? It's out of our hands, Rowan whispered from the dark. He leaned over the basin, turned on the tap, washed his face with the cold water. For a while it ran almost warm through the pipe, and then it came from the deep earth, and it was really cold. At last he dried off, patting his skin with a little mercy for once, and then he laid aside the towel. He slipped out of his jacket, stiff, crumpled shirt with the stench of sweat all over it now. He wiped himself dry, and took the recommended spray can from the shelf to kill his scent. He wondered if Ash could have done that, killed the scent cold, so that they wouldn't have picked it up from farewell kisses he'd given them both. And in ancient times, could the human female pick up the scent of the human male coming through the forest? Why have we lost that gift? Because the scent is no longer the predictor of danger. The scent is no longer a reliable indicator of any threat. For Aaron, the hired killer, and the stranger were one and the same. What had scent to do with 2 tons of metal crushing Aaron against the wall? He pulled on a fresh shirt and a light sweatshirt over that. Cover it all up. Shall we go down now? He snapped off the light and searched the darkness. He thought he saw the outline of her bowed head. He thought he saw a glimmer of the deep burgundy of her coat, and then he did see the white blaze of her blouse as she turned, so southern the way she was dressed, so finished.
Let's go, she said, in the deep, commanding voice that made him think of butterscotch and sleeping with her. I want to talk to her. The library. They were gathered already. As he came in the door, he saw that Morrigan herself sat at the desk, regal in white Victorian lace, with high neck and fancy cuffs and a cameo at her throat, a flood of taffeta skirt showing behind the mahogany. Mona's twin. And Mona, in softer, more careless lace, curled in the big chair, the way she'd been that day when he had appealed to Ryan and Pierce to help him find Rowan. Mona needing a mother herself, and certainly a father. Mary Jane held down the other corner, picture perfect in pink. Ah, witches come in pastels, he thought. And Granny. He had not realized she was there at the corner of the sofa until he saw her tiny wrinkled face, her playful little black eyes, and a crinkled smile on her lips. There they are, she said, with great flair, stretching out her arms to him. And you're Mayfair, too. Out of Julien, think of it. I would have known. He bent to be kissed, to smell the sweet powder rising from her quilted robe, the prerogative of the very old, to go about clothed for bed perpetually. Come here to me, Rowan Mayfair, he said. Let me tell you about your mother. Your mother cried when she gave you up. Everyone knew. She cried and turned her head away when they took you from her arms, and never was the same again. Ever. Rowan clasped the small dry hands, and she too bent to receive the kiss. Dolly Jean, she said, you were there when Morrigan was born? She cast her eye on Morrigan. She had not had the nerve yet to take a good look at her. Sure I was, said Dolly Jean. I knew she was a walking baby before she ever stuck her foot out of the womb. I knew. And remember, whatever you say, whatever you think, this is a Mayfair, this girl. If we've the stomach for Julien and his murdering ways, we've the stomach for a wild thing with a long neck and an Alice in Wonderland face. You listen now. Maybe this is a voice you've never heard before. He smiled. Well, it was damned good that she was there, that she had taken it so in her stride, and it made him want to reach for the phone now and begin the calls that would bring all Mayfairs together. Instead, he merely sat facing the desk, and Rowan took the chair beside him. All looked at the ravishing red-haired thing that suddenly laid her head against the high back of her chair and curled her long white hands around its arms, breasts pushing through her stiff starched lace, waist so frail he wanted to put his hands around it. I'm your daughter, Michael. Tell me more, Morrigan. Tell me what the future holds. Tell me what you want from us, and what we should expect from you. Oh, I'm so glad to hear you say those words. Do you hear that? She looked back and forth at the others and then at Rowan. Because I've been telling them that is what was bound to happen. I have to forecast, I have to speak, I have to declare. Then go ahead, my dear, he said. And quite suddenly he couldn't see her as monstrous at all. He could only see her as alive, as human, as tender and fragile as all of those in this room, even himself, the one who could kill the others with his bare hands if he wanted to. And Rowan, who could kill any human with her mind, but not this creature. I want teachers, she said. Not the confines of a school, but tutors, with Mother and with Mary Jane. I want to be educated, to learn everything in the world. I want the solitude and protection in which to do this, with assurances that I will not be cast out, that I am one of you, that some day... Here she stopped as if a switch had been thrown. Some day I shall be the heiress, as my mother has planned for me, and after me another from her line, who is human, perhaps. It's you. It's the male. It's a sense. Play it off, Morrigan, said Mary Jane. Just keep talking, said the little mother. I want those things which a special child would ask, of searing intelligence and insatiable hunger, but one which is reasonable and lovable. Yes, surely, one whom it is possible to love and educate and thereby control. This is what you want? Michael asked. You want parents? Yes, the old ones to tell their tales to me, the way it was once for us.
Yes, said Rowan firmly, and then you will accept our protection, which means our authority and our guidance, that you're our newborn girl.
Yes.
And that we will care for you.
Yes.
She rose slightly in the chair, and then stopped, clutching both sides of the big desk, her arms like long, slender bones that should have supported wings.
Yes, I am a Mayfair. Say this with me. I am one of you, and one day, perhaps by a human man I'll conceive, and others like me will be born from witch's blood, as I was born, that I have this right to exist, to be happy, to know, to flourish. God, you still have that scent. I can't bear the scent. You have to tell me the truth.
And what if we do? Asked Rowan. And what if we say that you must stay here, that you are far too young and innocent to meet this male, that we will set the time for a meeting? What if we promise, said Michael, that we will tell him, and that you can know where he is, but only if you promise?
I swear, she cried. I'll swear anything.
Is it that strong? Mona whispered.
Mother, they're frightening me.
You have them in the palm of your hand, said the diminutive Mona, nestled in the leather chair, cheeks wasted, skin pale. They cannot harm anything that explains itself so well. You're as human as they are, don't you see? They see. Play it off. Continue.
Give me my place, she said, her eyes growing wide and seeming to catch fire as they had when she cried. Let me be what I am. Let me couple if I will. Let me be one of you.
You can't go to him. You can't couple, said Rowan. Not yet. Not until your mind is capable of making that decision.
You make me mad,
she cried, drawing back.
Morrigan, knock it off,
said Mona.
You just simmer down, said Mary Jane, climbing to her feet and moving cautiously behind the desk until she could put her hands on Morrigan's shoulders.
Tell them about the memories, said Mona, how we taped them all, and the things you want to see. She was trying to pick up the thread again, to prevent a flood of tears or screams, she didn't know which.
To go to Dunlace,
Morrigan said in a shaky voice.
To find the plane.
You remember those things?
Yes, and all of us together in the circle. I remember. I reached out for their hands. Help me!
Her voice rose again, but she had clapped her hand over her mouth, and when she cried now it was muffled. Michael stood up and came round, gently nudging Mary Jane out of the way. You have my love, he said in her ear. You hear me? You have it. You have my love and the authority that goes along with it.
Oh, thank God.
She leant her head against him, just the way Rowan did it now and then, and she cried. He stroked her soft hair, softer, silkier than Mona's. He thought of the brief union on the sofa, on the library floor, and this frail and unpredictable thing. I know you, she whispered, rubbing her forehead against his chest. I know your scent, too, and the things you've seen. I know the smell of the wind on Liberty Street and the way the house looked when you first walked in, and how you changed it. I know different kinds of wood and different tools, and what it's like to rub tongue oil into the grain for a long, long time, the sound of the cloth on the wood. And I know when you drowned, when you were so cold, you got warm, you saw witches' ghosts. Those are the worst kind, the strongest kind, except maybe for the ghost of the Taltos. Witches and Taltos. You must have some of us inside you, waiting to come out, to be reborn, to make a race again. Oh, the dead know everything. I don't know why they don't talk. Why doesn't it come to me or any of them? They just dance in my memories and say those things that mattered to them then. Father, Father, I love you. I love you too, he whispered, his hand closing tightly on her head. He felt himself tremble.
And you know, she said, looking up at him, tears draining from her eyes in stains down her white cheeks. You know, Father, that one day I shall take over completely. And why is that? He asked calmly, with a tight grip on his voice, on his face. Because it has to be, she said, in the same sincere, heated whisper. I learn so quickly, I'm so strong, I know so much already. And when they come from my womb, and they will come, like I came from Mother and from you, they will have this strength, this knowledge, memories of both ways, the human, the Taltos. We have learned the ambition from you, and the humans will flee from us when they know. They will flee, and the world will crumble. Don't you think, Father? He was shivering inside. He heard Ash's voice. He looked at Rowan, whose face remained still, impassive. To live together, that was our vow, he said. He bent, his lips just touching Morgan's forehead. Smell of baby skin, fresh and sweet. Those are the dreams of the young, to rule, to dominate all. And the tyrants of history were those who never grew up, he said. But you will grow. You will have all the knowledge that all of us can give you. Boy, this sure is going to be something, Mary Jane said, folding her arms. He stared at her, shocked rudely by her words, and the little laugh that came out of her as she shook her head. He looked at Rowan, whose eyes were once again reddened and sad as she turned her head slightly to the side, gazing at the strange daughter and then at Mona. And only in Mona's face did he see not wonder and shock, but fear, a calculated, controlled fear. The Mayfairs are my kind now, too, Morgan whispered. A family of walking babies, don't you see? And the powerful ones should be brought together. Computer files must be scanned. All those with the double helix made to couple at once until the numerical score has been evened, at least, and then we will be side by side. Mother, I must work now. I must get into the Mayfair computer again. Simmer down, said Mary Jane. What do you think and feel? Morgan demanded, staring directly at Rowan. You have to learn our ways, and maybe you'll discover someday that they are your ways too. No one is made to couple in our world. Numerical scores are not our forte, but you'll see. We'll teach you, and you will teach us. And you won't hurt me. We can't. We wouldn't, Rowan said. We don't want to. And the male, this male who left his scent all over you, is he alone too? Rowan hesitated, then nodded. Morgan looked up into Michael's eyes. All alone like me? More alone, Michael said. You have us, your family. She rose to her feet, hair flying out, making several quick pirouettes as she crossed the room, the taffeta skirts rustling, reflecting the light in fluid racing flashes. I can wait for him, I can wait. Only tell him, please. I'll leave it to you, I'll leave it to the tribe. Come, Dolly Jean, come, Mona. It's time to dance. Mary Jane, do you want to? Rowan and Michael, I want to dance. She lifted her arms, turning round and round, head falling back, hair hanging long and low. She hummed a song, something soft, something Michael knew he had heard before, something perhaps that Tessa had sung. Tessa, closeted away to die without ever seeing this child? Or Ash, had he hummed this song, Ash, who would never, never forgive them if they kept this secret from him, the world-weary wanderer? She dropped to her knees beside Rowan. The two young women stiffened, but Mona motioned that Mary Jane was to wait. Rowan did nothing. She was hugging her knees with her clasped hands. She did not move as the lithe, silent figure drew very close, as Morgan sniffed at her cheeks, her neck, her hair.
Then, slowly, Rowan turned, staring into her face. Not human. No, dear God, not at all. What is she? Calm and collected, Rowan gave no sign that she might be thinking the very same thing. But surely she sensed something like danger. I can wait, Morrigan said softly. Write it in stone, his name, where he is. Carve it in the trunk of the funeral oak. Write it somewhere. Keep it from me, but keep it. Keep it until the time comes. I can wait. Then she drew back and, making those same pirouettes, left the room, humming to herself, the humming higher and higher until it became like a whistle. They sat in silence. Suddenly Dolly Jean said, "Oh!" She had fallen asleep, and now she was awake. "Well, what happened?" he asked. "I don't know," Rowan said. She looked at Mona, and Mona looked at her, and something silent passed between them. "Well, I better go watch her," said Mary Jane, hurrying out of the room, "before she goes and jumps in the swimming pool again with all her clothes, or lies down on the grass back there trying to smell those two dead bodies." Mona sighed. "So what does the mother have to say to the father?" Michael asked. Mona thought for a long moment. Watch. Watch and wait. She looked at Rowan. "I know now why you did what you did." "You do?" Rowan whispered. "Yeah," Mona said. "Yeah, I know." Slowly she climbed to her feet. She was leaving the room when suddenly she turned. I didn't mean it was all right to hurt her." "We know that it's not all right," said Michael. "And she's my child, too, remember." Mona looked up at him, torn, helpless, as if there were 1,000 things she wanted to say, to ask, to explain. And then she only shook her head, and, turning her back on them, moved towards the door quietly. At the very last, she looked back, her face a radiant burst of light, of feeling, the little girl with the woman's body beneath her fussy dress. "And my sin has done this. My sin has unleashed this thing, as if from the heart and mind of Mona herself," he thought. "I smell it too, the scent," said Mona. "A living nail. Can't you wash it off? Scrub it off with soap. Then maybe she'll calm down. She'll stop thinking about it and talking about it. She'll be all right. In the night, she may come into your room. You may wake up with her bending over you. She won't hurt you. In a way, you've got the upper hand." "How so?" Michael asked. "If she doesn't do everything we say, you'll never tell her about the nails. It's simple." "Yes, it's a means of control," said Rowan. "There are other means. She suffers so." "You're tired, honey," said Michael. "You should rest." "Oh, we will, in each other's arms. It's only when you wake and you see her sniffing at the clothes, don't be frightened. It can look kind of terrible." "Yes," said Rowan. "We will all be prepared." "But who is he?" Mona asked. Rowan turned as if to make sure she had heard this question right. Dolly Jean, her head bowed, gave a sudden startling snore. "Who is the male?" asked Mona, insistent, her eyes suddenly half-masked with exhaustion and slightly haunted. "And if I tell you," said Rowan, "then you must keep it from her. Let us be the strong ones on that score. Trust us." "Mother!" Morrigan called. A waltz had begun. Richard Strauss, strings, one of those lovely bland records that you can listen to for the rest of your life. He wanted to see them dancing, but in a way he didn't. "Do the guards know she's not to go out?" Michael asked. "Well, not really," Mona said.
You know, it would be easier if you told them to go away. She upsets them. I can control her more easily if they're gone. She won't run away, not from her mother. Yes, Rowan said. We'll dismiss them. Michael was unsure, but then he nodded. We are in this together. The voice of Morrigan called out again. The music surged. Mona slowly turned and left them. Late in the night he could hear them laughing still, and the music now and then. Or was it a dream of Stuart Gordon's tower? Then the keys of the computer tapping away, and that laughter, and the soft rumble of their running feet on the stairs, and the sound of mingled voices, young and high and very sweet, singing that song. Why try to sleep? But then he was gone, too tired, too needy of rest and of escape, too hungry for the simplicity of cotton sheets, and Rowan's warm body against his. Pray for her, pray for Mona, pray for them. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. His eyes opened wide. Thy kingdom come. No. The feeling of sudden distress was too vast, yet elusive. He was too tired. Thy kingdom come. He couldn't think it out. He turned over and buried his face in the crook of Rowan's warm neck and shoulder. Love you, she whispered, a murmured prayer out of the depths of sleep, perhaps, more comforting than his prayer had been. 34. The clean monotony of snow, of meetings without end, of phone calls, of the sheets of faxes full of statistics, summaries, of the business of life which he himself had made, reaching for the gold and dreams. At midday he put his head down on the desk. It had been a full 5 days since Michael and Rowan had gone home, and they had not called him or written even a note. And now he wondered if his gifts had somehow made them sad, or been the wrong thing, or if they were blotting him out the way he tried to blot out the memory of Tessa, of Gordon dead on the floor, of Uri stammering and wringing his hands, of cold winter in the glen, and the jeers of Aiken Drum. What do we seek? What do we need? How can we know what will make us happy? It was a simple thing to pick up the phone, to call Rowan or Michael, to ask if they were all right, if they had recovered from their journey. And what if their voices were brittle and indifferent, and he was left with the instrument in his hand and the wire gone dead after careless farewells? No, that would have been worse than nothing. Or, more truly, it was not what he wanted. Just go there. Just see them. Without lifting his head, he pressed the button. Prepare for the plane. Fly away from the city of bitter cold to the lost land of love. Just look at them. See their house with its warm light. See through the windows they so lovingly described. And go away without a sound, without begging for their eyes to meet yours. Just look at them. There will be a comfort in that. Once all dwellings were small and shut up, windowless, fortified, and you couldn't see the beings within. But now it was different. One could gaze upon a perfect life as if peering at a painting. Sheer glass was enough to shut one out and demarcate the secret turf of each one's love. But the gods were kind, and you could peek inside. You could see those you missed. It will be enough. Do it, and they'd never know. He wouldn't frighten them. The car was ready. Remick had sent the bags down. Must be good to be going south, sir, he said. Yes, to Summerland, he replied. That's what Somerset means, sir, in England.
Yes, I know, he said. I'll see you soon. Keep my rooms warm. Call me at once if... Well, don't hesitate if there is anything. A speaking twilight, a city so wooded still that the creatures of the air sang the songs of dusk. He slipped out of the car, blocks from the house. He knew the way. He had checked his map. And now he walked past the iron picket fences and vines of florid pink trumpet flower. Windows were already full of light, yet the sky stretched radiant and warm in all directions. Listen to the cicadas' song. And are those darlings who swoop down as if to plant a kiss when it is simply to devour? He walked faster and faster, marveling at the uneven sidewalks, the buckling flags, the moss-covered bricks, so many, many beautiful things to touch and to see. And at last he came to their corner. There stood the house where a Taltos had been born. Grand for these times, with its stucco walls made to look like stone, and chimneys rising high into the clouds. His heart beat too fast. His wishes. Not to disturb, not to beg, merely to see. Forgive me that I walk along the fence under the bending boughs of these flowered trees. That here, suddenly, in this deserted street, I climb the fence and slip down into the moist shrubbery. No guards around this place. Does that mean you trust me? That I would never come in stealth, unbidden, unexpected? I don't come to steal. I come only to take what anyone can have. A look from afar. We take nothing from those who are watched. Take care. Speak to the hedges and the tall, shiny leaf trees swaying in the wind. Ah, sky is like the moist, soft sky of England. So near, so full of colour. And this, was it the great myrtle tree beneath which their lasher had stood, frightening a small boy, beckoning Michael to the gate? Michael, a witch child whom a ghost could spot, passing in the real world through zones of enchantment. He let his fingers touch the waxy bark. The grass was deep beneath his feet. The fragrance of flowers and green things, of living things and breathing soil, was everywhere. A heavenly place. Slowly he turned and looked at the house, at the iron lace porches stacked one upon the other. And that had been Julien's room up there, where the vines groped with helpless tendrils in the empty air. And there, beyond that screen, the living room. Where are you? Dare I come just a little closer? But to be discovered now would be so tragic, when the evening is descending in this raiment of violet, and the flowers glow in their beds, and once again the cicadas sing. Light went on in the house, behind lace curtains, illuminating paintings on the walls. Was it so simple that, veiled in the dark, he could draw near to those windows? The murals of Riverbend, wasn't that what Michael had described? And might they be gathering this soon for their meal? He walked as lightly as he could across the grass. Did he look like a thief? Rose bushes shielded him from those behind the glass. So many women, old and young, and men in suits, and voices raised in controversy. This was not my dream. This was not my hope. But eyes fastened to the portal, he couldn't step away. Give me one glimpse of my witches. And there Michael was, like the direct answer to his prayer, gesticulating in a little fury, it seemed, with others who pointed their fingers and talked. And then, all on cue, sat down, and the servants glided through the room. He could smell the soup, the meat, alien food. Ah, his Rowan coming into the room and insisting upon something as she looked at the others, as she argued, as she made the men again take their seats. A white napkin had dropped to the floor. The murals blazed with perfect summer skies. If only he could have moved closer. But he could see her clearly, and him too, and hear the noises of spoons against plates, scent of meat, of humans, scent of... That had to be his error. But the scent was so sharp and old and tyrannical that it took hold, and the moment slipped right out of his hands. Scent of the female. And just when he was telling himself again, it cannot be, when he was searching for the little red-haired witch, there came into the room the Taltos. He closed his eyes. He listened to his heart. He breathed her scent as it emanated through brick walls, out of seams and cracks around glass, seeping from God knows where to stir the organ between his legs, to make him stand back, breathless, wanting to flee, and absolutely immovable. Female. Taltos. There. And her red hair all aflame beneath the chandelier, and the arms out as she spoke, rapid, anxious. He could hear the bare, high notes of her voice. And oh, the look on her face, her newborn face, her arms so delicate in her sheer dress of point d'esprit, and her sex deep underneath, pulsing with the scent, a flower opening in darkness and alone, the scent penetrating to his brain. My God, and they have kept this from him. Rowan, Michael, she is there, and they have not told him, and would that he never knew. His friends, you witches. Coldly, shivering, maddened by the scent and drugged, he watched them through the glass. Humankind, not his kind, shutting him out, and the lovely princess standing there. And was she crying out? Was she ranting? Were those tears in her eyes? Oh, splendid, beautiful creature. He moved out from behind the shrubbery, not by will, but by simple allowance. Behind the slim wooden post he stood, and now he could hear her plaintive cries. It was on the doll! The same scent! You threw away the wrapping, but I smelled it on the doll! I smell it in this house! Bitterly she wailed. Oh, newborn baby. And who was this august council that would not answer her plea? Michael gestured for calm. Rowan bowed her head. One of the other men had risen to his feet. I'll break the doll if you don't tell me, she screamed. No, you won't do that, Rowan cried out, and now it was she who rushed to the girl. You won't, Michael, get the broom, stop her. Morgan, Morgan. And she, crying so softly, and the scent gathering and moving on the air. And I love you, thought Ash, and I thought for a little while I would be one of you. Anguish. He wept. Samuel had been so right. And there, behind these thin panes, do I weep? Do I go? He whispered. Do I smash the glass? Do I confront you with your own deceptive silence that you did not tell me this? That you did not. That you did not. Oh, you weep like children. And he wept as she wept. Didn't they understand? She had picked up his scent from those gifts. Dear God, what agony for her. Poor newborn. She lifted her head. The men gathering around her could not make her sit down. What had caught her eye? What made her look to the window? She couldn't see him beyond the self-contained glare of the light. He stepped backwards into the grass. The scent. Yes, catch the scent, my dear. My darling newborn woman. And closing his eyes, he staggered backwards. She had pressed herself to the very glass, her hands spread out on the panes. She knew he was there. She caught it. What were prophecies? What were plans? What was reason, when for eternity he had seen her ilk only in his dreams, or old and withered and mindless as Tessa had been when she was hot and young and searching for him? He heard the glass break. He heard her cry, and watched in stunned, overwhelmed silence as she ran towards him. "Ashlar!" she cried, in that thin, high voice, and then her words came in the rush that only he could hear, singing of the circles and memories, singing of him. Rowan had come to the edge of the porch. Michael was there. But that was gone, and with it all its obligations. Across the wet grass she came. She flew into his arms, her red hair wrapping round him. Bits and pieces of shining glass fell from her. He held her against him, her breath, her warm, beating breath, his hand slipping up beneath her skirt to touch the warmth of her sex, the living fold, wet and heated for him, as she moaned and lifted his tears. "Ash,